lively co-hosts, and timely guests. And the First Shift staff meeting featuring listener and viewer comments in the YouTube chat room via text and by phone at 847-931-1410.
Whoop-de-doo.
I know, it's awesome.
Whatever.
And now, from Studio 14 in downtown Elgin, it's the First Shift on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
As we welcome you to a Thursday morning, the 30th day of January, live from Studio 14 in downtown Elgin, in the heart of the Fox River Valley, this is the First Shift. And I'm Marky B reporting. And each day here, the First Shift starts like it should, with our Pledge of Allegiance and with our national anthem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And a good Thursday morning to you from WRMN and from the Fox River Valley Media Network. Happy Thursday. Welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin for the First Shift here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Are you ready for a warm one? I don't know if can I use the word warm when temperatures are going to be in the 50s. I don't know, but I think I will. And then some rain rolling in later. We'll get to that forecast here in just a moment after I let you know that this is the 1225th staff meeting, ACB, after counting began way back in the dark days. And this is the 22nd staff meeting of 2025. And we start today, the 30th day of January, with 2,045 prayers on the prayer scoreboard after a big day yesterday of 147. So let's win this day, shall we? I think we can. Let's do it. And let's celebrate the end of January as we move into February and see what the month of February brings to us in many ways, one of which is the weather. And let's go ahead and start with the Fox Valley forecast this morning, which shows us fair skies and still a chilly 21 degrees right now. Winds are calm. I hope you are here on this Thursday morning. And for today, there is a 30% chance of a shower, but not till late in the afternoon. And increasing clouds and extremely mild 55 degrees. The expected temperature for today, 55. For tonight, occasional showers, mainly after midnight, a low above freezing. 37 degrees for the overnight low tonight. And then tomorrow, rain, possibly a thunderstorm in the morning, and maybe rainy all the way up until about lunchtime tomorrow. Some of the storms actually could produce heavy rainfall tomorrow. How about that? And temperatures will be falling while all this is happening, so it looks like tomorrow's stacking up to be a semi-ugly day. Although the temperatures will be very mild, they will be dropping during the day. From the upper 30s and lower 40s down to about 35 degrees by 5 o'clock tomorrow night. But still above freezing, therefore we'll have rain. Sometimes it could be heavy. Sounds like kind of a crappy day tomorrow. But the good news is it's Friday. It's Friday, which makes crappy more acceptable. A 90% chance of rain for tomorrow. So a little bit late today and a little bit through the night tonight, and then a little more throughout the first several hours of tomorrow is what it looks like. And then it stops raining and just gets chillier for the rest of the evening tomorrow night as we drop back to 26 degrees. For Saturday, mostly cloudy skies and a high of 38. And for Sunday, partly sunny skies and a high of 54. 54 again for Sunday, so how about that? We're back in the 30s for high temperatures, it looks like early next week, a little more seasonal, but we have 2 days where we're going to be in the mid-50s, one of which is today, the other of which is Sunday. How about that? So take it outside. How about that? Studio 14 Naked Eye Cam this morning was activated at 5:38. And on the honkers log this morning, we have gregarious Gina. She rolled in about 6:09, and we got the big boss man, who's saluting me right now at 6:13. And we have Frienda Brenda. Let's put her right in the middle at 6:11. And we have Mrs. Boss Man smiling in the window at me right now, still at 6:13. A flurry of early activity today. So welcome to your day. Frienda Brenda's on her way to the hut. She's there now, parking her car, getting ready to go in and take on the locals. Haven't had a chance to talk to Brenda yet to see if business has decreased at all with maybe less of our tent city locals hanging around the downtown area. I've still seen a few of the familiar faces that hang out around the streets here on a regular basis. We'll see if we can get an update in the next day or so from the city of Elgin on the next step on all of this. Haven't really had any success scheduling anybody yet this week. And I haven't talked to homeless advocate Greg Schiller in a couple days, so I haven't found out how progress has gone, although he told me the other day everything was supposed to be smoothed out by the end of this week, so we'll see if that happens over at the Lexington Inn and Suites. One of Elgin's big news stories right now here in the Fox River Valley. The other, of course, well, there's many, I suppose, but one of the other big ones is not only in Elgin, it's all over the area where some of the Hispanic communities on edge about maybe family members being deported, taken by ICE and all of that. Due to all of that, I've scheduled a guest this morning from Centro de Información. Diana Ortega Arith is going to come in. She's actually going to physically come in this morning at about 9:30, the very end of the show today. So I'm just here to find out. I'm here to find out what she's been finding out. And what they're the organization here locally where a lot of the Hispanic community has reached out to when they first come to town. Maybe some don't speak English and they're looking for services or ways to learn how to speak English, things of that nature. So they're almost like a networking place for the Hispanic community. Centro de Información. Diana will be in this morning at about 9:35, and we'll just talk to her and see what kind of calls they've been getting, services they've been providing, and advice they might have. It's 6:16 here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. So that's happening today. Let's see what else is happening. Well, I can't go any further without announcing the big national news, the tragedy that took place in the air last night. as a passenger jet collided with a helicopter while trying to land at Reagan Washington National Airport. I got word on this right before I went to bed last night from the commander. Mark Smith sent me some information about that. So thank you for sharing with me last night. Mark Smith, very sad. Check, check, check. Search and rescue is underway now for bodies and in the water as a passenger jet collided with an Army helicopter while landing at Ronald Reagan National Airport last night. Search and rescue operation in the Potomac River. So that's very sad, and no immediate word on casualties at the time of this Associated Press story. However, I heard about an hour ago that maybe 19 bodies had been recovered so far. I believe there were 64 on the plane. So it's not going to be good. It's not good. So I'll give you a few of the latest details that I have on that coming up with a little national news as a part of my news with the first shift news in the next half hour. A lot of other first shift headlines we can get to this morning. Crime Times, I always have those. A 19-year-old, I'm noticing a lot of teen crimes. I'm just saying, in stories that I analyze on a regular basis. I don't have statistics to back it up. However, I'm hearing a lot about more and more teen crimes. And this one that I might touch base on this morning involves a 19-year-old who fled police after stealing a car in St. Charles. And he had weapons. So we'll talk about that with Crime Time this morning. He was caught and detained. We have news of the pervs. We always have news of the pervs. As Kane County State's Attorney Jamie Mosser continues to put out releases every week about the latest pervs that are busted. We had one in St. Charles and one involving an Elgin man. So crime times involving sexual behavior involving a child. But the perpetrators being adults. U46 will stretch its day. Not by a whole lot, but I'll give you a few details about that. Check, check, check. We have a story about Illinois 8th graders whose grades are getting a little better when it comes to reading and math. So there's some good news there. Groundhog Day is on the way. And so Woodstock's the big place to go on Groundhog Day. And they have all kinds of different events surrounding Groundhog Day. And I'll go over a few with the Bender Dental feel-good start to the day. That is all on the way, plus more news stories later on in the show as we discuss things with Mayor Mike this morning. MR2 is going to be here in the 8 o'clock hour. And we look forward to seeing the cheerful and happy Mayor Mike. He's living the dream, and he's one of those guys that says it and truly believes it, truly feels it. So it's always nice to have the positive vibes that Mayor Mike brings to the studio. He will be in this morning in the 8 o'clock hour. And so that's what's happening today. You can always call the show. I have First Shift 411. I can share with you here and there, probably a little First Shift 411 segment in about an hour or less than an hour. And we, of course, will have our staff meeting. The ways to reach the show are via YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube. That's WRMN Radio on YouTube. We are tubing, so jump into the Beehive Bar and Grill this morning and be a part of it. We are on the Image 360 information line, of course, at 505-926-1410. And I actually have a haiku, as BHB has given me a word of the day, and I've already made a haiku out of it, so we'll try to work that in the next half hour. There's Anna the Chairman, Director of Foreign Affairs, showing up to the radio station to hang out with the crew over in the community center this morning. Put her on the board at 6:21 this morning, Anna the Chairman. Yeah, so we'll check all your comments on the Image 360 information line, and, of course, if you call, 847-931-1410, the number to call. That's 847-931-1410. It's all coming up on the first shift. We'll check a few of your comments. We'll also check music milestones, memories, and madness throughout the day as well. We might touch on an early morning song in just a couple of moments. It's the first shift on Thursday, January the 30th, right here on WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Good morning.
Looking to stay informed on the political issues that truly matter? I'm Dennis Sonar Green, inviting you to join me every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town, is where you'll find clear, balanced analysis of the day's biggest news. We dig into the headlines, cutting through the noise to deliver the facts and insights you need to stay informed. Whether you're deeply into politics or just want to understand what's going on, this show offers the depth and perspectives that matter. Tune in every weekday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on WRMN and be part of the conversation that's shaping our community. Let's navigate today's political landscape together on A Political Talk Show, only on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Haven't been to the dentist in a while? Bender Dental Care in Elgin has a new patient welcome offer. Complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Okay, that bears repeating. A complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Bender Dental Care has a verified 5-star Google rating. It doesn't get any better than that. Family dentistry at its best. Bender Dental Care in Elgin.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
624. First shift Thursday morning, Comfort Radio. Yes. Comfort Radio, where we peacefully navigate our way through every morning show. Here on Comfort Radio, 624, as I mentioned, and I want to say good morning on YouTube today to the Big Boss Man. He is here, and he sends us our first 8 prayers to our prayer scoreboard today. 8 prayers from the Big Boss Man. Good morning, Marky B and First Shifters. Have a great day. He says to you and to me, it's going to be a nice day outside till late in the day. It's going to stay dry, I think, and 55 degrees. A great day to be out here in the Fox River Valley if you can get outside and enjoy nature a little bit. We also want to say good morning to Captain Keith. He's moved up the list this morning. Captain Keith, senior engineer, Elgin High, class of 1978, back when life was great and I was 8. Have a great Thursday, shifters. All shifters matter in the eyes of the captain. Captain Keith. Hector and the large fam checks in. Good morning, Mark and First Shifters, from Hector, Ninny Rose, Jeremiah, Uncle Boom Boom, all up in the house. Raising the roof on a Thursday morning. And good evening, Derica, says Hector. He always wants to send some well wishes to our friend from down under in Australia. Derica. And Becky Blue checks in this morning. Hey, Becky Blue, happy Thursday, First Shifters. Have an awesome, in all caps, day with plenty of sunshine from me to you on behalf of Becky Blue. We might have to use some of this artificial sunshine today. Maybe we'll get a little sunshine this morning. Getting cloudier as the day goes on, eventually a little rain rolling in. It'll probably smell like spring today, you know? See if I'm right about that. You know that spring rainy smell you get sometimes when the rain kind of moves in? We'll see if we get that later on this afternoon. Take a picture of the smell and send it to us. Yeah, take a picture of that smell. 627. You know the smell. 627. Here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. On Tulo, the construction man checks in. Good morning, Mark and the First Shifters from the construction man on Tulo. Checking in. He sends a pile of prayers to our prayer scoreboard. Good to have you in, construction man. Hey, let's go into the bottom of the hour by celebrating a milestone. And I almost want to play this whole song. So I want to get to it, I think. American session keyboard player Hargus Pig Robbins died at the age of 84 on this day 3 years ago. I'll tell you more about Hargus in just a few moments, but he played his first session with his first recording being George Jones's White Lightning. So I may play some George Jones this morning, but he also played on records for many artists like Patsy Cline and Dolly Parton, Loretta Lynn, Kenny Rogers, Bob Dylan, Neil Young, and this man, Charlie Rich. One of my favorite old country songs takes us into the bottom of the hour break from the one and only Charlie Rich, and the song So True. So true. No one knows what goes on behind closed doors. 629 on the First Shift.
My baby makes me proud. Lord, don't she make me proud. She never makes a scene by hanging all over me in a crowd. 'Cause people like to talk. Lord, don't they love to talk. But when they turn out the lights, I know she'll be breathing with me. And when we get behind closed doors, when she lets her hair hang down, and she makes me glad that I'm a man. Oh, no one knows what goes on behind closed doors.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. An accident in South Elgin has cost a man his life after his SUV collided with a traffic signal pole at the intersection of Stearns Road and South McLean Boulevard. The accident involving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe occurred around 5:20 p.m. on Tuesday, with the driver reportedly speeding at the time of the crash. The accident remains under investigation. In Elgin, Jose F. Molina Acevedo, 45, has been sentenced to 12 years in prison after pleading guilty to predatory criminal sexual assault of a child. This marks him as the sixth resident of Elgin since March of 2024 to be convicted of similar crimes. The Elgin Police Department gearing up for an accreditation review by the Illinois Law Enforcement Accreditation Program happening on February 5th and 6th. As part of the evaluation, trained peer assessors from across Illinois will conduct a thorough examination of the department's operations. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Increased risk of river rises and localized ice jam flooding from Friday into the weekend. Ice jam flooding advisory from late Thursday into Friday. Currently, it is 26 degrees with clear skies. Today, a chance of rain showers after 4 p.m., partly sunny with a high near 55, and gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Expert shows speed in dressing birds. Clarence Hawkins, world champion picker and dresser of chickens, who is the present star attraction at the Elgin Poultry Show, is a man who became champion in his own line of endeavor through necessity. Hawkins startled the patrons of the Elgin Show by preparing a chicken for the oven in 17 seconds. He owns a summer resort in Burlington, Wisconsin, and also runs a small poultry farm. He set a record of 10 seconds flat for a young broiler at a recent National Poultry exhibit in Chicago. In other news, sprains ankle second time during winter. Fred Kimball, 316 Ann Street, sprained his ankle for the second time within 2 months when he slipped and fell on the icy walk in front of the local YMCA last evening. Mr. Kimball first injured his ankle on Thanksgiving Eve, and last night's fall served to further strain the injured member. And finally, tonight's snowy forecast recalls this familiar poem. The happy, joyous days have come, the gladdest of the year. Willie's snowball finds its mark on Old Man Wilson's ear.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.com. WRMN.org.
.636. Nick Freeman and Jerry Turnquist tag teaming the Elgin 100 Years Ago report for you. Hey, thank you, friend of Brenda. She's got the station on over in the hut this morning, and she always listens early in the show to the first shift, early in the day to WRMN. And Redwood John stopped over there and grabbed a cup of coffee and brought it over here to me. So thank you, Redwood John. He's out walking early this morning, and he said it's from me and friend of Brenda. So appreciate y'all. 6:36 here at WRMN. Welcome back. I was mentioning as we went into the bottom of the hour break, and I guess it doesn't matter. I just like to finish my thought. The reason I played a Charlie Rich song, one of the reasons, is because American session keyboard player Hargus Pig Robbins died on this day 3 years ago at the age of 84, blind. He was blind because he poked himself in the eye with a knife at the age of 3. Well, that wouldn't make him totally blind, would it? Well, as legend has it, he poked himself in the eye with a knife at the age of 3. He later learned to play the piano at the age of 7 while attending the Nashville School for the Blind. He played his first session in 1957, with his first major recording being George Jones's White Lightning. Pig Robbins played on records for many artists, including, as I mentioned, Patsy Cline, Dolly Parton, Loretta Lynn, Kenny Rogers, Charlie Rich, Bob Dylan, Neil Young, and even Mark Knopfler and Merle Haggard. So I played a little Charlie Rich behind closed doors. I have some more Charlie Rich queued up for later on this morning. Another thought that came to mind when I saw this note about Hargus Pig Robbins is that this is a day where I got MR2 in the house, Mike Reed, and he's a big fan of country music. So I always like to try to work in a little country in the 8 o'clock hour when Mike Reed is here. I don't know if I'm like stereotyping him that way now. That's not probably the right word, because I think he's more rounded than just being a classic country kind of guy. But I've just started thinking of music in that way now, of playing that kind of music when the mayor comes in. So MR2 from Hampshire in the 8 o'clock hour this morning. It is 6:38. Phone line's always open. I'm going to get to some news stories. I have the national tragedy to mention and talk about a little bit, and other local news stories, several crime times, and more to work in this morning. But you can always reach the show at 847-931-1410. And Trusty Pat is doing so right now. Let's talk to Trusty Pat this morning. Hey, Pat.
Good morning. I was in the office early, driving to get a cup of coffee, and I had a local vendor dental feel-good story.
Yeah?
My wife called me yesterday and said, hey, our next-door neighbor's missing. He's got Alzheimer's. He went for a walk, and he's been gone several hours, and I've been helping his wife. We've driven around all over around our subdivision and went into Jewel, thought he maybe walked into Jewel and that. And so she said, you've got to call the police. And she called the police, and within an hour, they located him. They had drones, they had dogs, but they put on basically an APB, the west side of Elgin. They flooded with police cars. They found him walking in Valley Creek, and a policeman walked up to him and said, hey, Larry. He goes, hi. He says, do you want a ride? He goes, yeah. And he says, do you know where I live? He said, policeman said, yes, I do. And they drove up, and so hats off to our Elgin Police Department. They literally showed up in force. They stayed with him, got a description, and took fingerprints and so for future This is a program with Alzheimer's patients that they can do that for you, and there's tracking they can do. It's $40 a month, and I guess the city of Elgin has put in for a grant to bring this down to $20 a month for people that when they have Alzheimer's living in their home, they can locate them faster and easier. So I just thought it's a good story to share, and I think many times our Elgin Police Department, I feel very secure and safe here in Elgin.
Yeah, well, that is a great story, and it happens on a fairly regular basis, and maybe it's something. Yeah. Maybe it's a program we should keep in mind for using as a demonstration or a presentation at America's First Responders Fest this year, because it seems like it's something that needs to be talked about more, and people need to realize that the service is available, especially as the police department develops it more. Yeah,
I guess they told them that they had someone, the lady from the day before, and they had somebody earlier in the week the same way. So wow. They're used to responding to this, and Debbie was right there with his wife, and said they were so kind and considerate, and they were so loving, and it's just a good way to be. Yeah. So anyway.
Well, thanks for the Bender Dental feel-good story of the day there, Pat.
Thursday. All right, thanks. Take care, all.
All right, talk to you soon. Trusty Pat checking in. Trusty Pat provides us with the Bender Dental feel-good start to the day. Brought to you by Bender Dental. Consider Bender Dental if you're looking for a little dental work. And I've got some, but none of mine beat what Trusty Pat just shared. And so thanks to the Elgin Police Department and their first responders for responding quickly. A man with some dementia and Alzheimer's issues wandered off, and he was just wandering around, I guess, and they found him, and they knew where he was supposed to be brought back to, and they got him there, and he's safe, and it's scary, but it happens a lot. We hear these stories quite often. So thanks for sharing, Trusty Pat. That's on the west side of Elgin, over there by the Jewel, if you're familiar with Elgin, in that area. 6:43 here at WRMN. That's way better than my Bender Dental feel-good start to the day. I just want to talk about a wild Woodstock weekend with mine. It all starts with the Groundhog Day movie memorabilia open house from 2 to 4 on Friday at the Woodstock Public Library at 414 West Judd Street in Woodstock. It continues that night with the Groundhog Day dinner and dance at the Woodstock Moose Lodge at Moose Lodge 1329, at 406 Clay Street in Woodstock. I've been there one time. Dinner, dancing, raffles, and silent auctions. And they're going to show several scenes from the movie Groundhog Day, which was partially filmed, of course, in Woodstock. That's Friday night at the Woodstock Moose from 6 until 10. Groundhog Day pub crawl going on also on, this one's on Saturday. Check-in is from 6 until 7:30 in Woodstock at the Courthouse Center at 101 North Johnson. That'd be in the Woodstock Square, probably, right? They're going to do a little Groundhog Day pub crawl up in the Stock, Woodstock. The first 250 ticket holders receive a Groundhog souvenir and 2 drink tickets, $25. Then on Sunday, the Groundhog Day prognostication, the big thing that every one of these other events builds up to. 7 a.m. Sunday morning, Woodstock Square, Dean and Van Buren Streets, Woodstock. Stephen Toblowski will be on hand along with the Music Meisters Polka Band. How about that?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Stephen Tobolowski and the Music Meisters Polka Band.
Hell yeah.
Woodstock Willie and the Groundhog that will make the prediction. First thing Sunday morning up there in Woodstock. Go to woodstockgroundhog.org. So all that's happening in Woodstock this weekend. The festivities start as early as Friday And all the things I just mentioned are available at woodstockgroundhog.org. So we start with some good news. 6:45 here at WRMN. All right, well, I had this video sent to me by the commander, and it was captured, and it doesn't show, I guess, a whole lot, but because it's dark when all of this happened last night. But if you missed it, you probably have heard about it by now if you follow the news, but we had a passenger jet colliding last night with an Army helicopter while landing at Ronald Reagan National Airport near Washington, prompting a large search and rescue operation in the Potomac River. We don't know the number of casualties at this point because the search and rescue mission is underway. I heard 19 bodies have been found as of about an hour ago. All takeoffs and landings from the airport were halted as helicopters from law enforcement agencies across the region flew over the scene in search of, hopefully survivors. Inflatable rescue boats were launched into the Potomac River from a point near the airport along the George Washington Parkway, just north of the airport. President Trump was briefed, his press secretary said, and Vice President J.D. Vance also encouraged followers on the social media platform X to say a prayer for everybody involved, obviously, and the standard things like that. But American Airlines Flight 5342 was inbound to Reagan National at an altitude of about 400 feet, so it was almost down. Almost down. Altitude of 400 feet at a speed of about 140 miles an hour when it suffered a rapid loss of altitude over the Potomac River, according to data from its radio transponder. The Canadian-made Bombardier CRJ-701 twin-engine jet was manufactured back in 2004. It was configured to carry up to 70 passengers. I heard there were 64 on the plane. Video from an observation camera at the nearby Kennedy Center showed two sets of lights consistent with aircraft appearing to join in a fireball. And the incident recalled the crash of an Air Florida flight that plummeted into the Potomac back in 1982 that killed 78. That crash was attributed to bad weather. This one, obviously an accident and miscommunication of some sort with a helicopter and an airplane trying to land, crashing in midair. Let me see if I can bring up briefly the video that was sent to me by the commander last night. And it really doesn't show much, but it does just, you can see the fireball in the air. It's only about a 15 to 20 second video, but let me press play and see what happens here. 6:49. You can see another plane. That's not the one involved on the right there. And then the one in the middle is the one that's involved, the helicopter and the plane. Boom. And you see the big fireball right there. 6:49 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Here's one more shot of it. That plane you see flying at us on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube is not the plane involved. That one's taken off. The one in the middle is the one that crashes into the helicopter. And there it goes again. Boom. So certainly tragedy there. Thank you for that video. That was on X, by the way, which is Twitter. 6:50 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube on a Thursday morning. Got some other pictures to show you throughout the morning today. Let's check a couple of other stories, and then we'll get to a few of your comments as we head towards the 7 o'clock hour this morning. We have crime times. We always have no shortage of crime times. And where should we start? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's start, I guess, with some good news. The Elgin Police Department put out a release on their Facebook page yesterday. It's good news because it looks like an arrest has been made. So, let's check the good news from the Elgin Police Department. January the 26th at 1:16 in the afternoon, this would have been last Sunday, officers responded to the 400 block of Summit Street for a reported shooting. And at that time, they located an adult male who had sustained a serious injury, transported to an area hospital for treatment. We never got any further word on that individual, but hopefully it was just a serious injury and the person involved or shot is able to live and recover. Later that day, after further investigation, 20-year-old David Celestine of the 1000 block of Harbor Drive in Wheeling was taken into custody. And 2 days ago, the Kane County State's Attorney's Office charged Mr. David Celestine, age 20, barely not a teenager, with the following: aggravated discharge of a firearm, Class X felony, possession of a firearm while the FOID card was invalid or not eligible, another felony. Yesterday, Mr. Celestine was transported to the Kane County Jail for a pretrial detention hearing, and the judge thankfully did order him to be detained pending a future court date. So he had an arrest, and the man apparently lived in Wheeling. He was in Elgin over the weekend, and that shooting took place over there near the McDonald's, 400 block of Summit Street. I guess McDonald's, Summit and Hill area over there, where it seems like there's frequent altercations in that area. 6:52 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. What time is it? It's crime time. Crime time here on the show. I might have my special effects. Stand by for special effects. Hold on. Special lighting for crime time, but I had to plug it in physically. That's why I had to tell you to hang on. Crime time. We start, well, I think we're only going to have time for one right now. There's the 19-year-old man that I mentioned earlier, accused of fleeing police in a stolen Dodge Charger while armed with a gun, also, thankfully, is being detained pre-trial. DuPage Court Judge Joshua Deeden ruled that Jawan Barnes of Deekman Drive in Dolton, Illinois, be detained on grounds he's dangerous. I would say that's not an overstatement, or that isn't, yeah, something like that. Barnes is charged with aggravated unlawful possession of a stolen motor vehicle, attempted unlawful possession of a stolen motor vehicle, and some other charges, including aggravated fleeing and eluding police. It all happened early in the middle of the night, Monday morning. Villa Park received an alert at 3:01 a.m. about a Dodge Charger valued about $44,000 had been stolen from Fox Valley GMC Buick on East Main Street in St. Charles. St. Charles police had terminated their pursuit. They determined it, I guess, to be too dangerous, as the vehicle reached speeds of 106 miles an hour on North Avenue in Villa Park, while being followed by a white Infiniti, which also must have been speeding quite a bit to be able to keep up with the Charger. Police used a tire deflating spike strip or more to slow the Charger at I-290, and both vehicles went ahead and got onto the highway. The Charger exited on St. Charles Road, probably with flat tires, and two people got out of the Charger and jumped into the Infiniti. Between St. Charles and Mannheim, the Infiniti crashed into a Volvo. An occupant of the Volvo suffered minor injuries. 4 people in the Infiniti physically ran off. Police were able to track down Barnes by shocking him. They say his backpack, inside the backpack was a Glock 22, burglary tools, and 2 generic key fobs capable of being reprogrammed. In the Infinity, police also found a loaded RDA handgun with an attached 50-round drum magazine and a loaded Glock 22 with a 50-round drum magazine. One other person was arrested. I guess the other two that were running so far are still on the run. But I guess the main perpetrator, the guy who stole the vehicle, was 19-year-old Jawan Barnes of Dolton. So that happened in the middle of the night. Dodge Charger stolen from Fox Valley GMC Buick on East Main Street in St. Charles. 6:56 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. So that's a bunch of early news for you. Let's take it over to the Image 360 information line while we have just a couple of minutes left here before our top of the hour news break. And we say good morning, let's see, to Linda Carter, of course. She checks in every day. She's the first to open up the office doors on our Image 360 information line these days. I'm talking about Linda Carter. Linda Carter. Oosh! Yeah. LC. "25 prayers from LC to the prayer scoreboard kicks us up to 52. We have Sensational Shelley, the queen of positivity, checking in this morning. And the sensational one says, "Good morning, Marky B and all first shifters. We have been blessed with such beautiful weather. I hope you find someone to be a blessing to today," says the sensational one. Y'all enjoy your day. And the sensational one sends us 10 prayers to the prayer scoreboard. And yesterday, she sent us a picture of a red sky. Always nice to look at that. Always part of our beautiful nature that we have here in the Fox River Valley and all around the country, I suppose, in different spots, but we see it from our vantage point. The red sky from the sensational one. All right, what else do we have this morning? I have Blackhawks Brad gave me the word of the day. I don't think I have time for the haiku right now. Or maybe I do. Should we squeeze it in? Let's squeeze. The word of the day from BHB is onerous. Onerous, O-N-E-R-O-U-S. It means burdensome, oppressive, or troublesome, causing hardship. Let's win this day, says Blackhawks Brad. The American flag flies, the eagle flies over the fabulous Fox River, and a prayer from Blackhawks Brad. Here we go. My haiku, I have 15 seconds. Repeat after me. Onerous people add tremendous stress to life and give you headaches. Onerous people add tremendous stress to life and give you headaches. It's 6:59 on the first shift.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400 now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. The Kent County Sheriff's Office making residents aware of a jury duty scam that's going around. Scammers posing as local law enforcement or court officials are falsely informing individuals that they've missed jury duty and face arrest unless they pay a fine right then and there over the phone. The Sheriff's Office reminding everyone that no law enforcement agency will request that you pay anything over the phone and that you should hang up on these scammers. Naperville Crime Stoppers encouraging locals to report information about crimes that occurred in the area by calling 630-420-6006. Citizens who provide anonymous tips can be eligible for cash rewards if that tip leads to an arrest. Kane County calling on residents to step up as volunteers to assist in emergencies and community safety operations. The Office of Emergency Management set to host a new volunteer open house offering 2 opportunities for engagement. The first session is scheduled for February 4th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. and the next one on March 1st from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Blackhawks are on the road tonight visiting the Carolina Hurricanes. Chicago's 16 wins are the second fewest in the league, just ahead of San Jose. Carolina has wins in 7 of 10, points in 9 of those games. They're second in the Metropolitan Division. Men's hoops tonight, number 18 Illinois visits Nebraska. The Illini are 6-4 in the Big Ten. Nebraska just 2-7 in the conference. They've lost 6 in a row overall. The Illini women visit Rutgers tonight. Illinois looking to extend a 2-game winning streak. The Celtics beat the Bulls 122-100 in Boston last night. Chicago's dropped 8 of 9. Kobe White led the Bulls with 16 points in 31 minutes. It was his first game back after missing 4 straight with an ankle injury. Chicago was without leading scorer Zach LaVine. He missed the game for personal reasons. Chicago's 3-game road trip continues at Toronto on Friday. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Increased risk of river rises and localized ice jam flooding from Friday into the weekend. Ice jam flooding advisory from late Thursday into Friday. Currently, it is 26 degrees with clear skies. Today, a chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. Partly sunny with a high near 55 and gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Hey, 7:06 here on the first shift. I think we may have a little morning sunshine coming. I see some blue sky as I look down Action Alley. Still some ice. And I'm talking about real ice in Action Alley. There's no officers in Action Alley right now. It's like ice on the ground. Because we don't get a lot of sunshine in Action Alley, and there's two big walls on each side of the alley, so that ice hangs out for a while, even on warmer days. We'll see if the ice is still there tomorrow morning. 7:06 here at WRMN on a Thursday morning, the 30th day of January, the 30th day of the year. It is week number 5 and quarter number 1. What's the year to bring? What's the year to bring? Let's take it on, head on, and see how it all comes out. 7:07. Today we're going to take it on with a nice, warm day. Well, in a manner of speaking. It's chilly this morning, but it's not too bad. We have fair skies and 25 degrees. Winds are out of the south at 7 miles per hour. Fair and 25. Today, a 30% chance of showers, mainly late in the day, late afternoon, early evening. Today's high, 55 degrees. And we haven't felt 55 in so long that it's going to feel probably like 65 or 70, you know, to our bodies. Occasional showers, mainly after midnight, a low of 37 tonight. And then we do have rain, rolling in, starting late in the day, early evening, maybe a little more rain in the middle of the night. Then tomorrow kind of looks, as I described it so eloquently last hour, crappy. Rain and possibly a thunderstorm in the morning. Rain and some of the storms could produce heavy rainfall, and the temperatures will be falling. Now, the rain tomorrow could be done by about lunchtime, I think. Then the temperatures will be getting chillier the rest of the day. A 90% chance of some morning rain tomorrow during the first shift, so bring an umbrella with you tomorrow morning on your way to work or school or wherever you may be going on a Friday morning. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy skies, a low of 26, and then for your Saturday, mostly cloudy with a high of 38, so a little cooler on Saturday. But we're going to bounce back all the way to 54 degrees on Sunday. It looks like a gorgeous Sunday coming up, partly sunny and 54. And then early next week we'll be in the 30s, 38, 32, 35 is what I'm seeing right now for the first 3 days of next week. But that's not bad for February, you know. And we will be in February. Tomorrow's the last day of January on a Friday. Fair skies and 25 degrees right now. Winds are out of the south at 7 miles an hour. It's chilly this morning, but not too bad. 7:09 here at WRMN. Let's head to YouTube for a minute and catch up with a couple of your comments. Good morning to Linda Carter on YouTube. She says, good morning, first shifters. Welcome back to Thursday morning. Have a blessed day and keep warm. It'll be easier to do this afternoon. Prayer number 64 from LC. Becky Blue checked in, as I mentioned. The commander's in the house this morning. Thanks for that footage you sent me last night, Commander. He let me know about the collision in midair right before I went to bed last night. Happy Thursday, shifters. It is Burgers and Lightning Night at the American Legion tonight at Post 57 at 820 North Liberty Street on the east side of Elgin. Kitchen's open from 4 until 7:30. And Lightning at 6:30 with the Wild and Wacky Gordy and Jerry. Another $3,500 jackpot is up for grabs. American Legion Post 57 Burger Night with Lightning. And the commander sends 8 prayers to our prayer scoreboard today. Followed by the standard 15 that Hector sends every day. We got the Sultan checking in. I'm talking about the Sultan of South Elgin, as he rebranded himself about a year ago. He was South Elgin Chris. You know, it gets stale after a while. You got to rebrand yourself. Probably time for me to get a new nickname too, you know. Good morning, Mark and the WRMN Shifters. Big day today, as daughter of South Elgin Chris turns 21 years old today.
Wow.
Yeah. Daughter of South Elgin Chris turns 21.
Wow.
Happy birthday to my awesome daughter, whose name is daughter of South Elgin Chris. Y'all pray for peace and make it a perky Thursday. Sending 4 baseballs. Well, we'll be in the month of February in a couple days. We have pitchers and catchers reporting mid-February. WRMN slated to be the home of White Sox baseball in 2025. And you can catch your Chicago White Sox as they rebuild. You know, it's a rebuild, but the good thing about rebuild teams is the expectations are kind of low, so anything they do to exceed expectations makes it kind of a pleasant season, and you kind of live with mistakes and you kind of root for them to rebuild and all that. So it's probably a Chicago sports fan's way of saying, hey, let's have a fun season, because around here a lot of rebuilding seems to be going on with the White Sox, with the Blackhawks, with the Bears. Cubs are not rebuilding. The Cubs are just retooling and trying to take the next step. The White Sox are certainly in a rebuild, a complete rebuild. Blackhawks, you would have thought, would have been a little further along than they are by now in their rebuild. The Bears are getting to the other side of their rebuild, where they need to start winning now. The rebuild needs to stop now.
This needs to stop now.
Right. And the Bulls, I don't even know. The Bulls, they don't really rebuild. They just stay mediocre or a little less than mediocre every year with the same coach and the same nucleus, and they add some players, and it always turns out they have about the same record. Go figure. 7:13 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. But we'll have some spring training games for you on WRMN for the White Sox, and then most of the regular season games. I looked at a calendar a couple weeks ago. They have games throughout the month of March. We can carry as many or as few as we would like to, so we'll see how that turns out. And then opening day for the White Sox is, I believe, March the 27th against the Anaheim Angels. So that'll be the opening game of the season. Major League Baseball seems to start a few days earlier than they used to, and they hope for decent weather, and sometimes they play some of the early games in the season in some of the warmer stadiums. They try to avoid rainouts or snowy conditions or freezing conditions, things like that. 7:14 here at WRMN. And let's check in on the Image 360 information line, and then we'll get to some First Shift 411 this morning. I also have some news stories I want to try to get to you this hour. Quite a bit in the news this morning. Some crime times I didn't get to yet. Let's see. On the Image 360 information line, MR2 checked in this morning. Mayor Mike, who will be in studio in about, I would say 57 minutes. I imagine if he drops MR3 off at school today, he'll be running a couple of minutes late. Probably by the time I wrap up my weather forecast after coming back from the 8 o'clock top of the hour news, MR2 will come strutting in. And we're going to actually have a guest this morning for a part of that hour. First, let me see what MR2 has to say. He says, I love me some polka, and Stephen Tobolowsky, who is going to be at Woodstock early Sunday morning for Groundhog Day. Yeah, polka's fun. Polka is fun music, and I would imagine that MR2 would like him some polka since he's a fun guy. Now, let me check my text messages on my phone for just a second. This can be a part of First Shift 411 as I look back to the message that MR2 sent me yesterday. I believe her name is Dana Robinson, if memory serves me correctly, will be in this morning with MR2. And they're going to have a bingo fundraiser coming up this weekend in Hampshire that we want to talk about for a brief amount of time. And where's the message from MR2? It's in here somewhere. Dana Robinson will be joining MR2 for the first segment this morning. So she'll be in. We'll talk about bingo. The Hampshire Elementary School Community Bingo Night Fundraiser, which takes place on the 8th of February. It's Saturday, February the 8th, at Hampshire Middle School. And so we'll hear what Dana's got to say about the bingo fundraiser. And Mayor Mike, who's a very good interviewer himself, maybe I'll let him run with the interview next hour. He did a great job when we had the attorney, Mike Vanelli, Jimmy Vaselli, in a couple of weeks ago, who joined us on the show that one day. We had a good show 2 weeks ago with Jimmy Vaselli and with Mike Reed. And Mike kind of took charge of that interview, and then he felt bad about taking charge, and I said, no, don't feel bad. You do a great job, and you kept things on point, so feel free to do the same thing again this morning. Mayor Mike, I do not mind. 717 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. So that's happening on February the 8th. And there's something else happening on February the 8th. If you are a part of or would like to become a part of the Kane County GOP. Last week we had Andrew Lorario in, along with Pam Carr. And they're having their Lincoln dinner. I got something in the mail about it last night. Cash bar at 6, dinner at 7. The Lincoln dinner's at 1345 South Batavia Avenue in Batavia. It's also on Saturday, February the 8th. It's in the evening. And the guest speaker that night, and Andrew said there's going to be a lot of law enforcement in the house that night. And it should be a fun time with a nice fancy-pantsy dinner and people hanging out, getting to know each other, kind of a networking opportunity. The sheriff of Pinal County, Arizona, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, Pinal County, Arizona, Mark Lamb, known as America's Sheriff. Yesterday, Pam Carr, the secretary for the Kane County GOP, sent me this via text message. And let me see if I can't find it here. Let me see. I'm having a little trouble finding it. So I think what I'll do is I'll take this quick break, and then I'll come back and I'll go over some more First Shift 411 for you and with you. It'll include Sheriff Mark Lamb saying something about his appearance at the Kane County GOP event, and we'll take a look at some other First Shift 411 and more of your comments as well. Maybe some milestones, music, and memories and madness from this day in history. And next half hour, lots of news for you, starting with our WRMN news at the bottom of the hour, followed by my own First Shift news. It is the First Shift, and it's Thursday, the 30th of January. Right here on WRMN, pleasant outside. It looks like we might have a little morning sunshine. Current temperature is about 25 degrees, and we're heading to an amazing high of 55 today.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN.
Wow.
Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? It seems impossible to find them. Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast to Coast right here on WRMN 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Newry with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Whether you're working third shift or you're just a night owl, catch the most listened to overnight talk radio program in North America, Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
$7:22 on the first shift. Time for a little first shift 411 for you. I was talking about the Lincoln dinner over at in Batavia for the Kane County GOP on the 8th of February. Sheriff Mark Lamb going to be in the house. And here is a snippet of Sheriff Mark Lamb right now. And let's see what the sheriff's got to say about what he's going to say that night on the 8th of February. I'm curious to hear this from Sheriff Mark Lamb. Hold on. This ain't quite working out the way I planned. Let's see what the sheriff's got to say. He's America's sheriff, they say, and he's going to be at the Lincoln dinner that night. So let's see if this video will play for me right now.
I'm Sheriff Mark Lamb from out here in Arizona, and I am honored to be speaking at the Kane County Lincoln dinner on Saturday, February 8th at the Lincoln Inn in Batavia, Illinois. I'm going to be talking about the war at our border and how it's threatened American freedom and liberty all across this country. You know, for a long time, every day we were having thousands of people cross our border virtually unchecked. Many of them had with zero regard for human life. And you know what? They're not all asylum seekers. We're going to be talking about this and a whole lot more. And I think you're going to have a great night. So please come out and support us February 8th down at the Kane County Lincoln dinner. The link is in the bio. Link is in this post. It's a long link, so just click on it and get your tickets today. Let's stand together for freedom on February 8th.
There you got it from. There you have it from the sheriff, Mark Lamb, and he will be there on the 8th of February. It's 7:24 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. And now, on to some more First Shift 411. Let's see. This information was put out by Kane County Speaks. If you want to go to KaneCountySpeaks.com. Coming up on the ballot in this spring, as it is an election season coming up, you're going to hear from some of the candidates over the next couple of months right here on WRMN. From both sides, Republican and Democrat. And there's going to be a referendum in Kane County. It's for a 0.75% retail tax. And the flyer put out by Kane County Speaks calls it a recipe for economic hardship. Sales taxes are regressive, hitting low-income families hardest because they spend a larger share of their income on necessities. Adding a retail tax is a blatant disregard for the struggles of hardworking citizens, says this flyer from Kane County Speaks. They are obviously trying to talk you into voting no to the referendum. The truth behind the proposal: since 2021, Kane County has increased its spending from $77 million to $139 million. Kane County doesn't need more money. It needs to fix how it's spending its money that it already has. How this tax hurts you. Taxable, tangible, personal property included in the tax includes clothing and footwear, furniture and home furnishings, prepared food, like restaurant meals, soft drinks, gasoline, cleaning, medical, baby, and pet supplies, amusements, and electronics. So, CaneCountySpeaks.com is the website they are encouraging you to visit. And obviously, this is a flyer encouraging people to vote against the 0.75% tax increase referendum that's going to be on this spring's ballot in Kane County. Certainly, there must be a reason why the referendum is being proposed. There are people that support the referendum, and so maybe we need to hear from somebody on that side too. And we'll work to getting somebody on that side on the air to talk about it. Why they think it's a good idea. Always hard to place a vote to increase your own taxes, isn't it? Especially in a time where inflation has been skyrocketing for the last few years, and a lot of people are experiencing hardships in different ways. 727 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. All right, I want to go out into the bottom of the hour WRMN news break by letting you know about a scam warning that the Kane County Sheriff's Office has put out this week. It's about a jury duty scam. It has recently come to the attention of the Kane County Sheriff's Office that a phone scam is being conducted in our county. Jury duty scam starts with a phone call from someone claiming to be from the Sheriff's Office or Kane County court official. They will say that you missed jury duty even though you never got a jury duty notice. They may tell you that there's a warrant out for your arrest, and the only way to cancel it is to pay a fine. If you refuse, they may threaten you with jail, or they may ask for personal information like your social or date of birth to make the scam seem real or steal your identity. Scammers may also give you a fake sheriff's badge number and case number. With modern technology as it is today, some scammers even have the ability to spoof the number, making it appear as if the sheriff's office is calling you. Here's a couple of ways to tell it's a scam. The sheriff's office will never, in all caps, call you and ask for money to avoid jail. Okay? Only scammers insist that you can pay with gift cards, cryptocurrency, and wire transfer. And courts never ask for sensitive personal information over the phone, like your social security number or date of birth. So if you get a call like this, they say they're from the sheriff's office and they're threatening jail, or they want some personal information, hang up immediately. Do not pay or give them any personal information. If you think a call should be real or could be real or have any questions, then call the dispatch center non-emergency number 630-232-8400. 630-232-8400. Kane County Sheriff's Jury Scam Warning. Now time for some WRMN News, 7:30 on the first shift.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. In Elgin, Jose F. Molina Acevedo, 45, has been sentenced to 12 years in prison after pleading guilty to predatory criminal sexual assault of a child. This marks him as the sixth resident of Elgin since March of 2024 to be convicted of similar crimes. The Elgin Police Department gearing up for an accreditation review by the Illinois Law Enforcement Accreditation Program happening on February 5th and 6th. As part of the evaluation, trained peer assessors from across Illinois will conduct a thorough examination of the department's operations. An accident in South Elgin has cost a man his life after his SUV collided with a traffic signal pole at the intersection of Stearns Road and South McLean Boulevard. The accident involving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe occurred around 5:20 p.m. on Tuesday, with the driver reportedly speeding at the time of the crash. The accident remains under investigation. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at a regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Ice jam flooding advisory from late Thursday into Friday. Today, partly sunny with a high near 55, falling to 48 in the afternoon. A decent chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. Tonight, occasional rain showers, cloudy with a low near 37, rising to 40 overnight. Rain likely. Currently, it is 26 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Expert shows speed in dressing birds. Clarence Hawkins, world champion picker and dresser of chickens, who is the present star attraction at the Elgin Poultry Show, is a man who became champion in his own line of endeavor through necessity. Hawkins startled the patrons of the Elgin Show by preparing a chicken for the oven in 17 seconds. He owns a summer resort in Burlington, Wisconsin, and also runs a small poultry farm. He set a record of 10 seconds flat for a young broiler at a recent National Poultry exhibit in Chicago. In other news, sprains ankle second time during winter. Fred Kimball, 316 Ann Street, sprained his ankle for the second time within 2 months when he slipped and fell on the icy walk in front of the local YMCA last evening. Mr. Kimball first injured his ankle on Thanksgiving Eve, and last night's fall served to further strain the injured member. And finally, tonight's snowy forecast recalls this familiar poem. The happy, joyous days have come, the gladdest of the year. Willie's snowball finds its mark on Old Man Wilson's ear.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
7:36 here on the first shift. And we had a little first shift 411 for you right before the bottom of the hour break. I got some news for you here in just a few moments that we'll get to. More crime times and other news that I have prepped. MR2 in the house next hour, and I got to get his little setup ready over there because he's going to welcome a guest to our studio as well. Dana Robinson talking about a Hampshire Elementary School bingo fundraiser that's taking place on February the 8th. So Dana's going to pop in for a segment, and then the mayor and I will continue our discussion. And if you want to talk to Mayor Mike Reed about any of the issues going on, the news we've been talking about here with other hosts on the show, please feel free to give us a call next hour. Mayor's always eager and excited to be a part of those conversations. He follows these things, obviously, as a local elected official and has some very intelligent insight to offer, I'm sure. Right, Mike? 7:37 here at WRMN. Let's take a phone call, 847-931-1410, as we get back into our next segment this morning. And let's see who this is. Good morning. Welcome to the first shift.
Good morning, Mark.
Hi, James.
Hey, buddy. Listen, I wanted to jump in here early today.
Okay.
And I just wanted to bring to your attention something. I think I leaked it out to you yesterday. The Radio Hall of Fame. And, you know, after listening to your program for all these years, not that long, but a few years now.
Yeah.
I've come to the conclusion that you, my friend, should be inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame.
Is that right?
That's what I believe. And I don't know who we're going to.
Sorry,
I don't know. I don't know who we're going to. I don't know who we're going to give this assignment to. Genius George would probably be the one that should do it. But I mean, when you consider all the factors here, okay, you provide a variety of subject matter to talk about and people to call in and comment on. You provide community input and information. You bring and you're involved in community events. You cover the board basically on all these different things, and it all boils down to me, in my mind, you represent radio broadcasting excellence.
Wow. Well, thank you, James.
And I mean it. I mean it. I mean it very sincerely. And so I think at some point in time, you particularly representing WRMN, but you in particular should be inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame. Now, if you go online and look at the list of people that have been inducted, I mean, it's insane how many famous people have inducted. I'll give you some examples just off the top: Harry Carey, Jack Benny, Abbott and Costello, and a local guy from back in the rock and roll era, Dick Biondi.
Yeah, big names.
Now you may not think that you fit into that cast of characters, but you do. You are representing a local radio station that provides a tremendous amount of content to all kinds of people. So I applaud you for that, and I'm bringing that out there, and we can have other people comment on that, and maybe someday we can get you in there.
Wow. Well, thank you for being, a promoter of me, and that would be that would be a special honor. I'm on the RadioHallOfFame.com website. I'm looking to see if I can find a list of people that are in the Radio Hall of Fame, but it's kind of hard to find. Inductees. Here we go.
There you go. Inductees. It's a vast list.
All right. We'll peruse it a little bit.
And there's some names in there you would never, are from a long time ago, like Bing Crosby, and singers and people that were probably involved back in the day when pre-television, okay? When radio was the premier medium.
Right. Yeah.
You not only had news and everything, you had actual radio programs.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right in there with some big names, buddy.
Well, that's nice of you, James. I appreciate you complimenting me, man.
Well, it came to my mind yesterday. And I just thought I'd call in today early and mention that. So maybe some of the other listeners, we can get behind something. Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
I appreciate it, man.
Have a good one.
Take care.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye. James, a part of our conversation on a regular basis. Cover local news, cover national news, cover politics, we cover events, we go to events, we put on events. And it's been nice. It's been nice for the past 8 years to be able to be a part of that here at WRMN and have a little impact. I mean, I had a radio past in Memphis, Tennessee, but it was different. It was different. It was working for a news talk station combined with a rock station. And coming here and getting this job back in 2016 was kind of a new beginning and for me in radio, and it's been fun. It's been a fun, wild, and kind of crazy ride. But it's really been nice talking with you guys. And sometimes when guys like James say, hey, it's been nice listening to you for the last few years, it makes me think, wow, it has been a few years now, hasn't it, that we have all gotten to know each other. And the first shifts come together. And I guess it's been, 1,225 meetings after counting began. But counting didn't begin right at the beginning. I would say it wasn't until about year 3, maybe even 2020, somewhere like 2019 or 2020 that we started counting the shows. So it's 1225 after counting began, but we also have a BC. In my radio history here, we have a BC, before counting. 22 this year. We'll see where it goes. But thanks for the call, James. We didn't talk politics that time. We did yesterday. We had a lively discussion, and we hope to entertain more lively discussions. We try to conduct them as professionally as we can. We want to hear both sides. We want to hear what you have to say, all of what you have to say. And we want to give everybody a chance and be as equal as possible. MCB rolls past the radio station now. He's been saying, just hang loose, bro, for a long time now. Probably for a few years. And he just drove by and jumped onto the honker's log this morning.
Cut me some slack, Jack.
Mark Cool Black.
Jive ass dude don't got no brains in it. Cut me some slack, Jack.
744 here at WRMN. Well, there are lots of names in the Radio Hall of Fame. And like James said, a lot that I've heard of, that you've heard of, and other names I have no idea who they are. Maybe I'll have to take a look at some of these names at some point just to familiarize myself with some of these other people. Some of these guys are still hosts, like Glenn Beck on national radio. Gene Autry's on the list. Amos and Andy, Mel Allen, Abbott and Costello, as he mentioned, Art Bell, who for a long time had that overnight show Coast to Coast. Now it's hosted by George Nury. And it's broken down by letters, so obviously I'm just looking at the very beginning here. Harry Carey, Rick Dees, of course. Bob Collins. Bing Crosby, as mentioned by James. Jack Buck, now there's a legend. I have his autograph on a baseball. If you're a sports fan, Jack Buck's in the Hall of Fame, of course, for sports broadcasting. Well, the list goes on and on. 745 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. All right, let's see what's happening in the news this morning for a few minutes. We have some crime times still to get to. And I mentioned the stolen car crime time last hour. Let's go ahead and get the perv crime time out of the way now. What time is it once again? It's crime time. Crime time. Kane County State's Attorney's Office was busy putting out releases yesterday. I have two of them to share with you right now. We have a St. Charles man sentenced to prison for grooming a child. Edward Eisenstark, I remember the name. We've read about him before in Crime Time. He's 38 years old. He lives in St. Charles on the 1100 block of Geneva Road. And Jamie Mosser, the Kane County State's Attorney, announced that Judge Barsanti has sentenced Edward Eisenstock to the maximum sentence of 5 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections. December the 12th of last year, he pled guilty to the offenses of indecent solicitation of a child, traveling to meet a minor, grooming, and solicitation of a sexual act. Assistant State's Attorney Amanda, well, let's just call her Amanda for now. Her last name is giving me word anxiety. And Ken Hudson presented the following facts in court: that this defendant, Eisenstark, drove from his St. Charles home to Epic Air Trampoline Park in South Elgin to perform sexual acts on a juvenile in exchange for money. After the defendant confirmed he was in the parking lot, the child called 911. Way to go. The defendant began communicating with the minor back on July the 8th of 2023, and this happened on August the 12th, so about a month later. It was FaceTime, phone calls, and text messages, and at the time, Eisenstark was president of the Thompson Middle School Parent-Teacher Association, the PTO in St. Charles. So on the charges of indecent solicitation of a child and traveling to meet a minor, Eisenstark was sentenced to a maximum of 5 years. On the charges of grooming and solicitation of a sexual act, he was sentenced to the maximum of 3 years. It says he got 5 years here in the beginning of the story here, so I'm not sure if he got 5 maximum or more than 5. But regardless, it's good to see that he's busted, and hopefully he's going to do the max time, whatever that is. There was also a joint news release from the Kane County State's Attorney's Office and Kane County Sheriff Ron Hain, who was on the show here yesterday with me. Thanks again to Sheriff Hain for taking about 10 minutes out of his time yesterday to join us here on the first shift and giving his thoughts on what's happening with the ICE raids here in the Elgin area. The ICE age has come to Kane County in the last few days, as you know. Robert Dodaro, 46 years old, of Forest Drive in Elgin, has been charged with disseminating child porn. Jamie Mosser and Kane County Sheriff Ron Hain announced that Robert Dodaro, charged with dissemination of child porn, Class X felony, 10 counts, and possessing child porn, 12 counts. State's Attorney Jamie Mosser alleges that between October of last year and January of this year, Dodaro possessed and disseminated child porn, also known as child sexual abuse material, in the form of multiple digital images and videos. He knew or reasonably should have known that the depictions were of children under 13 years of age. He had a previous conviction of child porn in February of 2007 in Cook County, so he's a repeat offender in this area. He was arrested January the 20th. He is being detained in the Kane County Jail while his case is pending. Next court date is tomorrow, at 9 a.m. at courtroom 305 at the Kane County Judicial Center. So, perv stories. 7:50 here at WRMN. Well, kids, you ready for 20 more minutes of school? U46 is stretching out the school day by 20 minutes starting next school year.
Wow.
Yeah. Starting with the first day of school, August the 11th, elementary school days will be extended by 20 minutes, according to district officials. The change results in the following shifts. Elementary schools that now start at 8 a.m. and dismiss at 2 will instead start at 7:50 and dismiss at 2:10.
Wow.
Elementary schools that now start at 8:30 and dismiss at 2:30 will start at 8:20 and dismiss at 2:40.
Wow.
And then the masters of the obvious here say that the school day extension will also require changes to bus schedules, as morning pickup times will be earlier and afternoon drop-off times will be later.
Wow.
Yeah, you don't say. Exact schedules for each student eligible for transportation services will be available in Infinite Campus, which I guess is a online way that U46 passes out information about things going on within their school district. It'll be available in Infinite Campus in August before the first day of school. And here's another statement from the masters of the obvious. Students who walk to school or rely on their own transportation or a carpool will need to make adjustments as well.
Wow.
Yeah. No Sherlock. 7:52 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. All right, well, let's see if we can squeeze in one more story here. I wonder what the mayor wants to talk about next hour. We'll throw it on his plate a little bit, but I have plenty of other stories we can talk about. We can talk about issues. You can talk about what you would like him to talk about by calling us at 847-931-1410. Commander Mark Smith says, hey, let's not talk about the price of eggs. Well, when's the price of eggs going to go down? Not for a while. The chickens are sick. They're sick with the bird flu. We finished with schooling it up in the Big I, as I tried to creatively title this story, Schooling It Up in the Big I. Illinois 8th graders outperformed national averages in reading and math, according to a 2024 National Assessment of Educational Progress results. And Illinois 4th graders were on par with national averages, according to the nation's report card. Illinois students' performance held steady across all subjects and grades between 2022 and 24, despite significant reading declines for students in 4th and 8th grades nationwide. So Illinois stayed steady. Other states in the country dropped. Illinois recorded the highest ever proficiency rate in English language arts for students in 3rd grade through 8th. A remarkable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, according to the state report card. They got some smart folks over there in Massachusetts, apparently. Only Massachusetts outperformed Illinois in 8th grade reading, and the reading achievement gap for Hispanic students has narrowed by 8 scale score points too, from 26 to 18. Only 4 states, Utah, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Massachusetts, exceeded Illinois' performance in 8th grade math. So, Illinois is hanging in there as far as that goes. Student achievements. And I mentioned the gap of the Hispanic students is narrowing. That means that that's good news, too. And I mentioned that to mention the fact and remind you that we're going to have Diana Ortega-Areth from Centro de Información popping in this morning at about 9:30. We'll talk about some of the calls, thoughts, advice, things of that nature that maybe Centro de Información, our local organization that really supports the Hispanic community, what she's got to say about what's been happening with the ICE raids and the ICE age that's come to the city of Elgin in recent days, and not only Elgin, but all over the area. It is 7:55 here on the first shift. The Sultan of South Elgin, following the news story of the plane crash with the helicopter that occurred somewhere, I guess, between 8 and 9 o'clock last night. Trying to land over there at the Reagan airport. The Sultan of South Elgin says that ESPN reported that among those on the plane that crashed in D.C. were United States team figure skaters, along with family members and coaches. Yeah, I had heard that. Team figure skaters, family members, and coaches. The plane was coming from Kansas and was making its way to D.C. when it crashed into a helicopter. It was a Bombardier, a Canadian-made Bombardier CRJ-701 twin-engine plane. It was configured to carry up to 70 passengers. American Airlines Flight 5342. 64 passengers on board from what I hear. I don't know how many bodies have been recovered now. Our top of the hour news is covering it. I'll see if I have any more facts to share with you in the next couple of hours about any updates that I have. 7:56 here at WRMN. Very sad, though, obviously. Ninny Rose checks in this morning and says, "Good morning, first shifters." And Marky B, all up in the house. Raisin Daroof. Also, hello to Derica. Hope you're feeling better. God bless all, says Ninny Rose this morning, as she sends us our 88th prayer to the prayer scoreboard. Also, I want to give a shout out to my grandson, says Ninny Rose, who is 14 years old today. Angelo, God bless you. Today, tomorrow, and always. We all love you and have a great birthday. Angelo, another one of the large members of the Soto family. First shift family of listeners here on WRMN. Hector says, yep, so sad for all of those involved in the crash that took place last night. Hector sends a bunch more prayers to support that. And we finished by saying good morning to Northwest West and Northwest Wesley Jr. II this morning. They did not drive by 20 minutes ago.
Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty.
They're honking remotely today. Junior II has a stomach bug that's been going around, and he will be resting today. All of our best. Have a great day from Northwest West and Northwest Wesley Jr. II. And Sonar's Boxers, the mystery person behind this name on YouTube, says, I was wondering if America's sheriff will address the pardons of the 1,500 individuals who assaulted Washington, D.C. law enforcement. My guess is probably not, but I don't know. Can't speak for the sheriff. All right, we're coming up on the top of the hour news here, and we will take your phone calls in the next hour if you want to discuss things with us at 847-931-1410. Current temperature is 29, fair skies. We're headed for a marvelous high of 55 today. Some sunshine early, cloud cover later, and rain this evening, and rain tomorrow during the first shift. So enjoy this beautiful weather while we have it, and keep it right here on the first shift. MR2's in the house with me in the next hour, so stay tuned.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered if you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem. Use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. An accident in South Elgin has cost a man his life after his SUV collided with a traffic signal pole at the intersection of Stearns Road and South McLean Boulevard. The accident involving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe occurred around 5:20 p.m. on Tuesday, with the driver reportedly speeding at the time of the crash. The accident remains under investigation. In Elgin, Jose F. Molina Acevedo, 45, has been sentenced to 12 years in prison after pleading guilty to predatory criminal sexual assault of a child. This marks him as the sixth resident of Elgin since March of 2024 to be convicted of similar crimes. The Elgin Police Department gearing up for an accreditation review by the Illinois Law Enforcement Accreditation Program happening on February 5th and 6th. As part of the evaluation, trained peer assessors from across Illinois will conduct a thorough examination of the department's operations. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Expert shows speed in dressing birds. Clarence Hawkins, world champion picker and dresser of chickens, who is the present star attraction at the Elgin Poultry Show, is a man who became champion in his own line of endeavor through necessity. Hawkins startled the patrons of the Elgin Show by preparing a chicken for the oven in 17 seconds. He owns a summer resort in Burlington, Wisconsin, and also runs a small poultry farm. He set a record of 10 seconds flat for a young broiler at a recent national poultry exhibit in Chicago. In other news, sprains ankle second time during winter. Fred Kimball, 316 Ann Street, sprained his ankle for the second time within 2 months when he slipped and fell on the icy walk in front of the local YMCA last evening. Mr. Kimball first injured his ankle on Thanksgiving Eve, and last night's fall served to further strain the injured member. And finally, tonight's snowy forecast recalls this familiar poem. The happy, joyous days have come, the gladdest of the year. Willie's snowball finds its mark on Old Man Wilson's ear.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Ice jam flooding advisory from late Thursday into Friday. Today, partly sunny with a high near 55, falling to 48 in the afternoon. A decent chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. Tonight, occasional rain showers, cloudy with a low near 37, rising to 40 overnight. Rain likely. Currently, it is 26 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip, the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better, check with the BBB first, because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Welcome to The First Shift with Marky B on WRMN, the voice of the Fox River Valley. The First Shift is community radio featuring the latest local and national news, your Fox Valley forecast, an events and entertainment calendar, music milestones and memories, lively co-hosts and timely guests, and the First Shift staff meeting featuring listener and viewer comments in the YouTube chat room via text and by phone at 847-931-1410.
Surely you can.
I know, it's awesome. And now, from Studio 14 in downtown Elgin, it's the First Shift on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
I messed that one up. 8:07 here at WRMN. My bad, Gene. My bad, Mean Gene. Welcome to the 8 o'clock hour, the First Shift here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. I got all these songs queued up. What do you want to do this hour? Let's see. I have this song queued up. Hold on. Cut the jazz. Got some Bee Gees. Music milestones, memories, and madness. Mike Reed will be in the house shortly. We'll be jive talking. Up in here. You know what I'm saying? Haven't had a chance to play my music today. Not sure if MR2 is much of a disco fan. Bee Gees to me were an acquired taste. When I was a kid, especially in the 80s when I was a teenager, I was not allowed to like the Bee Gees by my tough male friends, you know what I'm saying? So there was no accepting the Bee Gees at that time in my life. But as I get older and I don't care what other people think, I say I like the Bee Gees, at least their music. And on this day in 1975, they began recording Jive Talkin', became their second U.S. chart topper. Barry Gibb's inspiration for the song came when his wife commented on the sound their car made while crossing a bridge over Biscayne Bay into Miami. She noted, "It's our drive talkin'. It's our drive talkin'."
Wow.
And it's really fascinating. Sounds like he had a pretty funny wife. 8:09 here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. You know, that reminds me that I have not heard from No Nickname John today, and the bad joke of the day. Now, I gave him an 8 yesterday. He can't be mad at me. Have I missed it? Have I missed the bad joke of the day? Let me scroll down through the Beehive Bar and Grill. Let me look down the bar and see who's all sitting at the bar this morning. And see if I see No Nickname John pulling up a bar stool. Yes, he did. There he is. Hey, John. He pulled up a bar stool. Let's see what he's got for us today. He's always jive talking. Good morning, First Shifters. It is National Escape Day. says no nickname John. So how did the computer hacker escape from the police? How did the computer hacker escape from the police? He ran somewhere. Ransomware.
Please be quiet.
This needs to stop now.
Shut up!
That's not bad. It's not bad. I kind of like it, actually. Nice job, no nickname John. We'll give you an 8. We'll give you an 8 on this one. You're having a really good week, a 10 and 2 8s so far here as we leave January and head towards February. All right, no nickname John, thanks for joining us in the house, as it were, this morning. He sends us about 10 prayers to our prayer scoreboard today. It's 11 past 8 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. MR2 will be here anytime now. We're going to talk a little bingo this half hour as well. And let's see. No nickname John. I didn't pay close attention to Elgin 100 years ago today. I should, especially with Nick Freeman reporting. They're very interesting. He sent me this picture. He says, connecting with 100 years ago, Fred Kimball's house at 316 Ann Street. Was he one of the famous Kimball family? Does anybody know? Here's the house, the Fred Kimball house that was sent by no nickname John, a picture of that on YouTube this morning. There's MR2 in the house. And his special guest, Dana Robinson, going to sit in here and join me in just a moment. 8:12 here at WRMN. We'll let them get settled in while we go to the phones and talk to our friend Genius George at 847-931-1410. He promised to call this morning. And let's see what he's got to say. Hey, George, good morning.
Mark, and I'm glad it's fortuitous that the mayor came in at this time because I know he's a big music person. So my sleep patterns have become so erratic. I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm up until 4:30 in the morning. So I go through these random thoughts. And this morning, I started thinking, for some reason, about underrated rock bands, underrated rock artists. And here were the 3 that I came up with.
All right.
And the mayor might have some input, and I know he has a guest in, so he could save his input for later, but as long as I have you on the phone. First one that came to mind was Warren Zevon, who I absolutely love, the power piano rocker, great lyricist, just so creative, and people know him because of Werewolves of London, which I think is his only song on the charts, but
yeah,
so many other songs. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that either. But I am a fan of Accidentally Like a Martyr or Mohammed's Radio or Lawyers, Guns, and Money or the episodic Roland the Headless Thompson Gunner. These are great songs, creative lyrics, songs that have some depth to them. So Warren Zevon. But you're right, not a big fan of Werewolves of London.
No.
And maybe that's why he's so underrated, because that's what people know him from. That's number one.
Okay.
And he has a song at the end of his career, Keep Me in Your Heart. He was dying of cancer, knew it, and wrote a song, love story to his wife about keeping him in her heart. It's beautiful, very evocative, very poignant. That's number one. Number two, and this is something I think you'll agree with me, Mark, and this is, and when I say underrated, the band members in this band are not underrated. Derek and the Dominoes, they have one album release. And, of course, Derek and the Dominoes is Eric Clapton, and Duane Allman played on most of the tracks on that one album. Layla and Other Love Songs, I think, is the album. But that album is from 70 or 71. Dave Mason was part of that band, Bobby Whitlock. But you have Layla, of course, that is a rock anthem.
Yeah.
But you have Bell Bottom Blues. You and I have talked about that song before.
One of my favorites.
Oh, God, it's great. What about Little Wing? That's a great song. If you know that song, it's on that album as well. Why Does Love Have to Be So Sad? Nobody Knows You When You're Down and Out. I'm just going off the top of my head. So that's number two.
Okay.
Number three, the Raspberries. Eric Carmen has one of the great voices in rock, and they have a song called Let's Pretend, which I hope you get a chance to play, if not today, sometime. But Let's Pretend is a 1973 release, and it is an anthem to young love. And love not measured by time or distance, but love measured by the heart. And when I think of that song, and I sent you the photo, it reminds me of a couple that were well into their marriage by the time that song was released, Bob and Marilyn Balsamo. And I have that photo that I sent you.
Yeah.
And I love that photo. That's when they were first in love and first involved. And there's something so wonderful about that optimistic, uplifting, we're in it together, inspiring love that they continue to share for their entire marriage. But it's that point. And, you know, Mark, when you talk about a song like Let's Pretend, yeah, it's a 1970 song, but that song there's connective tissue from whatever generation you're from and whatever music genre you're talking about, from Bob Balsamo's time and before then to right now. So, and the Raspberries never got their due credit. Eric Carmen passed away, I think, last year, year before. And great rock voice and a great rock band in that particular time. But that song, Let's Pretend, stands on its own and stands alone and means so much more than a time frame.
Yeah, well, I got the picture up there that you sent me on YouTube right now. At WRMN.
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
Doesn't it just say, I mean, you know, when I think of what love is all about, that's the photo I think of.
Bob and Marilyn Balsamo. Look at good old Bob, man. Good-looking dude.
Well, well, you know what? I got to tell you, Bob was a good-looking guy, but you look at his wife, he was way out of his league. I mean, she's a movie star.
It's great when you can outkick your coverage, isn't it?
No.
Guilty.
You know, it was kicked out of the stadium.
Yeah, Bob had a big leg. He was able to outkick his coverage. Yeah.
Bobby the Brain. They don't call him Bobby the Brain for nothing.
Hey, you want to say hi to Mike Reed? He's here.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
I'm great now. How are you?
I didn't mean to cut into your time, and I was actually saving my call because I know you're a big music person, and I thought you might have some input into bands or artists you think are underrated. You heard mine, so.
I told you. I tell you all the time, the most underrated band I've ever heard is everything that Marky's ever played in. So.
Well, you know,
I got to think about that.
So, yeah.
He's very underrated. He's got a voice of an angel, I heard.
Yeah, I should be in the Music Hall of Fame, I hear.
Right, I've heard that. Yeah. Right next to the Wild Australian, Dick Biondi.
Yeah. Yeah, right. And you know what? What a nice call by James today, a non-political call, which was...
it seemed out of the element for James.
It did.
Yeah, absolutely. No criticism because James is a good man, and he's lived a good life. But it was nice to hear a softer side. And he's right. You know, there might be, I don't know, community guidelines for Hall of Fame. Not everybody is Howard Stern or nationally Don Imus or whomever else is nationally known. Smaller community-based radio stations are just as important as the larger stations, and that makes what you do, Mark, just as important as what they do.
Don't make me cry, George.
George, how much does he pay you to say these nice things when you call in?
And James, for that matter.
What's going on today?
Yeah.
You know,
you should see the size. You know what? If you notice, right on the YouTube stream, he doesn't have him on the camera right now. It's because the size of his head is too big for the camera.
I'm on the bottom left.
Right.
On the bottom left. I got to show the good-looking people in the room.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I've taken enough of your time, and just continued good work.
Thanks, George. Thanks for calling, man.
Talk soon.
All right, take care. And I got the Raspberry song queued up maybe when we come back from the bottom of the hour, 8:30 break. It's 8:19 right now, and MR2 in the house. And hi. How are you, Mayor Mike?
I'm okay, I think.
Yeah?
I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
Still living the dream?
I'm about 70% today.
70%?
That's about average, right?
Yeah.
That's what do we do? Non-weighted scale now? So what am I? Meets expectations? I think that's what it is now.
Oh, you're talking school lingo.
I guess so.
Yeah, see. The voice that you hear to
who's that voice?
If you look at your radio and you look to the left, you'll see Dana Robinson. She is, other than being my son's best friend's mom, right? You are in charge of the community bingo. You have an official title, right? Are you like president, or what are you? What's your title?
President of Community Bingo?
Yeah, well, hey, that sounds great, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The offices we have out in Hampshire or something.
Oh, yes. I'm the president of the Hampshire School Organization, which is Hampshire Elementary Schools PTO.
Okay, so the parent-teacher organization, and actually it is very, very impactful to the community and very impactful to the school. It's actually, the HSO has been around, I don't know, for a very, very long time. And actually, like when it first came around, one of the reasons that it came to be was to help impact like technology and that kind of stuff. And actually, Hampshire schools years ago had a lot of technology provided by the parent organization and like computer labs and that kind of stuff. And now that the district's taken that over, you can actually focus on the fun stuff, right?
Yeah, we do a lot of a lot for the music program. A lot of the equipment and things that our music teacher, Mrs. Rohde, who's wonderful, uses. We help provide playground equipment for the students because, every 10 years or so that has to be updated, as well as other miscellaneous things, books and, just things for the kids.
And so you've been involved with the HSO now for, I don't know, a long time. I don't want to, like, how many years have you been involved? You didn't start out as president, right?
I did not. I actually started out as a class representative, which is every grade level has 2 class representatives, so helped in that way. And then I was, what was I first? Secretary? No.
I don't know.
Vice president?
I wasn't there.
I'm
sure we could ask my wife.
Your
She
wife
knows
was there,
My
yeah.
wife remembers everything, especially the things that I don't.
I don't remember, but this is my first year as president, and it's been great. And
she's killing it.
Well, thank you very much. Says the guy who doesn't go to any meetings.
That's
So
right.
Thank you.
It's true. Well, somebody has to stay home and watch Mikey so you girls can go have fun.
That is true. Yes. But yeah, it's been great, and we are holding our annual community bingo. Community bingo actually was a thing many, many years ago.
People. Yep. You guys were the force that brought it back, right?
We brought it back. We did, and it has been wonderful.
So one night a year, just so that people staring oddly at the radio, not understanding what community bingo is. So
me.
So the normal PTOs, I would say, they do their fundraisers and they have the McDonald's nights and stuff like that. But your big fundraiser for the year is kind of unique. They host a community-wide bingo night, and so anybody in the community, anybody can come and be a part of this, and you can purchase a bingo board, and it is a really, really big event. And they've had to actually move gyms a couple of times because it started, I believe it started at Hampshire Elementary School years ago, and then you outgrew that space, and then you moved to a smaller gym at Hampshire Middle High, and then you outgrew that space, and now you're at the biggest gym that you can be in at Hampshire Middle School. And I know that in the past, my wife and I have gone and have actually had to sit on the floor.
Really?
Because there were no table spots to come. It's a really it's a big deal. Again, it's a way for anybody in the community to be involved in the school and raise money for a good cause.
I've been to one of your parades before. I know how people show up in Hampshire for events that are important.
Yes, they do. We have great community support in Hampshire. Definitely.
Yeah, it's a community with a lot of heart for sure. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what it's going to look like, some of the prizes, some of the sponsors, and that kind of stuff.
Oh my gosh, guys, it's going to be wonderful this year. As Mike said, we are in the biggest location we can be in. We have several local, not just local Hampshire, but also, Genoa and Huntley and a lot of the surrounding communities donate as well. We will have raffle baskets. So we have smaller raffle baskets with maybe just like some gift cards from local businesses to bigger prizes. We have donations this year from museums in Chicago. We have Chicago Wolves tickets. We have things in Rockford. We really have grown in reaching, and really, it's not even just to the small towns. Even bigger cities like to support their local schools. So we'll have some big raffle prizes. We have a 50-50 raffle going on, as well as just the bingo prizes.
Yeah.
So we've talked about the event a lot. We haven't really mentioned the date, so that's probably important for people to know, right? So it's
I
gonna
did.
Oh, you did?
I did earlier this morning.
Yeah, that's right. February 8th, right?
Right, Saturday night.
Saturday night at 7 p.m. There's going to be, are you guys doing guest bingo callers this year as well?
Yes, it's not 7 p.m. It's 4 to 6 p.m.
4 to 6 p.m. Okay.
4 to 6
See?
p.m.
Perfect.
Yes, we have guest bingo callers. And actually, as part of the Hampshire Elementary School Positive Reinforcement System, kids were able to win that.
Oh,
as
cool.
a prize. Yep. So we'll have kids, we'll have adults. I know Mike likes to make an appearance sometimes.
I was voluntold to run the technology, so I have to be there either way. What happens when your wife's a part of this?
You're going to run the technology that night?
Yep.
Mike does all the tech. Yes. It's awesome.
I don't know about that. I don't know about it being awesome, but I do run the tech.
It is really good. Yeah.
So
how many people were there last year? Would you have any idea?
We had just over 500.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So it's a big fundraiser. Then it turns out to be a really nice fundraiser for the
Yeah.
organization.
And again, it's like with this time of year, it's hard to do anything outside or have a community events and stuff. So it's really nice to see people that either had kids in the school years ago or don't have kids in the school, just looking for something to do to come out and support a good cause. I mean, last year I told a friend of mine what we were doing on a Saturday night. He lives up in Rockford, has no kids, has no ties to the community. He's like, well, I like bingo. And he came out and had fun and won a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
It's a good time. And I think 4 to 6 is a good time slot for bingo, too. On a Saturday night. Because then you go do that because there's not going to be a meal or anything, right? So you go do that for 2 hours and go out to eat.
Absolutely. We have several local restaurants in the area. Copper Barrel, Double R Dogs, even Hampshire Social serves food now. And so there are several opportunities for you to come out, play bingo, win some things, and then go check out the local establishments.
Yeah, and some of our local establishments have even partnered with the radio station here, right?
Yeah.
So you got Newman's Corner Pub. If you mention that you've heard about Newman's on WRMN, you get to go in and they'll give you some money off a pizza. And then same with Double R Dogs. If he hears that you go in and tell them that you heard about him on WRMN, they'll give you a free soft drink.
They will?
Yep.
There you go.
And they have raffle baskets at our event, so maybe you'll win something good from them too.
Yeah, so if you're not doing anything and you want to be a guest bingo caller, but I know that there's another big fundraiser that night, the Lincoln dinner, I think. So
over in Batavia.
They tried to get me to go to that, and I said I was voluntold to go to bingo. So I would like to. I can't do both.
No, and we need you.
Yeah. So
Need you, Mike.
and I
live in Hampshire.
And as much as I like the idea of a Lincoln Day dinner, I really like the idea of staying married. So
yeah,
it's true. It's true.
Yeah, some people do. Some people don't. Some people do. I don't know.
That's funny.
8:27 here at WRMN AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube. Dana Robinson's here, Community Bingo Night. So it's open, but you said it's open to anybody, even outside of Hampshire, if you just want to come play bingo, right?
Yes. Yep. Please come join us.
So is there like any pre-registration or anything, or people just show up that night then?
Nope, you just show up that night, and we have bingo boards for you to rent for the night. You can rent as many as you want. There's people who come and rent 10 bingo boards, and you just walk on in.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a really is a cool event, and to see the community again come together for that kind of stuff. I mean, you've seen it firsthand with our parades, and it's just kind of an awesome event for sure.
But if it gets any bigger, you'll have to have it in another town.
Yeah, right. We're going to have to
build a stadium.
We're going to have to invest in technology and take over both the gyms, right?
Yeah. Oh, hey. I feel like you could make that happen.
I might know a guy.
Virtual bingo?
Well, if you have to have it in two spaces, you could.
Right.
Yeah, you could have one and send the sound up to the other gym pretty easily. But
yeah. Well, thank you, Dana. You come to downtown Elgin on a regular basis, I hear, right?
My daughter does theater at the Hemmons, and so we're there quite a bit.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, awesome. Well, it was nice to have you in this morning, and anytime you have any information to share about the Hampshire PTO, let us know.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming in today.
Thank you.
Dana Robinson and Mayor Mike Reed, Hampshire Community Bingo Night, Saturday, February the 8th, 4 until 6 in the afternoon. All right, we're going to let Dana slide away, I think, and Mike's going to join me for the second half hour of this 8 o'clock hour. Keep it right here on the first shift and join us at 847-931-1410 on a Thursday morning. Sunshine going to get all the way to 55 degrees today. What a nice day. Keep it right here on the first shift.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Progressive. Kane County calling on residents to step up as volunteers to assist in emergencies and community safety operations. The Office of Emergency Management set to host a new volunteer open house offering 2 opportunities for engagement. The first session is scheduled for February 4th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. and the next one on March 1st from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. The Kane County Sheriff's Office making residents aware of a jury duty scam that's going around. Scammers posing as local law enforcement or court officials are falsely informing individuals that they've missed jury duty and face arrest unless they pay a fine right then and there over the phone. The Sheriff's Office reminding everyone that no law enforcement agency will request that you pay anything over the phone and that you should hang up on these scammers. Naperville Crime Stoppers encouraging locals to report information about crimes that occurred in the area by calling 630-420-6006. Citizens who provide anonymous tips can be eligible for cash rewards if that tip leads to an arrest. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on 1 and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at a regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Ice jam flooding advisory from late Thursday into Friday. Today, partly sunny with a high near 55, falling to around 48 in the afternoon. A decent chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. Tonight, occasional rain showers with a low around 37, rising to around 40 overnight. Currently, it is 27 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Welcome back to the first shift.
Sing it, Loretta.
She wasn't scared of her husband's girlfriend?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Well, you know, she was a coal miner's daughter, so
yeah,
she's probably rough.
She was tough by nature.
Yeah. You know, unlike you, who's naughty by nature.
Sure. Loretta says, you ain't woman enough to take my man. Welcome back to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin on a Thursday morning. How about this weather, MR2?
It is beautiful outside and beautiful downtown Elgin. The sun is coming through the alley, shining down. It is a beautiful day.
Yes, sir.
And the snow is melting. Got my car washed yesterday.
You did?
Oh, yeah.
It's been just snowy enough to...
How snowy is it?
Just snowy enough to keep the car dirty.
I know.
I mean, it's barely been snowing much, but every time it does, the crews get out, salt the streets.
Mm-hmm.
And so, does it seem like to you, or is it just my imagination, that the streets seem particularly salty this winter? Even though we haven't had a lot of snow, my Jeep has gotten more salt, it seems like, this winter than in a while.
Well, and you're right about that, in the fact that we've had a lot of these snow events, as they call them, right?
Yeah.
Weather events, and it's been just enough to cause trouble. And then we've had the freezing and the rain and that kind of stuff. So there's been definitely more salt than plowing going on, more salting than plowing. So, which is good if you like margaritas, but bad if you don't want rust on your car.
Right. Now, do new cars, this was a question I asked Lorena, I'm not sure if you know or not, but the way that newer cars are built, do they rust like the old cars do?
Oh yeah,
they do.
Oh yeah. Well, with the exception of some of the Ford products are the SUVs, and a lot of them now are aluminum, so they don't rust and stuff. But I mean, if you think about it, most of the cars are what they call unibody, and they don't have a frame underneath them. So it's the body and frame are all one piece kind of deal, and they're all stamped steel. So yeah, absolutely, they'll rust just like any other vehicle. I mean, with the exception of some of the Ford bodies, the components and frames and that stuff are still steel, but the Ford bodies are aluminum.
I think a lot of the older cars look rustier because of the chrome bumpers too.
Yeah, well, but there's two sides of that, right? So, like, I'm always a big proponent of the chrome bumpers on pickup trucks and stuff, because you get the painted bumpers, and yeah, they look great, but if you do a lot of highway miles, you end up getting a lot of rock chips and stuff, and then the bumpers start rusting anyway.
Yeah.
The chrome holds up a little bit better.
8:37 here at WRMN. Phone lines open if you want to talk to me and MR2 for the next little bit. 847-931-1410. Thanks for bringing Dana in.
Hey.
She was nice.
She's awesome. She's awesome. I don't know why she agrees to put up with me, but I'll take it.
Well, you have a lot of that going on in Hampshire, right?
Again, I don't
say
understand
it all the time.
I don't understand why people put up with me. I just don't.
Yeah. Well, we put up with you here at the radio station too, happily, every week when you come.
Yeah, I couldn't believe all the nice things you were saying when I wasn't here, and then I get here and you're trashing me, right, like off the air and stuff, making me feel real bad about myself.
What do you mean?
Just got to keep me honest, I guess.
I do.
Yeah.
I don't want to get, like you said about my head being too big when the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was brought up.
No,
I mean,
the Radio Hall of Fame.
The Music Hall. Yeah, the Radio Hall of Fame.
Oh, man. Yeah. So Dave Plyer, he's the chairman. All we have to do is give him a call.
You know him?
I've met him a few times.
Have you?
Yeah. So there's a lot of good stuff that comes out of the Radio Hall of Fame, like Johnny B and, Brandmeier and all this. But you and I've talked. Like I got a lot of weird interests, like radio and music and, cars and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then, I freelance mayor on the side on the radio.
Right.
So
8:38. Let's take a phone call.
Yeah.
On to 847-931-1410 and see what's on David's mind this morning. Hey, David.
Hello, all.
Hey, man. How you feeling? You feeling better?
Yeah, I got leftover congestion. I feel great, but I don't know if it's...
I'm a big fan of leftovers in general, but not congestion.
Not congestion, yeah.
Yeah, just when I cough, I hear a little sound in my chest, like
you'll hear that.
But it's not. I get a lot of postnasal drip and stuff. So I don't know. If
it'll take 4 to 6 weeks. It'll take 4 to 6 weeks for all the symptoms to go away for sure. I am not a doctor, but I've had pneumonia a lot.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the. You're not a doctor, but what?
But I've had pneumonia a lot. And so, like I said, it'll take a good 4 to 6 weeks for all that stuff to go away.
Well, thanks for the heads up. Do you have a tendency towards it, or? I
did for a long time. I had a procedure done on my nose and sinuses a few years back that really helped that out. But yeah, so I was prone to it, and I would get it a lot. The last time I got it real bad before I had anything done, Jen and I came back from a trip, and I went out and I shoveled the driveway when we got home. I drove all the way home, it was 5-6 hours, and then I shoveled the driveway, and I said, I just don't feel right. And I said, okay, so I came to urgent care here in Elgin, and the lady's like, yeah, they did a chest x-ray, and they're like, yeah, you've like double pneumonia. And
wow.
I was like, I don't really feel like I was that messed up. But again, once you get it, like I used to get bronchitis all the time. So you just get it and you move on. So like I said, it'll take a while for those symptoms to go away, but I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better.
Yeah, and thank you I really appreciate you making me feel better about that. Yeah, the doctor listened to my lungs, and he said it's sounding better. It's just, the stuff, it's simple physics, has to clear up. But did you tend towards a lot of post-nasal drip, like allergies and stuff?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not going to get into my medical history, but yeah.
Right.
But, when I walk into the doctor's office and they say, do you have, I just take a red crayon and I write yes across the whole paper.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I'm glad you're doing a lot better, and yeah. So
what's on your mind, sir?
So I'm really sad, like all of us are, about the plane.
Yeah, it was really tragic.
Helicopter wreck, and
imagine being 400 feet off the ground and about to land.
Yeah.
I mean, you're like, we're here.
And then to hear this morning that it was a bunch of teenage girls for an ice skating competition. I mean, I don't want to get morbid about it, but I mean, their lives were just starting. Not that it's good for anybody to die in any type of those circumstances in general, but what I'm talking about is I just hate to hear the kids. They don't even know what life is yet, And think about all the experiences that we've had, or people that and that kind of stuff, and then think about how naive we all were in our teenage years, right? Like their life was just getting started.
Yeah,
it's just tragic to me.
Yeah, and you're having most of them having a nice flight. Oh yeah, talking and happy, and then they don't know what was about to happen. And there's even pictures online of, it's morbid, but like, they show a picture of a smiling couple or something just before they're killed, and it's just like, oh my goodness, it's so horrible.
Well, and that's
if it could have been avoided, or
there's a whole lot of speculation going on, but the least the two people that probably should be speculating are the guys on the radio right now. but what I can say is that this is just one of those conversations that, tomorrow's not guaranteed, right? So tell the ones that are around you that you love them, and try to live each day to the fullest. I know it seems cliche, but tomorrow's not guaranteed, man. And it's in circumstances like this that you just got to appreciate what you have and, try to be better and try to be a better person, I guess.
Right. It's not God needed more angels. He's got more for heaven now. It's not that.
Yeah.
The Bible says it's time and unforeseen occurrence. Sad, but true. When it happens, it's just wrong place, wrong time. But anyway, my heart goes out to the victims, and and the scam. I mean, it's just, if anything sounds too good to be true, if something jumps out at you, runs into your face, first of all, be leery. A phone call from someone you don't know that's not mom or dad or your significant other or someone you know.
The issue becomes nowadays it's so hard to even track. I mean, now with AI and all this other stuff, that's why they say when you get a spam call or something like this, or you get a number that you don't know, it's better that you don't answer it.
Yeah.
Because what they're doing now is they're doing voice sampling and stuff like this. And they're using technology to voice sample so that they can figure out, who you're related to, and then have like an AI conversation with like your grandma as an example, right? But it sounds like you and I are doing it, but it's somebody nefarious on the other side that took a sample from a call with you. Or they're finding videos of you online and trying to go after your family and stuff like that. It's crazy, some of the things that these tactics that these people that live in their parents' basement trying to steal everybody's money. Like it is unconscionable, some of the stuff. Our police department out in Hampshire has given talks to like car clubs and senior citizens groups and townships and stuff like that to try to help some of the, and other cities have these too. I'm sure Elgin does as well. But there's so much advocacy out there for the senior community because they're the most vulnerable, right? Like they don't, and I'm not being disparaging to anybody, but that demographic in particular, they're not as tech savvy as the younger generations. They don't understand some of the threats around them when it comes to stuff like this. You know, I mean, and so it's really crucial that us that are, I will say, in the know, take special care, take special notice to those that are around us that may not know. And so if you feel that you're in those situations or if there's an opportunity to learn something about that, I mean, I would contact your local police department to find out if there's anything offered, you know, or the village or the city, because there's so much advocacy out there for that community and the scamming and stuff. It is just unbelievable that the lengths people will go to take something from you.
Fortunately, I think that information about scams and stories about scams have been so much more widespread in the last 3 or 4 years that I hope even the senior population is starting to realize what you should do and what you shouldn't do.
You'd think that. I mean, you even think about it in my work life, right? Like we are constantly running campaigns and trying to, I'll say, scam our own employees. By that I mean we intentionally send out emails that are not right to get people to interact the correct way. You know, we provide a lot of training in the IT space about how you're supposed to act and what you're supposed to do if you get some of these emails and that kind of stuff. And then we do what we call targeted phishing campaigns, where we try to send emails out to our employees, and we do this at the village as well, so that this way, you know, and then if they click on a link or they open an email or something like that, or if they God forbid put their username or password into a window that pops up, then they have to go through additional training.
Really?
Yeah.
Technology is a blessing and a curse.
And we do that to try to get them aware. Like we offer training on a regular basis. Employees, as part of a cyber insurance, I'm sure that, I mean, most people listening that work for any company or any organization probably have to go through cyber security awareness as a part of their cyber insurance policy. And so we have a firm that we work with that helps us with this education, and we're constantly training and constantly trying to get people to be aware. And then, you know, now it's like, was that email like legit? Did you guys send that email out? And it's like, I don't know. Not that I would tell them if I did know, you know, because we want them to interact. And so most people, I mean, you can tell that the more you get into this, the more people learn. So it's really the workplace now that's educating people how to be digital citizens more so than any other place.
Take that extra minute to just pause, slow down. Let's see, this call. But yeah, it's in all caps. I don't recognize that number. I don't recognize this voice. Why are they calling me? Why are they asking for money? We have to, again, the driver's strategy. Ask ourselves in life, what if?
Right.
What if this call? Yeah, don't even, if you don't recognize the number, don't answer it.
And you know what? And actually, your cell phone, a lot of your cell phones now even have the ability to filter calls automatically. And if you're an iPhone user or Android user, there are settings within your cell phone that have it, and I have it enabled as well, that if your phone number comes up and it's not a number that's in my contacts, it gets silenced and sent to voicemail right away. And so my thought process is, if you need to get a hold of me on my cell phone, right, and you would leave a message if it's important. Otherwise, the amount of spam calls that I get on a daily basis, whether it be because my phone number is listed on websites or whether it be my contact information was leaked somewhere, is crazy. People looking for Medicaid, people after asking for my mom or my dad on my cell phone and stuff, and it's just like it's insane to me. So, like I said, it's the simple things, and you know what, If you get angry because you have to leave a voicemail the first time you call me because I don't have you in my contacts or something, then respectfully, too bad. Like I was going through my list yesterday and I got 10 spam phone calls yesterday.
You did?
Alone on my cell phone.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got to run, and it was nice talking to you, And have a good weekend, and everybody be careful.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you,
David.
sir.
Appreciate the call, man.
Take care.
All right, take care. David calling in, 8:50 here at WRMN, AM 1410, and WRMN Radio on YouTube. What else is going on, Mike? Anything you want to talk about today?
Well, I don't really have anything in particular. I mean, what do you want to talk about? I mean, there's a lot of news about federal funding and, and grants and stuff like that, and how it impacts local municipalities. That was pretty interesting. I will say that was the first time in I don't know, how long have I been involved? 13 years or so, that Office of the President of the United States has come that close to impacting my daily life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was a pretty interesting situation the other day when Trump issued the, hey, we're not funding, we're going to temporarily pause the federal funding. And then every government agency in Illinois started freaking out because there's a lot of programs that rely on federal funding.
Right.
And actually, we had an emergency call with the governor's office. So the email came out at 9:52 for an 11:15 webinar with the deputy governor about the federal funding and stuff like that. It was a pretty interesting situation that seemingly has resolved itself because Trump walked it back. And again, it's not a political thing. It's a statement of fact. He was pausing federal funding for whatever reason. He was pausing federal funding, and there was a lot of concern about how it rolled out and what the impact would be. And so, a judge did, put a stay on it, and then another judge put a stay on it, and then Trump walked it back. So, I understand the methodology of you come into office and you want to see where it's hard to stop. I tell people this, it's hard to stop a leak when the water's still on, right? So if you're trying to wrap your head around some of the funding, it's not uncommon. Right. It's not uncommon for administrations in general, even in smaller units of government, to kind of stop spending and try to wrap their heads around it, but it's not as drastic as the federal government doing it. And so, I mean, Hampshire, as an example, wasn't in line to be one of those ones that was impacted as bad because we don't receive a whole lot of federal funding, but a community like Elgin, a community like Naperville, like the Illinois Office of Emergency Management is basically funded from the DOD or Homeland Security. Like all of that office runs on federal dollars and stuff like that. And so when a blanket statement goes out that it goes like that, it kind of causes chaos. And I hate to sound like the pundits on the news, but again, it causes chaos in the fact that all the municipalities and state agencies got was that letter that you've seen in the news, and that was it. There was really no explanation. Yeah. So it was kind of crazy how it was rolled out. I think that my criticalness of this would be, I think if you're going to do something like that, I think that it needs to be a little more clearly communicated. But I also think like the governor of Illinois going on TV sparring with the president over something like this publicly, I think it doesn't help matters either.
That happens a lot. Correct. Our governor, doesn't it? It
happened. And it does. I mean, and there's a difference in disagreeing with policy and then getting your jabs in. And I don't, again, I'm in the middle of all of this, right? Like they talk about like trying to be transparent and stuff like this. And I watched that press conference and I got equally as mad as about that press conference as I did with the letter being sent. You know what I mean? I was mad at both sides about it. And it's just, and here we are in the middle just trying to do the best that we can. I mean, there's so many people relying on federal funding. Is that right? Is it wrong? I don't know. That's not what I'm here to talk about. That's not what I'm talking about. But the fact of the matter is I think the rollout of this particular situation could have been handled a lot differently from both the federal government and the state governments, plural, alike.
Yeah, so 8:54 here at WRMN. And, I guess when you started talking about federal funding and taxes and things of that nature, one thing the governor did roll out, I guess, was the elimination of the grocery tax, right?
Yep, not real happy about that.
And that's going to happen at the end of this year?
Yep. Not real happy about that at all.
It makes it seem like he's cutting taxes, but it puts the burden on all the cities. And
that is a completely accurate statement. So right now, for those that don't know, there's a 1% grocery tax that is imposed on every grocery or prepared or food item that you purchase. That 1% tax is imposed by the state. However, it doesn't go to the state. It's not even touched by the state. It goes to the local municipality where that grocery store, gas station, big box store, Costco is located. and it goes directly into their general fund. So an example would be, well, like in Hampshire, as an example, we have one grocery store and a couple of gas stations, right? So that's really not a huge number of funds to our general fund. It could be, at some point, it could be if we got more grocery stores or that kind of thing. But if you look at like an Elgin, Algonquin, Naperville, look at all these big towns that have these types of establishments all over. I heard one municipality, as an example, was a little larger municipality than mine, had a couple of grocery stores, that with a stroke of a pen, and I was there that day. I watched the governor's budget address last year. I was sitting in the speaker's gallery, and nobody knew that this was happening until he announced it. And I looked at the mayor of the bigger town that I was with, and she was just like, and she knew the number right off the top of her head about how this was, and it was close to $300,000 that they had already budgeted in their budget year, because they were going to have this, that the governor decided that he was going to say, I'm going to repeal this because it's it'll be easier for everybody else. I'm saving you that 1%. Now, what's 1% on a $200 grocery bill?
$2.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Yeah. But it's a political win for him. And I'm sorry, I don't get political, but in this particular circumstance, this was a political win for him. It was huge. I'm going to repeal this tax, okay, which is great. On news articles, it's great because he's saying that Pritzker's saving us money, this, that, and the other thing. However, when you're taking that 1% away, as an example, and you get $300,000 taken out of your budget, just like that,
yeah,
how do you make it up? What's $300,000? Well, that's a deputy police chief. That's 2 squad cars. That's almost a plow truck. What else has to be cut? And so now the legislation is as such that, I'm sorry, I'm looking at time. The legislation is as such that the municipalities can reimpose this tax. So now he's taking it away, now putting all the municipalities in a position where if they want to keep the money that they had before, they have to reimpose it.
Right.
So now the municipalities are in a position where now they're raising taxes, but in order to have the services that people have become accustomed to, what do? Do you start raising property taxes? Do you try to, you know what I mean? Like, as an example, if I do all my shopping, I love Blocks. I will do all my shopping at Blocks, but let's face it, it doesn't offer the same thing as like a Walmart or a Meijer, so I go to another town. So most of the tax dollars come from those type of establishments come from the towns around it. So, if you raise property taxes, you're taking it out on the people that live in your town. If you raise like a sales tax or a grocery tax or something like that, odds are somebody that lives outside your village is carrying some of the weight. So it's an unfortunate situation.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear your thoughts on that, Mike. And thanks for bringing Dana in today.
Hey, anytime I could be a part of WRMN, I will.
And our friend Mary Kay from Burlington says good morning to you.
Oh, good morning, Mary Kay.
She checked in on YouTube today. And as we head into the weekend, Mike, and anything happening in Hampshire you want to mention real quick? Not too much this weekend?
Not
just
too
a
much
normal
this weekend, I think. Cocoa Crawl's coming up. The Cocoa Crawl and Ice Sculpture.
Groundhog Day on Sunday.
Yeah, that'll be happening in Woodstock.
That's the big event up in Woodstock every year.
Steven Tobolowsky, man. He's Ned Ryerson from Groundhog Day. He's the actor.
Going to be there.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. Ned Ryerson.
Yeah.
Bing.
Are you going to get up and go?
Knock the mic. Probably not.
You're not that excited.
No, I'm excited about it, but I don't want to be around all those people. It's going to be a big deal over there.
Yeah.
If I go, I'm going to have to bring Mikey and watch a Mikey in a crowd.
Well, thanks for coming in, Mike.
All right, you have a great day.
You too.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. The King County Sheriff's Office making residents aware of a jury duty scam that's going around. Scammers posing as local law enforcement or court officials are falsely informing individuals that they've missed jury duty and face arrest unless they pay a fine right then and there over the phone. The Sheriff's Office reminding everyone that no law enforcement agency will request that you pay anything over the phone and that you should hang up on these scammers. Naperville Crime Stoppers encouraging locals to report information about crimes that occurred in the area by calling 630-420-6006. Citizens who provide anonymous tips can be eligible for cash rewards if that tip leads to an arrest. Kane County calling on residents to step up as volunteers to assist in emergencies and community safety operations. The Office of Emergency Management set to host a new volunteer open house offering 2 opportunities for engagement. The first session is scheduled for February 4th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. and the next one on March 1st from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. Men's hoops tonight, number 18 Illinois visits Nebraska. The Illini are 6-4 in the Big Ten. Nebraska just 2-7 in the conference. They've lost 6 in a row overall. The Illini women visit Rutgers tonight. Illinois looking to extend a 2-game winning streak. The Celtics beat the Bulls 122-100 in Boston last night. Chicago's dropped 8 of 9. Kobe White led the Bulls with 16 points in 31 minutes. It was his first game back after missing 4 straight with an ankle injury. Chicago was without leading scorer Zach LaVine. He missed the game for personal reasons. Chicago's 3-game road trip continues at Toronto on Friday. The Blackhawks are on the road tonight visiting the Carolina Hurricanes. Chicago's 16 wins are the second fewest in the league, just ahead of San Jose. Carolina has wins in 7 of 10, points in 9 of those games. They're second in the Metropolitan Division. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Ice jam flooding advisory from late Thursday into Friday. Today, partly sunny with a high near 55, falling to around 48 in the afternoon. A decent chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. Tonight, occasional rain showers with a low around 37, rising to around 40 overnight. Currently, it is 27 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced price.
Clutter happens, but junk doesn't have to weigh you down. At the Junk Luggers, we're your full-service junk removal and hauling pros, tackling everything from single-item pickups to major cleanouts. We handle the heavy lifting, and with our commitment to the green way, we rehome and recycle to keep your unwanted items out of landfills. So, whether you're clearing out the garage, downsizing, or saying goodbye to old furniture, we make the process eco-friendly and easy. Call 1-800-LUGJUNK or visit junkluggers.com today. Let's save your space and the planet together.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring their international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Silink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
Mayor Mike, couldn't get rid of him. It's 9:06 here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Welcome back. Just kidding. That hour went so fast, though, because he brought the guest in, Dana Robinson, and so we didn't get too deep into too much today. But thanks for the phone call. George, last hour, you know Mayor Mike likes to talk music, and I do too. And at the very end of the hour, we talked about the grocery tax a little bit, and some other, obviously a lot of other things going on. I didn't ask the mayor about whether we've had any ice sightings in Hampshire. I guess we could have gotten to that a little bit, but we'll continue to follow that story as well. It's 9:07 on this Thursday morning. Mayor Mike, our Thursday guest, brings in guests of his own sometimes. Other times we just open up the forum and the floor for you. And I planned some things for us to talk about, and always open up the forum to any topics that Mayor Mike wants to talk about, too. Great guy, enjoy him, and I'm glad he's part of the radio station and part of our show on a most every week basis, unless he has something else he has to go to on that particular morning. 9:07, thanks Mary Kay from Burlington for checking in on YouTube today. And thanks to all of you for saying hi on YouTube. We still have some of our staff meeting to finish up this morning. It's 9:08. At about 9:30, we're going to have Diana Ortega Arith stop in. She's with Centro de Información, local organization here in Elgin. And I don't know what Diana's got on her mind. I have gotten some questions ready for her, just based on, I guess, the concerns of the Hispanic community and if what's been happening with the ICE age in Elgin and the ICE raids, if you want to call it that, here in the Fox River Valley has meant more phone calls for Centro, more questions, more concerns, or if things are normal. But if there's a message that she'd like to send out, we will let her do that. So that'll come up at about 9:30. We'll do 10, 15 minutes more than likely with Diana, or it could go all the way to 10, depending on how the conversation goes. You're welcome to join us with any thoughts all the time here on the station at 847-931-1410. On YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube, or on the information line, Image 360 505-926-1410. The Image 360 information line. Image 360 is at 506 Sundown Road, South Elgin. Bold solutions and exceptional support. right, what's happening? Let's check this weather forecast. It is about to be a marvelous day. Enjoy it while the sun's out, because we do have cloud cover coming in later and rain in the evening and overnight tonight. And tomorrow during the first shift, I think it's going to be a little bit sloppy and rainy. It may remind you that spring could be not too far away with the kind of weather that we're going to have tomorrow. And even today with 55 degrees and some sunshine early. We have climbed the scale fairly quickly this morning. We're at 35 degrees this hour and fair skies. Winds are out of the south at 9 miles an hour. For today, a 30% chance of showers, increasing clouds with a high of 55. 55, I say. Highest temperature we've had in quite some time. Occasional showers tonight. Mainly after midnight, a low of 37 degrees. We're going to stay above freezing, even warmer than it is outside right now for tonight's overnight low temperature. And for your Friday, rain, possibly a thunderstorm early. Chance of showers until early in the afternoon, I think. And we might even get some heavy rain at times, so if it was snow, sounds like it might be a decent snowfall, but it's not. It's going to be rain. A 90% chance maybe the rain will wash some of this salt off the streets, because I can look out there right now and see salt on Douglas Avenue and the sidewalks, and it's been a salty winter so far. The vehicles don't appreciate it, so let your vehicle stay out in the rain tomorrow and get washed off a little bit. Or stop at Britain's Car Wash. Our friend Mike Warden and the good people over at Britain's Car Wash on Larkin at Jane. They're busy these days. I've been there a couple times here lately because it's been a salty January. You know, we got to bring some trivia back to the show. I know we've been kind of lacking that here lately. I don't know why exactly. The show's just been more busy, I guess, here lately. We haven't had extra time for trivia, but we can make time. So let me put that on the February resolutions list for the first shift, is to bring trivia back on the show about maybe once or twice a week. See if I can round up a few good prizes for you and make that happen as we move forward into 2025. Let me look at the rest of this forecast real fast. I didn't finish. On Saturday, it's going to be chillier, but not too bad. Mostly cloudy with a high of 38, still pretty seasonably decent. Saturday night down to 33, and then Sunday we bounce back like it's going to be today. Sunshine on Sunday with a high of 54 degrees. Mostly cloudy and 38 Monday, only 32 for next Tuesday, but we're not out of the woods yet, but some nice days to look forward to, especially today and Sunday. Rain tonight and tomorrow. 9:12 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Don't forget, Matt takes over next hour. He's got Out to Lunch for you between 10 and 1 today. Later on this afternoon, it is Talk Time with Tammy, her final show of the week. Yesterday, she had Becky on the show. I always like Becky's positive attitude, nice smile, and she is always upbeat and fun to listen to. I enjoy Becky on the show, and yesterday was Becky Day on with Tammy. Maybe we'll have Nancy on today. And you can always join their show. It's Talk Time with Tammy in the afternoons between 2 and 4. And then a political talk show tonight hosted by Sonar, Bendamoni, and Boquist, and the boys and girls. I don't want to forget Cecilia Brooks. She always joins the show on Fridays when they have the Free for All Friday, Free Speech Friday on a political talk show every day from 4 until 6. And they'll be doing lots of probably candidate interviews in the coming weeks as we get ready for the consolidated election. Coming up, early voting starts on, I guess, on the 17th of March. Mail-in voting before that. And I'll give you some information on how to do a mail-in ballot. I do have a sheet handy, so I'll see if I can grab that sheet, maybe go over how to, if you want to request a mail-in ballot, you haven't done that yet, and you know you're not going to go to the poll, but you want to place a vote. That's one way to do it. It's becoming more popular all the time. A lot of Republicans don't like that method, but it is what it is. It's a sign of the times, and we want to make sure you vote, regardless of who you decide to vote for. Pick the right candidate, the one that you think will lead you the best and lead us the best, and we'll move forward. It's 9:14. We have city council races in the city of Elgin, trustee races in the township, supervisor races up for grabs at the township level as well. We have library trustee and ECC trustees up for grabs here locally, so there are quite a few campaigns. And we do have that referendum that's going to be on the Kane County ballot that I mentioned earlier this morning. I don't know if Mayor Reed cares to give an opinion on that, but I almost brought that up on today's show. 0.75% retail tax referendum that will be added to the Kane County. People in the Kane County will have that on their ballots this spring. Good, bad, indifferent. Obviously, it's a little bit of a tax raise. And most people that I've talked to are feeling taxed to death and inflated to death. And they need some relief before we approve any more taxes. 9:15 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. All right, let's check a few comments and see what we've been missing out on since last time I checked YouTube. Thanks for all the messages, as always, that we get. Brendan checked in this morning. Hey, Brendan. He says, good morning, First Shifters. My name is Brendan, and I am listening.
Wow.
Hope you're feeling okay, Brendan. Thanks for checking in today. And the Sultan says, good morning, Brendan.
Wow.
Radio's Ken Husky checked in. And he says, you should be in the Radio Hall of Fame, Marky B. The carpet needs cleaning. I think that might be Radio's Ken Husky taking a shot at me. Clean the carpet. Maybe that'll qualify you for the Radio Hall of Fame.
Shut up!
He's just jealous because nobody mentioned Radio's Ken Husky getting into the Radio Hall of Fame. Just kidding. 9:17.
Shut up!
Here at WRMN. Dino checked in earlier this morning. Dino, the director, Delaley. God morning, FRV. First shift. Mayor Mike, probably still listening on his way back to Hampshire. And Marky B, nice to see the sunshine today, that's for sure. And some nice temperatures. Let's make the best of the day. And live free speak right here on WRMN. That's right. Open forum, baby. Open forum for the community. Whether you're an official, elected official, you work for the city or the village, you're a city council member, or you're not. You're just a person that lives here and thinks that things are not going the right way. It's an open forum for everybody. Just be respectful and be professional and let everybody finish their thought before you speak. It makes for better radio. 9:17 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Kimmy D sends us some prayers to the prayer scoreboard. 8 prayers to be exact from Kimmy D. 121 prayers today on the prayer scoreboard, which now is starting to consistently reach over 100 prayers for the day. Our record is 155. We're going to add to that right now with Irma checking in. You'll have to remind me who Irma is, Hector, if Irma is not Irma. 13 prayers from Irma this morning. No nickname John checks in. Thanks for the bad joke today. He scored an 8. And he had a couple of comments about his really bad joke of the day. Dennis D. Not So Young checking in. Under the weather, I hear, yesterday, Dennis D., but still managed to go out to eat, I guess, last night with the big boss man. Wasn't feeling all that well. But he'll be feeling well soon because he is ready to move on to the next nomadic lifestyle, as Northwest Wes says. As the house on Elm Street's for sale. You looking for a house? 223 Elm. $25 prayers. And those 25 prayers will give us a new record of 159 prayers on the prayer scoreboard. How about that? And that takes us to the end of all the comments that we've had on YouTube today. All right, it is 9:19. And earlier this morning, Genius George called in about an hour ago. Wanted to hear a song by the Raspberries, so I think I'll take us into this break with a Raspberry song from Genius George. He was talking about our good friend Bob Balsamo and the love of his life, Marilyn. And he sent me a picture that I showed you earlier this morning on YouTube. And unfortunately, I clicked on the wrong link again here. Let's see if I can bring that picture up one more time. Yeah, it's a nice picture of Bob and Marilyn from a long, long time ago. And he said he wanted to hear a song by the Raspberries to celebrate. The song's called Let's Pretend. So we'll take you into the break by hearing a little bit of Let's Pretend by the Raspberries on WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. You know what? I better pause that and kill the jazz and go back to that and start it all over because it started with a vocal. First word is a vocal. Well, that makes sense, right? The first note of the song is a vocal from the Raspberries.
I can't sleep nights wishing you were here beside me. Can't help feeling that's the way it ought to be. You know we could run away, but I couldn't bear to hear the things they'd say. Take you home. Oh no, baby, let's pretend that tonight could live forever. If we close our eyes and believe it might come true. Baby, let's pretend we could always live together. But for now, just let me spend the night with you. So take me now, my love can't wait. We're almost there now, darling, darling, hold me.
Get ready for an unforgettable Saturday night of music on WRMN AM 1410. Starting at 7 p.m., join Court Stevens live from Studio 14 for the CD Showcase. Court mixes together a blend of his favorite country music tunes because, as he says, a song remembers when. Then at 9 p.m., don't miss the Pure American Country Radio Show, hosted by the legendary Hall of Fame disc jockey and voice of the Grand Ole Opry, Bill Cody. Enjoy the best in classic country alongside today's real country hits, perfect for every fan of the genre. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 11 p.m., join country music enthusiast Jim Dandy and Mike Patrick for Branson Country USA. With a rotating roster of special guest stars from the vibrant Branson entertainment scene, you'll get a taste of the best talent in country music. So grab your boots and settle in for a night filled with heartwarming tunes and legendary sounds. Tune in every Saturday night from 7 p.m. to midnight on WRMN AM 1410, where the heart of country music comes alive.
Want to furnish your space without breaking the bank? Or the planet? Remix Market is your destination for high-quality pre-loved furniture, home decor, and more. Each purchase helps us rehome items and keep them out of landfills. From statement pieces to everyday essentials, you'll find it all at Remix Market. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and shop secondhand treasures today.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Sheblow has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
9:26 here on the first shift. We're a few minutes away from talking with Diana Ortega Arith from Centro de Información for a little bit. She'll be in about 9:30. We'll take our WRMN news update at 9:30 and then come back with that for a little while. And obviously the reason, well, it could be whatever she would like to talk about, but one of the reasons I called her this week was because of the ice age. And as the Daily Herald says this morning in their headline, as ICE knocks on doors in the suburbs, immigrant groups push solidarity. As the deportations ordered by President Trump spread across the suburbs, advocacy groups say they are intensifying efforts to keep Latino immigrants informed and unified. Last weekend, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers were knocking on doors in Waukegan. This week we've heard about Elgin. Obviously being here in the city of Elgin, we hear it a little bit more. I've heard Carpentersville mentioned and other places as well, and other suburbs in the area. Trump border czar Tom Homan told News Nation that of last count, there were like 700 illegal aliens in the country with a criminal conviction, and that is the number one target right now. So undocumented longtime residents with jobs and families are still fearful of this, and they are looking over their shoulders. And we played the report by John Garcia yesterday morning on the show, ABC reported an Elgin man without a criminal record was swept up by U.S. Marshals who had an arrest warrant for a relative. And that was for Jose Ramos, wanted for attempted murder. And they raided a house over on Silver, not too far from the radio station, up the hill there, Lawrence and 31 in that area. And a man without a criminal record, I guess, was taken in and turned over to ICE, even though he was not the man that was targeted by that particular raid, if you will. 9:28 here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. So we'll see what Deanna's got to say about that in just a couple of moments. We want to go to our information line for just a moment at 505-926-1410. And let me click on this and show this to you while we have an extra minute here. A little first shift 411. American Legion has burger night tonight at 820 North Liberty Street. Play a little lightning and have yourself a hamburger. In Community Votes of Elgin, American Legion Post 57 was voted the platinum winner in the Best Burgers competition. So thanks for that sharing that information. Burger night over at the American Legion, Post 57 at 820 North Liberty Street in Elgin. And it all starts at 4 o'clock until 7:30 tonight. and a chance to win $3,500 with the jackpot playing Lightning from 6:30 until 8:30. They will also have slots and pull tabs and jar games and darts and plenty of cold beverages at the bar. Good people, many of which are veterans, led by veteran Mark Smith, the commander of the American Legion Post 57. So thanks to everybody, and we'll take this bottom of the hour news break. Let me have real Deanna in here, and then we'll talk about Centro for a little bit. Next on the first shift. Good morning.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. In Oklahoma City, a controversial proposal would require parents to provide proof of U.S. citizenship or legal immigration status when enrolling their children in public schools. News Nation's Javier Walton has the story.
Oklahoma education officials, they'll say, at the end of the day, this proposal is all about accountability and resource allocation, claiming schools, they need better data on how many students are living in the state, obviously Oklahoma, without legal status. The Education Board voted unanimously for this new rule, sparking immediate backlash from civil rights groups, teachers, and many parents, particularly those in Oklahoma's immigrant communities, who say they're frightened, they're afraid about potential consequences.
The Oklahoma State Board of Education approved the measure Tuesday, but it still needs to pass the legislature and get the governor's signature before becoming law. President Trump's tariffs could result in a trade war over alcoholic drinks. The European Union is set to resume a 50% tariff on American whiskey at the end of March if they can't reach a deal with the U.S. It initially imposed tariffs under the first administration in response to the U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum. Chris Swanger, president and CEO of Distilled Spirits Council of the United States, urged leaders to avoid big tariffs.
The livelihoods of great Europeans and great American workers are at risk.
Industry leaders say the spirits sector in the U.S. and Italy provide 2 million jobs. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network. At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Ice jam. Flooding advisory from late Thursday into Friday. Today, partly sunny with a high near 55, falling to around 48 in the afternoon. A decent chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. Tonight, occasional rain showers, cloudy with a low around 37, rising to around 40 overnight. Currently, it is 34 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
9:34 here on the first shift on this Thursday morning, WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. And I have a special guest. If you're on YouTube right now, you can see that at WRMN Radio on YouTube as we have Diana Ortega Arith with Centro de Información. She's been here before, and she's here to join us this morning. So if you have any questions, we have open phone lines. You have anything you want to talk to Diana about while she's here? 847-931-1410. We are available on YouTube, as I mentioned, WRMN Radio on YouTube, where I have my eye on the chat room. And also we have our Image 360 information line that you could text if you want to at 505-926-1410. Good morning, Deanna. Thanks for coming in. It's only been a couple of days' notice, I think, since I started reaching out to you. So I appreciate you coming in pretty quickly on what's been a busy time for you.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess just would you like to start before I get into any questions that I have here about it? Once again, just giving us the whole mission, a little bit of a mission and purpose for Centro de Información.
Absolutely. Centro de Información has been serving the community for more than 52 years now. Our mission is to empower the Latino and immigrant community to integrate effectively. That's a process that often takes years, and so we have a number of programs and services to help people navigate their way to become self-sustaining, thriving members of the community.
And Centro has been around a long time, but in the last couple of years, it's grown considerably, right?
Yes, it has.
In terms of staff and maybe some of the different functions you guys provide and are a part of, is that right?
I would say that our capacity has increased with a lot of the same things that we had been doing. For example, the immigration team, when I started 2.5 years ago, had 2 people in the team, and now it's a team of 9.5. So
wow,
yeah.
So what does expanding the team allow you to do that maybe you weren't able to do before?
It helps us help more people.
Yeah.
That's why we're here. You know, the need for immigration services has always been around. I would say that it's just greatly increased, and the kind of forms and benefits that people have been looking for in the last couple of years has also changed. But it's important to address those needs, in addition to serving people who are still continuing to move forward with their citizenship applications and petitioning for family members to join them from other countries and other things that Centro has traditionally been doing for many years.
I think about a week ago is when at least I noticed a lot in the news about ICE and them being around the area and them conducting raids, for lack of a better word, on homes. First it started in Chicago and some of the big cities around the country. Then I got all kinds of different notifications on Monday from people that ICE had come to Elgin. And not only Elgin, but I heard about Carpentersville and maybe some of the other places around here. So when that happened, I guess, and when it became more localized, I guess, did you start to get more phone calls at Centro de Información? And if so, what were some of the more common concerns that you've heard from Hispanic community members regarding these deportation fears?
So one of the things that Centro has been doing for a long time, since before Monday, that is important, is to equip people to share information about what their rights are and where they can go to get help in the event of an emergency. And so have we had an increase in calls? I would say yes.
Yeah.
But it's increase in calls started before Monday.
Okay.
And it's not just Centro, but there's a community network of people who help make sure that neighbors, people in various neighborhoods have information about who to call in case of an emergency, and for families who may be in particular worried, have a preparedness plan. Just like in any other emergency, when you're preparing for a natural disaster, for example, have an emergency plan. And so there's good resources that we are contributing to help the community in that regard.
So is there like a few notes that you have maybe about what the emergency plan consists of, what people need to do in case they are fearful of maybe ICE coming to their residence or their neighborhood or somebody that they know to their residence. It evidently could happen at any time now. So it's time if you don't have that emergency preparedness plan underway. So what would be some of those things you need to think about?
I can go into some of that, but one of the things that I want to make sure that is very clear before you, the most important part of the emergency plan is to know your rights. And so every person in this country has rights that are guarded under this Constitution. And so we have been helping individuals to understand what their rights are and letting people who are know who to call in case of an emergency. But so the Know Your Rights basics is probably the most important thing that we have been active in doing, in addition to other immigrant serving agencies, also in Elgin and Carpentersville, Aurora, Chicago, and across the Chicagoland area.
Yeah. Are there some basic rights that you would like to let people know about right now that people have that they need to think about if they were encountered with a situation like this?
Well, the number one thing to remember is that if ICE shows up at someone's homes, they have to have a judicial warrant signed by a judge, not to be confused with an administrative warrant. And if that is not presented, then ICE or the federal agency that has been deputized to do ICE-related work is not allowed to enter the home. So that's number one thing. Secondly, it's important that people know that they have the right to remain silent when questioned or arrested by any immigration officer. And they should absolutely remain calm and keep their hands where an officer can see them. And that they have the right for an attorney. They have the right to make a phone call to get legal support, and everyone has the right for due process of their case, because I know that some people have been told that the priority is on people who have criminal activity or criminal backgrounds. But it seems that the large majority of the people who are being detained actually do not have criminal backgrounds right now. So, in that case, the legal procedures after someone is detained is very important, and it's very important that advocates and allies for immigrants help make sure that investigations take place so that everyone is given their right to due process. And going back to the other emergency plan question that you asked me, it's very important. For example, one of the workshops that we are hosting is to help families prepare legal guardianship for their children in case of their absence. Last week, we had another similar workshop, Power of Attorney, to help make sure that families have a plan in place for protecting their property in case of their absence. So those are the kinds of things that we have been offering to the community, and would invite people to go to our website to learn more, www.centrodeinformacion, CENTRODEINFORMACION.org.
Yeah, okay. Well, it sounds good. That's good information. 9:43 here at WRMN. If you're trying to seek legal guardianship for somebody else in the event that you're detained, is that something that could be done very, very quickly? It kind of needs to be, doesn't it? I mean, because you never know when this might happen, if you fear that it might happen to you.
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer that question because it really depends on the family.
Yeah.
But that's why we have attorneys working with us and with our clients to help them with that process.
If someone, do you have like attorneys that you refer people to then if they need help from an attorney, that if someone contacts Centro directly and they need help from an attorney to answer some questions, you say, yes, we have this person for you to call?
Yes and no. We do have actually our own attorneys as well.
Okay.
And so the most important thing is for people who call to receive a legal screening so that we learn what their requests are, what their needs are, and what each individual case is different. And then based on that screening, they are referred to either an in-house attorney or to a list of trusted attorneys in the community who we have referred clients to for a long time.
So I mean, if you have someone call Centro and they say, "Hey, look, my uncle has been detained by ICE, and do I have a chance to get him back home, or is he going to be deported?" What would be the answer you would give, or the method that you would say to that person that they should go about doing to try to find that information out?
Well, Centro, that is something that Centro does not do. We point people towards the hotline, which is excuse me. It is
the ICE hotline?
No, not the ICE hotline.
Okay.
The 1-855-HELP-MY-FAMILY number. That's 1-855-435-7693.
Okay.
That is the number, that's a hotline number in the state of Illinois, run by a coalition of immigrant serving agencies that people call when someone is detained. They need name, date of birth, and country of origin in order to locate where their loved one has been taken. And then they have a network of attorneys who can help with what you just asked.
Okay. So again, that number is 855-435-7693. And it's the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights. So if someone had a scenario like I just mentioned to you, the best thing would be to call that number and not try, because I was given on a Facebook post that the Kane County Sheriff's Department had a couple of days ago. We're not involved with anything that ICE is doing. Therefore, we can answer no questions. If you have any questions, call ICE directly, and it gave the ICE phone number to call on the Kane County Facebook page. So, does it do any? If you call this number that I just gave, the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights, would they then call ICE and try to figure out where that person is, or who would call ICE? Or do you have any idea? I mean, because there's an ICE number, and I called it the other day, and there's a bunch of prompts that you go through. If you're to try to find out information about someone maybe that's detained by ICE.
That is something that trained staff from the coalition would do.
Yeah.
In addition to the attorneys, so I am not an attorney, so I can't really comment further on that part.
But if you're a Hispanic community member and one of your family members gets detained by ICE, you shouldn't give up hope, I guess, as far as trying to make sure I'm calling Centro and I'm saying, my uncle has just been detained. Is he gone? Or is he around here and I still have a chance to get him back home? If someone called you and asked you that question, again, when you turn them over to this phone number, is that what you do, or what would you say to that person?
Call the hotline, get as much information as you can together to help the case. Some of the information that is most helpful that I've learned from the recent history in working with other leaders, and this is part of the Know Your Rights training, is to also, you have the right to record and document what happened. If ICE does, or another federal agency who has been deputized to do ICE work comes to your place of work or to your home or in the street, to document as much as you can. Because that's information the attorney can use later in that person's case during their court hearing. If they were taken for no reason, or if it turns out to be a case of racial profiling, for example, or if there was excessive force, those are things that should be documented and can be used to help that person.
All right. It's 9:49. We have Diana Ortega-Areth for a few more minutes here at WRMN, and appreciate you again for coming in today and sharing some important information. You were mentioning that if someone comes to your door, they need to prove they have a judicial warrant.
Correct.
Not an administrative warrant, but I would imagine, is that easy to tell the difference between the two? If someone coming to your door, I mean, do you even know what the difference would be? I don't think I would.
It's tricky. That's why the Know Your Rights information and trainings are so important, because there are examples given in the training of what they look like, of what to look for.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Do you have any idea? And you serve more. Centro de Información serves the Elgin area, but it's more than just citizens of or residents of Elgin, right? It's a little bit beyond Elgin, or is it just pretty much residents of Elgin?
Well, that's interesting that you ask. We have offices, as you know, also in Hanover Park.
Yeah.
And there's been a high concentration of immigrants in that community as well. And also in Carpentersville we are very present and doing Know Your Rights information at seminars there as well. So we are present in other communities besides Elgin. But it turns out, because immigration law is federal, that we get people from all over, sometimes even people from Wisconsin drive down and come to meet with our immigration staff because they need help too.
Yeah. You have any idea, and I imagine maybe the answer is no to this, but how many people in the area in Elgin have been detained by ICE in the past few days?
I do not have that statistic.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I imagine, I would imagine that since it started, it's not going to stop anytime soon. We also don't know that, do we?
No.
Yeah. All right, 9:51 here at WRMN. Well, what am I missing here then, Deanna? What else is important that you'd like to pass along today while we have you on the air, just to let community members know that might have concerns or just want more information about Centro?
So if anyone wants additional information, again, I would recommend them to go to our website, www.centrodeinformacion.org. And if anybody wants to help a family who might be fearful, reach out to that family. Make sure that you attend a Know Your Rights training, that there's a number of them available in the community. Just one last tidbit of information that it might be interesting to some of your listeners. The question I know has been lifted up in social media about is being present in the United States without legal papers itself a crime? And the answer is no. It's important for people to distinguish that in immigration law, the act of being present in the United States in violation of immigration laws is not a standalone crime. While federal immigration law does criminalize some actions that may be related to undocumented presence in the United States, the undocumented presence alone is not a violation of federal criminal law. Thus, many people believe that the term illegal alien suggests a criminal violation, but it is inaccurate and misleading. So I just want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to share that, because I know in the national conversation about what's happening in our country that it seems that the people are not understanding of that detail.
A lot of people just think if you're here and you're not a citizen, you're an illegal alien, as a lot of people refer to it as.
And that is a crime, but it is not.
And it's a crime.
But it is not.
Okay. All right. Well, it's been enlightening. I appreciate you stopping by today and sharing some information about Centro. And anytime you want to share any more information, feel free to call me or send me information that you'd like to have passed along to the listening audience.
I will, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
It's Diana Ortega-Areth from Centro de Informacion. I wish I could say it the way she does. Centro. Can't get that R right. I'll work on it. 9:54. We'll be back with a final word in just a couple of moments here on the first shift, and then Matt's got out to lunch, so keep it right here on WRMN.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Looking to set sail on your dream vacation? Cruises International has you covered. Specializing in land and sea getaways, they're here to make your vacation unforgettable. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, they offer personalized service with a global network of specialists to ensure your trip is tailor-made just for you. Call today at 800-255-7447 to speak with a cruise and vacation expert. And don't miss Travel Tuesdays on WRMN AM 1410 every first Tuesday of the month from 11 to 12 p.m. on Out to Lunch. That's Cruises International. Your vacation, your way.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable, they've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
That was a quick break. 9:56 here at WRMN. All right. Well, thanks again to Deanna for stopping in and answering the questions and, giving us a little insight as to what has been going on over at the local organization that interacts with our local Hispanic population on a regular basis. Probably more so, I would think, than any other local organization. So, 9:57 here at WRMN. Centro de Información, if you want to find out more. Just Google that. You can find their website and know your rights and the seminars they're having, things of that nature. So, 9:57. My thanks to Mayor Mike Reed for coming in today, being a part of the show. It's always nice to have him in. He's happy. He's so knowledgeable. Blows me away with his knowledge of local issues, and so he makes a good mayor. He attends a lot of the things that go on at a statewide level. He watches seminars, he watches press conferences, and all of that gives him the information he needs to make decisions and moves that he feels are necessary to help Hampshire and all of the surrounding communities, as he's a part of the Metro West organization, where they share leaders. They have leadership meetings, and they talk about different things. They can support each other from community to community. Hampshire, Elburn, Huntley, Pingree Grove, Gilbert's, and all the other communities that I'm forgetting right now. All right, and thanks to you for chiming in every day on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube and on our Image 360 information line, 505-926-1410. Our Friday show, of course, tomorrow will include Jake's. He'll be with me between 7 and 9. Tim Calderwood will talk about some things with football and maybe even baseball. Schaumburg Boomers play-by-play announcer joins us at 8:40. And Chief Anna Lally's in the house tomorrow from 9 until 9:30. We have plenty to discuss on Fridays with the Finest. Steve Thoren's got the Senior Community Spotlight Show tomorrow as well at 9:30. Have a great day. I'll talk to you tomorrow morning bright and early on a Friday. And keep it right here on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Are you looking for the perfect wedding planner? Or maybe you've always dreamed of hosting that unforgettable corporate event. At the Serendipity Collective, your dreams await. Located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, the Serendipity Collective specializes in both traditional and non-traditional weddings. They also offer event planning services for birthdays, bridal and baby showers, quinceañeras, corporate events, and more. From the moment you step into your attire for the first time, to the tears of joy during speeches and dances, they're sure to make you savor every moment of your special day. At the Serendipity Collective, they love what they do and are passionate about helping you create memories that'll last a lifetime. Visit Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., or evenings and weekends by appointment, or call at 847-749-7848, or email at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. The Serendipity Collective, your dream wedding awaits.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. In Elgin, Jose F. Molina Acevedo, 45, has been sentenced to 12 years in prison after pleading guilty to predatory criminal sexual assault of a child. This marks him as the sixth resident of Elgin since March of 2024 to be convicted of similar crimes. The Elgin Police Department gearing up for an accreditation review by the Illinois Law Enforcement Accreditation Program happening on February 5th and 6th. As part of the evaluation, trained peer assessors from across Illinois will conduct a thorough examination of the department's operations. An accident in South Elgin has cost a man his life after his SUV collided with a traffic signal pole at the intersection of Stearns Road and South McLean Boulevard. The accident involving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe occurred around 5:20 p.m. on Tuesday, with the driver reportedly speeding at the time of the crash. The accident remains under investigation. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Right now at Wendy's, get two of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, one beefy and one chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. Two faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at a regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Expert shows speed in dressing birds. Clarence Hawkins, world champion picker and dresser of chickens, who is the present star attraction at the Elgin Poultry Show, is a man who became champion in his own line of endeavor through necessity. Hawkins startled the patrons of the Elgin Show by preparing a chicken for the oven in 17 seconds. He owns a summer resort in Burlington, Wisconsin, and also runs a small poultry farm. He set a record of 10 seconds flat for a young broiler at a recent National Poultry exhibit in Chicago. In other news, sprains ankle second time during winter. Fred Kimball, 316 Ann Street, sprained his ankle for the second time within 2 months when he slipped and fell on the icy walk in front of the local YMCA last evening. Mr. Kimball first injured his ankle on Thanksgiving Eve, and last night's fall served to further strain the injured member. And finally, tonight's snowy forecast recalls this familiar poem. The happy, joyous days have come, the gladdest of the year. Willie's snowball finds its mark on Old Man Wilson's ear.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Ice jam. Flooding advisory from late Thursday into Friday. Today, partly sunny with a high near 55, falling to around 48 in the afternoon. A decent chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. Tonight, occasional rain showers, cloudy with a low around 37, rising to around 40 overnight. Currently, it is 34 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location.
You never know what or who you'll hear from on the first shift with me, Marky B. Like Tim Skoning, a WRMN news reporter back in the 1960s.
The jingles you all play, they were purchased by Dick Sutter. He was at some radio convention. He came back with this reel. I remember them playing that in the studio. We were so excited. We thought we were network now. And it's the same jingles today.
That's great.
Every time I hear them, I get excited about it.
I'm sure.
It was a lot of fun.
Fun times on the first shift, right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM. WRMN says thank you to all of our local veterans, like Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care.
We had the 1,700 flags up across from the wall. That's how many POWs and MIAs from Vietnam that are still missing. Plus, we do veterans and first responders funerals.
Yeah.
And so if you ever drive by a funeral home or a church or a cemetery and you see the flags, you know a soldier died today.
Go to TruePatriotsCare.com for more information. And veterans, thank you for your service to our country.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Hey, we are broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope that you are enjoying your morning so far today. It is a little bit more on the overcast side of things today. Yesterday was a nice sunny day. Temperatures in the 40s, and we are seeing the temperatures a little bit more in the 50s. Expected for today. I do believe that is correct. Let me double check here. Yes, high of 53 degrees for today. We hope you're enjoying your morning so far here. This is your host, Matt McNeil, with Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Let's talk a little bit about what the weather and temperatures are for the day for today, seeing what to expect for cloudiness, if there's going to be any rain, which we are going to be getting. Definitely an 80% chance of rain coming into tonight. So we will definitely talk about that. And also, of course, the rest of this week and also into next week as we head out of January and officially into the month of February. So today we are seeing mostly cloudy skies, of course. If you went outside, you noticed it within the Fox River Valley area that it is a little bit more on the overcast side today. We are seeing a high of 53. We're seeing a mix of clouds and still a little bit of sun early. I can see that sunlight trying its best to shine its way through the clouds, and we are going to see a larger accumulation of clouds later tonight. We are seeing here about a 20% chance of rain right now. That is going to double or even triple. Chance of 80% coming up tonight. Rain showers early will evolve into a more steady rain overnight. Pardon me, we're going to be seeing a low of about 39 degrees, so a little bit chillier, but still with that rain, it might feel a little bit colder out. We'll have to wait and see, but that's going to be coming up for tonight. So we are going to be seeing a chance of some rain for tonight. Tomorrow, continuing on, chance of rain 90%. So very likely so. For tomorrow, we are going to be getting rain on Friday. Rain early, kind of as a way, early just because of Thursday night, tonight, going to be rain, and then continuing on into Friday morning. It does remain cloudy with showers in the afternoon. And then eventually it is going to clear up a bit more into Friday night, but still cloudy skies. So we do see that high of 42 degrees for today. We are going to be seeing it going down to a low of 28 degrees for tonight. And the wind speeds being about 10 to 20 miles per hour. Rainfall near ½ an inch for tomorrow. And in terms for today, it looks like maybe so of about an inch or so. So that's coming up there. Into Saturday as we head on into the weekend. We've got a pretty exciting weekend here. We've got cloudy skies. No, what? That's exciting? No. Our live broadcast out at the Old Republic Kitchen and Bar, and we'll talk about that here in just a bit. That'll be from 10 to 12. So we have a high of 36 degrees coming up tomorrow on Saturday, cloudy skies. We do see it dropping down to a low of 33 degrees, so pretty much staying consistent in the 30s coming up for Saturday. That is February 1st. We do see cloudy skies throughout the whole day. We are seeing about a 25% chance of rain coming into Saturday night. Into Sunday here, we do see a high of 53, so very similar to today. It is supposed to be a little bit more on the warmer side. Warmer in the context of we're in the wintertime and it's in the 50s. Crazy weather here. We've got mostly cloudy with a high of 53, low of 30 with considerable cloudiness on Sunday, February 2nd. Heading on into next week, Monday here, we do see cloudy, high of about 40 degrees with a low of 22, partly cloudy skies. Now we're going to start to see these temperatures drop a bit more. High of 34 for Tuesday, February 4th. We're going to be seeing it being overcast skies, dropping down to a low of 28 degrees for Tuesday night with a low of 28. Heading on into Wednesday, though, it does go up a little bit more with a high near 38, almost 40 degrees again, with a mixture of rain and snow showers. And we are going to be seeing a chance of precipitation about 50%. And we do see that continuing on into Wednesday night with variable clouds and snow showers, low of 28 degrees. Heading on into Thursday, February 6th. So a week from today, we are going to be seeing mostly cloudy skies with a high of 32, and we are going to be seeing it dropping down to a low of 17. This is where we start to really see those temperatures drop again, with it being partly to mostly cloudy coming up for Thursday. And then if you do want to sneak peek into the next weekend, so not this coming weekend, but the next weekend, it's going to be in the highs of the 30s and the lows of 17. 4 days in a row is predicted here. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, lows of all 17, pretty much mostly to partly to mostly cloudy outside. So again, yesterday was a beautiful sunny day. We are going to be seeing this little pocket of time here where we are going to be getting a little bit more clouds and some rain and possibly some snow. And then it does start to clear up as we get closer into the middle part of February. And I know that does seem like it's kind of far away from now, but the time definitely, I think, will go by fast. Again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Please feel free to subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. You can always tune in, keep up to date, and in the loop with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley. And hey, what's going on here at WRMN? We're very excited. We're having our live broadcast coming up here tomorrow for from 10 until 12 o'clock on Saturday. So it's a couple days away from now. We're going to be out at the Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. That is located a block, roughly about a block south of Highway 20. Roughly so, right near the Elgin Marcus Theater. And Marcus Mack is going to be out there. I'm going to try to be out there too. I'm looking forward to it. I love Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. And yes, the one and only Sammy Sosa will also be featured there too. He's going to be signing autographs and taking pictures as well too. Definitely signing those autographs for sure. And if you do want to find more information, you can go to Old Republic Kitchen and Bar on their website at oldrepublicbar.com. They are also on Facebook and they do post pretty regularly. This event has also been posted on other following sites, including like exploreelginarea.com has also posted about this. So you can feel free to also utilize that website if you'd like to, or others out there to find this information that has been posted. So that has been on the posted on their Facebook page, and it's also on the main website too, is where you can find that. So that's under the events page, pretty easy to find there. We've got here, of course, for next couple of days, some good things. Sammy Sosa appearance and signing February 1st. He's going to be there starting at 12 p.m. going on until 3 6:30 p.m. It's a rare opportunity to meet Sammy Sosa and get an autograph, and tickets are on sale now, and you do get 10% off your Old Republic tab February 1st with any autograph purchase. So that information can also be found on oldrepublicbar.com. That is going to be a fun event for sure. Taking a look here to start off your morning with a nice fun, or maybe to continue. I say start off your morning, but really continue on your morning, because starting off your morning, of course, you listen to the first shift with Marky V. That is from 6 until 10 o'clock. Continuing on the morning here with Out to Lunch. That is from 10 until 1 o'clock. Here to give you, of course, information, news, telling you what's happening in the area. Guest speakers, we are going to have a special guest speaker, guest come into the studio today. Andrew Stoll, who is the owner of Stoll Real Estate, he'll be coming into the studio to be talking with us a bit about what they have to offer to the local community. Let's take a look at the time here. It is 10:15, so we are going to take a quick time out. When we come back, I'll read to you a nice little story here in relation to vets. That is veterinarians, and how they're good people. And someone posted not too long ago on sunnyskies.com on how they had a look behind the scenes that day. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Just a nice little story there. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Fitting in shouldn't be hard, whether in life, on the court, or in the classroom. At Elgin Community College, you could find your place alongside those expanding their horizons, exploring rewarding careers, and achieving their dreams. A place for doers, thinkers, and believers. At ECC, we see you, we believe in you, and you'll fit right in. Learn more at elgin.edu/belong.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Hey, you know it, of course, here we are broadcasting live. You can tune in through the YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Don't forget, of course, you can also go to our website, WRMN1410.com. That's WRMN1410.com. We've got multiple different ways that you can listen to us. Keep in tune with what's going on here on WRMN. We have our Facebook page that you can like and follow us, of course. Look and listen to all of the different content that we post. Of course, also we have the YouTube side of things, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. You can be a part of the conversation by commenting live on youtube.com/WRMN Radio. We also do have the app that you can find, our own WRMN app. You can listen to us from anywhere. It comes in nice and clean, and it is very convenient and easy to have because it is within your pocket. It is a pocket radio for you to have to, with a touch of a button, listen to us from anywhere. It always comes in nice and clear. So that is available on the App Store, on the apple.com App Store. And then it's also available on the Google Play Store for Android users out there too. That is the online Radio Box radio player app that you can download. You can search for WRMN in the search field, and bada bing, bada boom, you are set and ready to go and to listen to us from anywhere too. Don't forget, of course, you can also listen in through our direct website, right from our website too. And of course, our website, WRMN1410.com, is also mobile friendly. So that's also the great thing about it too, is it does adjust to your phone, your mobile device, your tablet, your iPad. It can adjust to that. So that's also pretty nice as well. Now let's take a look here at this nice little story here posted by an anonymous user on sunnyskies.com. Quote, "Vets are good people. I had a look behind the scenes today," this person wrote. "So due to a temporary disability at the moment, when I need to go, I really need to go. Whilst on the bus, suddenly I had the urge, and I knew I had maybe 5 minutes," this user writes. "I immediately jumped off the bus, and unfortunately the stop was largely residential with only a Vets and a Subway. I knew the Subway from a previous experience, and they're not very friendly, so I ran into the Vets, explained to myself quickly, and 3 of them rushed me to their private work toilet. Thankfully, I got there in time, but as I sat there, I looked at the back of the single rundown work toilet door. It had a sticker and posters all over it, mostly hand-drawn, some printed, saying, quote, 'Take a breath and remember 3 good things that happened today. If you notice a colleague looking withdrawn, check in on them. If you're struggling, please reach out. You're doing an important job,' etc., etc., and some crisis numbers as well, too. There was a packet of tissues, face wipes, obviously for anyone using a bathroom to cry. Looking at the compassion and the tools that we were trying to provide each others with their long shifts, with often traumatic endings, both broke my heart and really healed something in me. Vets are good people." I think that this is a great example, of course, of when a community looks out for each other, right? And this is a really great example here where even just having these tissues, face wipes, and the notes on the door available and present within that community there of the vets, that also shows, of course, that not only do they care for the animals, but they also care for the people who care for the animals, whether it's their staff or people coming in too. Because going to the vet can be a very scary thing, especially, of course, knowing from my own personal experience with my dog Duncan. There's been times when we've had to take him to the vet, and it's been very scary at times too, because there have been 2 instances where he just wasn't himself, and we were very nervous about it. He was one instance he was limping, another instance he was not eating at all. So it can be a very, very scary thing to go through, and the fact that, of course, they go above and beyond and they do something even small like this too can really go a long way too. So it's very, very nice story there that was posted. Thank you to the anonymous user for posting this story. And folks, you can always find more interesting stories, nice, all good news here, and inspirational stories on sunnyskies.com. I really like utilizing this website. I think it's great to, of course, kind of bring joy to people's hearts, and also too, talking about, things out there that are inspirational. Maybe not the most happy stories, but usually with a happy or an ending that is satisfying in a way to say, you know what, there is hope out there. That's very good. So you can find more information, of course, posted also onto sunnyskies.com. That's sunnyskies.com. Taking a look at some more local news here too. Kane County Office of Emergency Management is offering some new volunteer open houses. So the Kane County Office of Emergency Management relies on the vital contributions of volunteers and is seeking dedicated individuals to join its team. So coming up on Tuesday, February 4th, from 6:30 to 8:30, the office will host new volunteer open house. Now that's located at 37W 699 Illinois Route 38. That is in St. Charles. So it's the same building as the Kane County Coroner's Office. There's also going to be another open house coming up in March. It's March 1st, and that's going to be from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. Attendees will have the opportunity to meet leadership team, as well as explore equipment and also learn about the office's role in serving the community. This event will provide information about the new member academy, training programs, and time commitments and available volunteer opportunities. So the office is, of course, also actively recruiting for several different divisions that are also featured. That list can be found on Kane County Connects. I'll read to you some of them here: ground search and rescue. So for those located missing or endangered individuals locally and beyond. Field response, supporting traffic control, lighting, and related tasks. Communications, if that is a field that you are strong in, operating radio systems in the mobile command vehicle and emergency operations center. Another one would be planners, so developing incident action plans for disaster response. All different ways that you can, of course, help the community. And I would say, too, if you're very passionate about it, go for it. Situation unit is another one, analyzing data and mapping disaster scope and severity. Social media, managing accounts, creating content, and expanding outreach efforts. This is also a very important one too, of course, because what it does is it gets the word out there. That's what we here do at WRMN. We want to make sure that we get the word out and let people know what is going on. And then also video production is another one. Filming and editing videos for recruiting and preparedness initiatives is also very important. You get to create those videos, edit them, post them, and share it with the community so they can get that visual aspect and representation of what's going on, and so that they can also understand that a bit better too. So the event offers a chance to learn how individual talents can contribute to the community with no obligation to join. So you can find that information posted on Kane County Connects. I always like also utilizing their website because it does, this is within the Kane County area, so it is in relationship to the Fox River Valley area. Fox River Valley area does also account for other counties as well too. Also, but I know Kane County being a big one here too. So if you do want to check out more information, that is on KaneCountyConnects.com. There's of course also some other information here too that you can find when it comes to breaking news and other things like that too. So you can find all of that. There's Shaw Local News Network, of course, which is good, talking about places like Batavia or any other residential cities and towns that do offer some good news, or maybe some other informative news too. There's also CBSNews.com, which does talk about some more of the Chicago side of things, or even around the area there too. Even some places like in Indiana and Wisconsin are also covered within that CBS News Chicago area. So you can also find that there too. Don't forget also here as well, we do have our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. I also want to remind you too, if you are watching a live stream, or maybe you we have a live stream going on, which is something we have going on right now. So the live stream is continuing going on right now, and it's going to go on until 6 o'clock tonight. If you happen to miss a part of the show, maybe you wanted to tune into the first shift and you missed it, because of course right now we're live with Out to Lunch. No worries, of course, because you can click on the live video and simply scroll back to the start of when the show started too. So if you missed out on any shows, it applies for any shows there too. And I'm talking in the context of when we're still in a live video, you can always just go back and scroll back and find other parts of the video. So again, I'll show you an example here. Of course, we're literally streaming live right now. If you want to scroll back, you can do so. It's pretty easy to do so. I'm going to see if I can show it to you on the screen here. So, of course, like right now, we are live WRMN Radio. Pretty easy to do that. So you'll be able to see that we're literally live right now. You can literally just scroll back any point and rewatch any parts of the stream. So that's pretty nice to do that. Just a little reminder to throw that out there, that's a easy way to do that, especially if you maybe, are in the progress of having the live stream continuing on going throughout the day, and maybe you wanted to rewatch Out to Lunch or The First Shift or Talk Time with Tammy and Friends or What's Cooking Today, any of the shows here that we have. Those are ways to do that. And then, of course, the streams are also uploaded there as well, too. So that's on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. The time is approaching 10:30 here. We are going to take a little time out. When we do come back, we'll give you a little sneak peek on Tradio. So we'll go through that. And then we'll also talk about the word of the day today. And we're going to tie it in with also some local places that offer this particular word of the day. So stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Even with the efforts of hundreds of first responders, Washington, D.C. Fire Chief John Denali says they've yet to see any signs of life following last night's collision between a passenger jet and an Army helicopter at Reagan National Airport.
We are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident.
So far, at least 30 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. American Eagle Flight 5242 broke into pieces before crashing and was reportedly carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members. 3 soldiers were aboard the Black Hawk helicopter. Despite the Trump administration's increase in immigrant enforcement, officials in Florida say law enforcement there has seen an increase in encounters with illegal migrants from China. News Nation's Brian Inton reports.
We're trying to figure out, and ICE is too, where they're coming from and where they're going. It's very interesting what's been happening here in Coral Gables, though, because this is a very fancy, wealthy part of Miami. You've got the Biltmore Hotel, the Vizcaya Estate. These houses behind me are tens of millions of dollars. And now, for the second time in 2 weeks, there were these white vans pulled over here in the neighborhoods of Coral Gables, and inside them were dozens and dozens of Chinese migrants.
They, among many smugglers, were all arrested. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Join us tomorrow for Apolitical Talk Show's Free Speech Friday panel.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network. At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. High near 55, with temperatures falling to around 48 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, occasional rain showers and cloudy with a low around 37, temperatures rising to around 40 overnight. Currently, it is 39 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. The time is 10:34. So we are about 2 hours away from the Tradio segment here. So usually around this time, I do like to give you a little preview on Tradio here. And to officially call into the studio at 847-931-1410. Of course, you can call us now too. If you want to, have a conversation, let me know how your day is going. Tradio does officially start at 12:30. That'll be the time to call in for Tradio. So that's when we do take those Tradio announcements. 847-931-1410. That'll be at 12:30 is when the Tradio segment does officially start. But I do like to, of course, present to you who has recently called in, especially for those of you maybe who aren't able to listen in during the Tradio segment, to give you an opportunity to listen in and know what people are looking to purchase, sell, trade, and or also announce to the Fox River Valley area. And of course, as I've also been saying here too, you can always feel free to text us. We do have our text number, our Image 360 number at 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. You can text us any time of the day. Let us know what's going on. If you have any questions, comments, of course, you can also email us to info@WRMN1410.com. You can feel free to personally email me if you'd like to. Matt McNeil at WRMN1410.com. Also send in pictures, of course. Absolutely. Like I've been saying here too with Tradio, if you have an item that you are looking to sell and you want to make sure that you do sell it to someone who would be interested in it, feel free to send over pictures. I'll put them up on the screen. We'll let people see them on the YouTube side of things. That might spark some people's interest because they physically can see what you're looking to sell. It's a great visual aspect that we have here with now the extension of radio, not just being here live on the radio, the AM 1410, but also being on the YouTube side of things where we can physically show our screen to you on what we have right in front of me, right in front of Mark, right in front of Dean, right in front of Sonar Ben, all of the hosts here who are in the hot seat can see on the screen. So, of course, feel free to send over pictures to us if you'd like to. That is 505-926-1410. We did have a couple of Tradio callers yesterday. Yes, we did. So we had a Tradio caller, has the snowblower for sale. It's a 24-inch path. It also does have a directional double stage snow chute. It's a 6-speed, 1 reverse. The asking price is $350 or best offer on this. I know previously he had mentioned that it was $350. He's asking $350 or best offer on this now. So if you are interested, please feel free to reach out to this Tradio caller at 847-741-8276, 847-741-8276. Let's see here. Another Tradio caller has the dining room table with the 2 chairs. Located on Standish Street in Elgin. That is, you can come pick it up for free. That's the dining room table with the 2 chairs. We have another Tradio caller has the boat for sale. This was also yesterday too. So another Tradio caller has that boat for sale. This is a Bayliner 17-foot fiberglass boat that's for sale. It has a cover and also an 85 horsepower motor. It also does have a nice trim on there too. The boat looks like new. The interior is great. And it's been garage kept and also has a nice trailer. So if you're interested, that is $5,000 or best offer. And that number to dial here is 847-464-5830. And then he also does have the 1946 Chevy for sale as well too. So you can make him an offer on that. That's 847-464-5830 is that number. We have another Tradio caller still looking for the Simon Learning Game and Etch-a-Sketch. That's 847-717-3028 is that number. Another Tradio caller has the 2,000 watt generator for sale. It's a small generator with a 4 horsepower, asking $350. That's 847-8813 is that number. We have Linda with the oak table with the 4 chairs and 2 leaves for $100, 847-271-8219. We have Susie. She's got a lot of different items here. She's got the homemade full-size quilts, the bakeware. She's got the kitchen mixer, the suitcase, the sewing machine, the pots and pans. So she's got a lot of great items there. Looking to sell. That's 630-536-9922. And then we also have Bill. Bill. He sells those movie posters. They're original theatrical film posters, and that number to dial is, or to text him. You can text him, or you can also email him. That is billsellsposters@gmail.com, or also at 708-793-3980 is that number. So again, those are the Tradio callers. And again, we're going to also re-announce those during the 12:30 segment of Tradio. But again, feel free, of course, to text us any time of the day. And then, of course, you can call us also for Tradio during the Tradio segment. That is 847-931-1410 is that number. So that's the number to dial there. Let's see here. We have the word of the day today. Now, the word of the day today is a pretty cool one, as we know, of course. I can definitely relate to this word of the day today because I have done it many times in the days of the school days. In the school days. So the word of the day today, according to Merriam-Webster.com, is audition. Yes, audition. Now, this is a noun, and an audition is a short performance to show the talents of someone, such as an actor or a musician, who is being considered for a role in a play, a position in an orchestra, musical, etc. So, to use it in a sentence, auditions will be held next week for the spring musical. That's another one. She had an audition for a small part, but ended up landing a starring role. So auditions are pretty cool. They can be kind of nerve-wracking at times, too, as I know from experience when I did do theater in school. There were different requirements, different things like that. And we'll talk a little bit about that here in just a bit. I am going to take just a little quick time out here, and then we'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN. So, of course, stay tuned.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online. I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Hey, we're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. It's definitely an overcast day outside today, but hey, we hope you are enjoying the day so far today. Don't forget, coming up here at 11:30, I am going to be having Andrew Stoll, who's the manager, broker, and owner of Stoll Real Estate, coming into the station at 11:30. What he's going to be doing is talking about what Stoll Real Estate has to offer here too, and you can find more information at stollrealestate.com. That's stollrealestate.com for more information. So they can help to bring you home, buy a home, sell a home, and check out Home Value. You can join their team, ask more information about them, check out top areas, and they also do offer a buying and selling option there too. They also do offer featured listings, so you can find a lot of those great featured listings there as well that are also on their website. And we'll definitely bring that up here on the screen also during the time of the interview to talk a little bit further on what is offered. So that's buying and selling real estate, searching neighborhoods, and also getting those home estimates. Also helping to secure that and ensure that your experience is also very well accommodated for and put together very well to kind of ease any worries there, which is important. You got to make sure you got a real estate that that definitely does that. So there you go. That'll be coming up again during. It'll be at 11:30 is when that's going to be. Now, again, the word for the day today is audition. Yes, audition, of course, a short performance to show the talents of someone, such as an actor or musician, being considered for a role in a play, musical, or orchestra. Now, like I have said before, too, I, of course, remember going through auditions. Sometimes it required singing. Other times it just required certain poems or acting. So I think really what it does come down to is it depends on whether the, of course, audition that you're going for. And usually when I think of the word audition, I usually do think of like when it comes to plays and musicals. There's also, of course, audition for movies as well, too. People usually have to give a monologue and then, of course, express many different forms of emotion so that, of course, the casting directors can get a feel for what you yourself as a person can bring out in a character and representing that character and seeing if you're fit for that part too. So that's pretty cool. Now, of course, when it came to auditions at my school, there are schools, of course, out there that where people will audition for certain roles. What it really was, of course, too, was, of course, students did want to audition for certain roles. But a lot of times, at least within my context of the school that I went to, it was way more of a decision, more so it was kind of the role that you got was the role that you got, rather than like, oh, I'm striving to go for this role. It was done a little bit differently on when our school did it. There were times when it was just, I'm auditioning to be a part of the musical, part of the play, and, you know, I'm good with lines, I'm good with music, or maybe I struggle a little bit more with lines and music, and then they deciphered that based off of those different aspects that you know, were maybe a little bit more accustomed to, or a little bit more in tune with, and other ones that maybe you struggled with a little bit more. So that's kind of how it was. Really, it wasn't so much on from my experience of I'm auditioning for this specific role. It's, you know, more of just kind of a general, like, I want to be a part of the plays and musicals. Schools do it differently. Every school does it differently, but that's how it was at my school. It wasn't so much of I'm auditioning for this particular role. It's we bring everyone together and see who will best fit which role. Is kind of how it went in terms of my own experience. But yes, so audition is the word of the day today. And of course, you can check out lots of different theaters and performance facilities that do offer auditions within the Fox River Valley. So I'm going to talk about a couple of them with you during these roughly last 10 minutes or so here. So if you go to Paramount Theater in Aurora, this is a great, of course, opportunity for you to check out lots of great different shows and events. And of course, as we know, I do talk a lot about different shows and events, places that are coming up here. Dino's Night Out also on Fridays from 2 to 4. He does discuss a lot about that as well too. But sometimes we don't really discuss a whole lot on the actual audition side of things, of course, from the perspective of the actual actors. I've had actors on here, of course, on the show. We've had actors here on WRMN who have been on the show here, of course, interviewed talking about their character development, what they do, of course, when it comes to practices and things like that. But of course here, usually when it comes to me talking a bit about theater, it's more about the performances, rather about the audition process. So I kind of want to go through a little bit more on the audition process side of things and where you can find information if you're interested in actually auditioning for a lot of these great theater shows. So there is one here, of course, that we do have. This was posted onto the Paramount Aurora page. This is auditions overview. There is one listed on here. It's the Bold Seasons series season shows 1 and 2. They are doing a casting call right now for True West and Covenant for the 2025-2026 Bold series. There's notes from casting there too. Of course, it does give you information on who is eligible, and it's everyone. Everyone is eligible, of course, to audition, regardless of race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, familial status, ability, age, or veteran status, too. So everyone is, of course, welcome to audition for these different casting calls. And I'm reading specifically here on the Paramount Theater of Aurora. So you can also check out personnel information, production dates for True West. First rehearsal is June 16th of this year. Tech begins July 8th. First public performance is July 16th. Opening night, July 25th. And closing night is August 31st. So they are currently in the works of having you have the availability to actually try out for these as well too. And there's even information you can email. You can contact casting@ParamountArts.com. Again, I'm talking in particular about Paramount Theater in Aurora if this is maybe something that you or someone you know might be interested in auditioning for, as the word of the day today is audition. So you can, of course, check that out at ParamountAurora.com. That's ParamountAurora.com. Also, later into the year, this is again for the 2025-2026 season. There is also here, too, the performance of Covenant. First rehearsal will begin September 1st. So that's definitely a little bit of a ways away from now, but kind of giving you a little head start on there, too. And you can visit each show tab on this website for character descriptions and also informations as well, too. And then there's also information on the contracts, the LOA, and also AEA weekly minimum there, too. And then there's also some preparation notes there that are also featured. So they definitely keep you up to date. They keep you informed on this. And of course, they give you that access to their email to contact them for more information, too. So if you do want to audition, you can. You can also check out other ones here. Children's Theater of Elgin actually recently did have an audition registration for Diary of a Wimpy Kid, the musical, and they are now saying congratulations to their cast. So they do have that there. Thank you for everyone who auditioned, and congratulations to their cast. So they actually do now have the cast list featured on here for Diary of a Wimpy Kid, the musical, which will be coming up pretty soon. So very, very cool. They recently had those auditions, and now they cast members have been picked. You can check out more information at cteelgin.com. That's cteelgin.com. And that's going to be coming up here. Diary of a Wimpy Kid will be in April. So that's going to be in April there. So the auditions have already been completed, and the cast members have been chosen. So congratulations. We'll definitely have you on the air here. Some of the cast members coming up, especially closer to the date. It's going to be located, going to be performed at the Hemmons Cultural Center. So very, very cool. You can check out other things as well, too. For example, Elgin Community College is another one. ECC Arts. You can look up auditions. Of course, there are 2 theater auditions that are featured. Also on the elgin.edu website is another great way to check that out, too. So they have some things that are also coming up recently. Uploaded here about 2 weeks ago was auditions for ECC's theater department production. That is That Day in Tuscan by Guillermo Reyes. So if you want to read that article, it has been posted on there too. So auditions will be held February 24th and 25th. So it is coming up about less than a month away from now too. Callbacks on February 26th. And again, I present this information to you just, of course, also, not only is it the word of the day is audition, but also to show you, hey, there are resources out here and websites for you to check out so that you can audition for some really great theater performances and opportunities. It gives you those opportunities to be a part of the community. When you're in theater, it is such an amazing experience. I'm saying it, of course, from my own experience, but also from the many experiences of others too. It is such an amazing experience. You get to make so many lifelong friends, and you get to also experience different character developments and also be able to relate to characters in ways you never thought that you ever would because you weren't given that opportunity. So it's a really cool experience to be a part of. I highly recommend anyone out there who is interested in theater, who has a passion to, of course, let their light shine with their music skills or their dancing skills or singing or acting. I encourage you. There are so many different theater companies out there within the Fox River Valley that do offer you those great opportunities. So we definitely want to pay homage to them, and of course, show them here too that here at WRMN we like to keep you up to date and also like to inform you on things that are happening there too. So, and again, anyone out there, of course, theater companies have had, of course, here, what we've had here on WRMN on the air before. If you want to have an interview, feel free to let me know. Let any of us know. info@WRMN1410.com. You can feel free to email me if you like, Matt McNeil at WRMN1410. Don't forget also here too that we also do have other shows besides Out to Lunch. If any of those time frames and slots do work for you a little bit better on that side, of course, we can work through that as well too. We want to make sure that of course, everyone gets that chance. So feel free to reach out to us, info@WRMN1410.com. You can also call our office number, 847-741-7700. That's 847-741-7700. The time is approaching the 11 o'clock hour pretty soon here, so we are going to take a quick time out. Now, when I do come back, of course, I'll tell you the weather again for those of you just tuning in, and then we'll talk about National Croissant Day, or as Carl Wheezer from Jimmy Neutron says, croissant. That's definitely still a funny, popular meme if you are on social media and you are familiar with Carl Wheezer from Jimmy Neutron. One of my favorite shows growing up as an early 2000s kid. So we'll talk a little bit about that here too. And then, of course, we'll also have our special guest here, Andrew Stoll of Stoll Real Estate, coming onto the air at 11:30. Stay tuned for that. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410, taking you out to lunch.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Elgin Police Department gearing up for an accreditation review by the Illinois Law Enforcement Accreditation Program happening on February 5th and 6th. As part of the evaluation, trained peer assessors from across Illinois will conduct a thorough examination of the department's operations. An accident in South Elgin has cost a man his life after his SUV collided with a traffic signal pole at the intersection of Stearns Road and South McLean Boulevard. The accident involving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe occurred around 5:20 p.m. on Tuesday, with the driver reportedly speeding at the time of the crash. The accident remains under investigation. In Elgin, Jose F. Molina Acevedo, 45, has been sentenced to 12 years in prison after pleading guilty to predatory criminal sexual assault of a child. This marks him as the 6th resident of Elgin since March of 2024 to be convicted of similar crimes. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Even with the efforts of hundreds of first responders, Washington, D.C. Fire Chief John Denali says they've yet to see any signs of life following last night's collision between a passenger jet and an Army helicopter at Reagan National Airport.
We are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident.
So far, at least 30 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. American Eagle Flight 5242 broke into pieces before crashing and was reportedly carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members. 3 soldiers were aboard the Black Hawk helicopter. Despite the Trump administration's increase in immigrant enforcement, officials in Florida say law enforcement there has seen an increase in encounters with illegal migrants from China. News Nation's Brian Inton reports.
We're trying to figure out, and ICE is too, where they're coming from and where they're going. It's very interesting what's been happening here in Coral Gables, though, because this is a very fancy, wealthy part of Miami. You've got the Biltmore Hotel, the Vizcaya Estate. These houses behind me are tens of millions of dollars. And now, for the second time in 2 weeks, there were these white vans pulled over here in the neighborhoods of Coral Gables, and inside them were dozens and dozens of Chinese migrants.
They, among many smugglers, were all arrested. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Join us tomorrow for Apolitical Talk Show's Free Speech Friday panel.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. High near 55, with temperatures falling to around 48 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, occasional rain showers and cloudy with a low around 37, temperatures rising to around 40 overnight. Currently, it is 39 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are into the 11 o'clock hour, so about an hour left or so left of the morning. Then we get into the afternoon, 12 o'clock hour here. So stay tuned for more as you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. This is Matt McNeil taking you out to lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We've got some good things here coming up in just a little bit. We do have Andrew Stoll who's going to be coming in at 11:30 to be talking about with us about Stoll real estate. Yes. Let's take a look and a listen to the weather here. I'll give you some announcements here as well, and then we'll also go through what the national day is today with National Croissant Day today. Oh my goodness, there are lots of really great places that you can also go to get some really good croissants. So we'll definitely we'll go through that as well today too. Taking a look here, we do have a high of 53 for today, a mix of clouds and sun early, which we are seeing a little bit more sunshine right now coming through. We are going to eventually start to see more rain pouring through, which We're not seeing rain right now, but it is bound to happen a little bit later into tonight and especially tomorrow. We have an 80% chance of rain for tonight, a low of 39 degrees. We had a high of 53 degrees for today. Let's take a look and see what we currently have right now in terms of temperatures at 43. So we're at 43 right now. Not too bad. We do see for tomorrow on Friday the 31st, we're going to be seeing here rain early, then remaining cloudy with showers in the afternoon. 90% chance of rain with a high of 42 and a low of 28 degrees. Cloudy skies. Heading on into Saturday here, we're going to be seeing cloudy skies with a high of about 36. So a high near 36 degrees. Cloudy skies into Saturday night with a low of 33. So a low of 33 degrees for Saturday. Into Sunday, this is February 2nd, as we already are getting closer to February. We see mostly cloudy skies for Sunday with a high of 53, dropping down to a low of 30 degrees with considerable cloudiness with a low of about 30. High of 53, low of 30. Monday, February 3rd, we see a high of 40 degrees with cloudy skies. We see a low of 22 degrees Monday night with it being partly cloudy. Into Tuesday for next week, we see a high of 34, dropping down to a low of 28. We are going to be seeing about a 25% chance of rain/snow for Tuesday night. That does continue on and grow into Wednesday here, February 5th, with a high of 38. 50% chance of rain/snow showers in the morning, continuing on slightly into the afternoon and evening. Chance of snow about a 40%, continuing on into Wednesday night with a low of 28. And then next Thursday here, we see a high of 32, mostly cloudy, and then a low of about 17. About a 25% chance of rain/snow for Thursday. So time goes by, we start to get a more chance of rain/snow, and then eventually kind of waning a little bit more. So that's the weather and forecast temperatures to expect to see here within the Fox River Valley area. You can find more information on the Weather Channel at weather.com. That is weather.com. And again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Don't forget, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Keep up to date and in the loop with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, what's going on here with WRMN at WRMN. We also do have the option to listen to us live directly through our website. You can also download the app on the App Store and also on the Google Play Store. We also do have our Facebook page too, so you can feel free to check that out and get those great updates. If you do want to take a look at our on-air schedule, of course, we do have here our on-air schedule, first shift from 6 to 10 a.m. We've got that here. We also do have Out to Lunch from 10 to 1. We've got What's Cooking Today. We also have Fox Valley Afternoons from 2 to 4. We have Monday through Thursday Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. And then we also do have on Fridays from 2 to 4, Dino's Night Out. Also on Fridays here too, I wanted to let you know that we have coming up tomorrow from 12 until 1. It is the life experiences of William Pellerinos here. And just wanted to remind you that he is going to be having an immigration attorney coming in to be talking about that. That'll be coming up tomorrow. So listeners should call in with any questions regarding immigration, green cards, ICE raids, etc. I know that, of course, at 9:30, we did have Diana Ortega-Arith, Executive Director of Centro de Información, on the air with us today with Mark. So, and that's a leading nonprofit organization. They serve the Hispanic and immigrant communities out there too. So we thank you for Deanna for coming on today to talk with us. A lot of great information out there too. Always good to keep informed. So we appreciate that a lot. And of course here, if you're interested in also being a part of the conversation, maybe even having an interview, feel free to reach out to us, info@WRMN1410.com. You can also reach out to our sales team, sales@WRMN1410.com. You can also do that there too. So we've got some also good things and good days coming up here as well for the national days. Don't forget, we also do have our weekend programming. Also Fox Valley Afternoons, we also do have a political talk show that is from 4 until 6 o'clock. Of course, can't forget about that as well. And if you do want to take a look at our on-air schedule, you'll be able to find it on our website. That's WRMN1410.com. We also do have our weekend lineup as well. We have from 8 to 10 a.m. That is on Saturdays. That is On the Rise with Derek and Mike. Coming up this Saturday, of course, we also do have Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack. That's from 10 to 12. He's going to be out there live at Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. It's going to be a great time. Of course, also featuring there, too, Sammy Sosa appearance from 12 until 3 o'clock. That is, again, at the Old Republic Kitchen and Bar in Elgin. Don't forget, of course, we also do have Chief Guard of the Republic with Mike and Paul. Will be coming, of course, coming in and talking as well. That'll be from 12 until 1 o'clock. And then from 1 to 2, it is the Jeff Michaels show. So stay tuned for that there, too. And you can also tune in on YouTube, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. So that's youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to email us. Feel free to call us in our office number, 847-741-7700. That's 847-741-7700. Feel free to contact us. Let us know if you have any questions. You can, of course, also text us to the Image 360 number, 505-926-1410. We also do have our Tradio segment, which, of course, is Monday through Friday. Monday through Thursday. Monday through Thursday, it's around at 12:30. Fridays, with Bill coming in here, we do have that a little bit earlier. So, and really, I would say, too, is I would say that whole hour from 10 to, probably around 11 o'clock is when we'll do it for the Tradio side of things on Friday. So stay tuned for that. The time is approaching 11:15, so we are going to take a quick time out, and we'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a bit. So, of course, stay tuned. And when we come back, we'll talk about National Croissant Day today and some, of course, delicious flaky pastries that are enjoyed at every meal, known as, of course, the croissants. So we'll talk a little bit about that here, too. So stay tuned. You're listening to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, and we'll be back with more in just a bit.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling, the limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes, rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We
WRAFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley, and we hope everyone is enjoying the day so far today. It is, it's starting to get a little bit more sunnier outside as we speak. Again, throughout the rest of the week, we are going to be seeing a little bit more on the cloudier skies, and that also does flow into next week as well. But then after that, we are eventually going to get more sunshine. Now, again, that is the prediction as of right now. That could change. So, again, it is mostly cloudy today, but little intervals of sunshine here and there. And it does, from my point of view from here in the studio, 14, it does look like it is clearing up a little bit as of right now. But we are going to definitely be seeing the rain and / snow coming through today and tomorrow. Hey, everybody, it is National Croissant Day today. Happy National Croissant Day, everybody. Recognizing the flaky pastry enjoyed at every meal. Croissants are buttery. They're delicious. They are crescent-shaped rolls that are crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. So, of course, as we know this, croissants are a very popular treat to enjoy. Some people, say the fancier term croissant. As well too, and I think people kind of caught on to that. Maybe I could be wrong, but I think after that Carl Wieser meme, are you going to finish that croissant? If you're familiar with memes, you'll probably be familiar with that one too. That is, he's a character from Jimmy Neutron. He's a character from Jimmy Neutron. So I mean, you can even look up Jimmy Neutron croissant. And it literally comes up. It's like a very popular one that people are very familiar with it. So, and he does love the croissants for sure. That's that character Carl Wieser. So, but yes, it is National Croissant Day today. I do like having a nice croissant here and there. Having a nice, what actually is really good too, is having a chicken salad sandwich on a croissant is also very good. Now, the key to a perfect croissant is laminating the dough. You laminate the dough by folding butter into the mixture, creating multiple thin layers of butter and dough. The result, of course, is the delicious, mouth-watering, flaky crust, and you also get the nice, airy body in there, too. Legend surrounds this pastry, of course, here as well. When it comes to the origins, well, Austria, yes. Interesting facts here, including Austrian origins. Despite being associated with France, croissants actually originated from Austria. They evolved from the Kipferl, a crescent-shaped pastry popular in Vienna. And the croissant was introduced to France in the 18th century when Austrian baker August Zang opened a Viennese bakery in Paris. So that's when it became an introduction to being really more so introduced in France and kind of recognized as being affiliated with France, even though it does have the Austrian origins too. So, like to give credit where credit is due though as well. So very popular in France, but the origins do come from Vienna, Austria. You've got, of course, the Napoleon's rivalry theory. A popular myth suggests that Marie Antoinette, the Austrian-born Queen of France, popularized the croissant at the French court. Though there is no solid evidence for this, however, the pastry did gain widespread popularity in France in the 19th century. That's when it became popular. First introduced in the 18th century, but it became more popular in the 19th century. Now, of course, there is the secret to flakiness. The croissant's signature flaky layers come from laminated dough, a process where butter is folded into the dough multiple times. It creates hundreds of thin, delicate layers when baked. Then it does give that crispy yet soft texture there too. You get the crispiness on the outside and the soft texture on the inside. And of course, you do get those air pockets that are also in there too, to kind of spread it around a little bit and not make it feel like you're eating so much of all of the dough and the gluten featured there. Now, a traditional French croissant actually does take about 3 days to make. Those are the traditional French croissants. Bakers let the dough rest and rise multiple times to develop its signature texture and also the rich flavor. So I imagine here too, if the traditional French croissant does take up about 2-3 days to make, those who do it probably maybe put, because they have to put more effort into it, they might be maybe a little bit more pricier with it being a 3-day process. That is, if you are actually doing the traditional French croissant process. And then another interesting fact here too, it is legally protected in France. So in France, the croissant labeled au beurre must be made with pure butter. Yes, this is in France. It must be made with pure butter, while those made with margarine or other margarine and other fats are simply called croissant ordinaires or ordinary croissants. So the real deal is always the butter version. That's what the real deal is. So kind of interesting there too. When it comes to those different facts of croissants, there are lots of other ones out there, of course, there too, with the shape of the croissant, the history on that, of course, with the croissant shape, which, of course, there's some legend that says it was inspired by the Ottoman Empire's flag. According to legend, Viennese bakers created this to celebrate Austria's victory over the Ottomans in 1683 Battle of Vienna. So that's kind of interesting. And of course, not all croissants are curved as well. Some of them are, of course, lots of them crescent shaped, but there are some that are not. Some of them are typically straight too. They can be savory. They can also be savory. There's ham and cheese croissants, of course, spinach, feta, or even truffle-infused cheeses in croissants. Yes, of course, World Croissant Day is today. That is January 30th. So enjoy that croissant. And maybe have a nice little cup of coffee to go with it as well. One place that actually has really good croissants that I've been to before is Sugar and Rhyme right here in Elgin. Sugar and Rhyme offers rich and aromatic beverages, and they also do offer baked goods too. And I've talked about them before too. And stay tuned into next week because I'm in the works of having them on the air with us. Looking forward to it. They can definitely talk about their artisanal bakeries that are baked fresh daily, made from scratch. So if you do want to check out more information, you can find their website, or actually, yeah, so sugarandrhyme.com and also on their Facebook page. And again, I have had their croissants there before. Very delicious. And in fact, if you do go onto their Facebook page, that is their timeline picture are those croissants. And oh boy, do they look delicious. You can get it, of course, filled with chocolate chips. You can, of course, get it filled with, it looks like some sort of a cheese. Of course, you can't go wrong by pairing it with a delicious cup of coffee or a tea. They've got all those great options there. So feel free to check out more information. That is sugarandrhyme.com, or you can also find them on Facebook. So you can find them on Facebook there too, if you'd like. Or on their website. Their website does, of course, feature their, they do feature the different menu options. So you can check out their menu. And then they also do offer catering too. So they offer catering. They offer their croissants, butter croissant, chocolate croissant, almond. They offer their monkey bread, cinnamon roll, blueberry muffin. If you want something savory, they offer their smoked ham and Gouda croissant. They also do offer gluten-free options there too. So some good things to try out and celebrate today. That is National Croissant Day, and they are open now until 2 p.m. So you still have a couple hours if you want to stop on by. They're at 203 East Chicago Street, right here in downtown Elgin, not too far away from the station. There's a great way to utilize, of course, that. And of course, also support local small businesses. Here at WRMN, we're all about supporting the local community and also small businesses. Lots of businesses here within the Fox River Valley area. And coming up here in a couple minutes, we're going to be talking about the Stoll Real Estate. We have Andrew Stoll as well here. He's also patiently waiting as well too. So stay tuned. He'll be in a couple minutes here talking a little bit about Stoll Real Estate. We've got some questions here, and we'll definitely get to it coming up at the second part of the 11 o'clock hour. Just to send some reminders out there, too, don't forget you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. You can keep up to date that way. Of course, we also do have the app that you can download, pretty easy to download, and you can listen to us from anywhere. We also do have our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. If you do want to watch any previous live streams that we did have featured here live on WRMN, you can go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. You can take a look at the list of different videos. Like I did say earlier here too, don't forget also that if we are currently in a live stream and you want to go back and rewatch a section of the live stream, just an easy drag on the cursor there, you'll be able to do that and find it. And also take a look, of course, at shorts, live videos, playlists, and more. Playlists are also really good to take a look at if you want to view that. I've been creating some playlists here, so you can, of course, go in and view the different videos that we have, interviews, and more too. So we are approaching the 11:30 time frame here, coming up pretty soon. So we're going to take our bottom of the hour news break. And then when we do come back, we'll be talking with Andrew Stoll of Stoll Real Estate, talking about, of course, great ways to help the community and especially ease a little bit more on trusting in real estate, talking about financial security. You also get long-term relationships there too. So stay tuned for that. And again, you're listening to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Naperville Crime Stoppers encouraging locals to report information about crimes that occurred in the area by calling 630-420-6006. Citizens who provide anonymous tips can be eligible for cash rewards if that tip leads to an arrest. King County calling on residents to step up as volunteers to assist in emergencies and community safety operations. The Office of Emergency Management set to host a new volunteer open house offering 2 opportunities for engagement. The first session is scheduled for February 4th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. and the next one on March 1st from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. The King County Sheriff's Office making residents aware of a jury duty scam that's going around. Scammers posing as local law enforcement or court officials are falsely informing individuals that they've missed jury duty and face arrest unless they pay a fine right then and there over the phone. The Sheriff's Office reminding everyone that no law enforcement agency will request that you pay anything over the phone and that you should hang up on these scammers. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at a regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, cloudy with a chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. High near 55. Tonight, occasional rain showers and cloudy with a low around 37. Rain likely. Tomorrow, rain and a slight chance of thunderstorms before noon. Then a chance of rain showers. Mostly cloudy with a high near 40. Currently, it is 44 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Don't forget, we're also on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Don't forget, subscribe to our channel, give us a like, hit that notification bell. You can always keep up to date and in the loop with what's happening here on WRMN, and of course, knowing exactly what's going on here in the Fox River Valley area. There are so many different things that are happening. Of course, different businesses, organizations, events, arts and entertainment, just a lot of things that are happening here. And we here at WRMN are committed to keeping you informed, up to date, in tune to that radio dial here, also on YouTube, through our app, and also through our website, WRMN1410.com. Now, of course, as we all know here too, there is very much the importance of real estate. Now, real estate, of course, is very crucial in trusting them, because what they do is they help to impact with financial decisions, legal security, and overall satisfaction. And you want to make sure that you find just the correct one to do that for you. Well, we do have a very special guest in-house today. Andrew Stoll, designated manager broker of Stoll Real Estate, is with us this morning here. Thank you so much for joining us live in Studio 14. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thanks so much for joining us today. So I want to start off here. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and what inspired you to start Stoll Real Estate, or even just kind of a general basis on what you have to offer.
Well, real quick, we missed a good segue here because you said it's National Croissant Day.
Yes.
So we could have been like slightly less flaky. We have Andrew Stoll because they're very flaky croissants.
Oh, yes. Yeah. There you go. I love it. Yes, that was a good idea.
We should have talked about that one. No. You know, just how I got started in real estate was I actually started investing in the area, going to the Kane County Sheriff's Auction. And this was back in 2013 that me and my partner, Billy Soulier, who's also known around town a little bit, we started an investment company, and I'm going to give you the truncated version here. But, you know, once we got a little momentum, we started buying some houses, and then we started selling some houses that were rehabbed. We had to find a real estate agent. And along the way, we were working with real estate agents to show us houses and just look at houses. And after our kind of interaction with some real estate agents, you know, and they were good, they were fine, but there were things that we noticed that we thought we could do better. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, after about, 18, 24 months, of investing, it was about 18 months actually, I decided, hey, one of us should get our real estate licenses. And so I did that in 2014. So yeah, it was about 18 months, 12 to 18 months after we started the investing. And like I said, the agents we worked with at the beginning of our investing, really good guys, and they helped us quite a bit. But there were just things that we thought we could do better. And so that was kind of the impetus to getting my license. Me and Billy continued to do investing for a year or two after that, until I got my managing broker's license. And then we just liked being real estate agents so much that, we just kept it going.
Well, I think what's really cool too is when you are a real estate agent, you also do get to interact with so many people. You're able to create those relationships and you're able to help people out too, especially those out there who are looking to purchase. And it can be a very scary thing at times. It can be a time of a lot of decisions that have to be made. Some of them can be very, decisive at a moment or even a longer moment too. So of course, being there to help them out is very important as well too.
Yeah, absolutely. Immediately before I got into real estate, I was working at restaurants as a server for about 7 years. And so the experience I had doing that really lent itself into transitioning into real estate and, working at a restaurant on a Friday, Saturday night. And, you're dealing with 100 different people. Each one needs something different. You know what I mean? So real estate's very similar. It's you're dealing with people. You have to get to know these people. You have to learn, what's important to them. And, different than serving them, a nice Italian dish, they're buying a house. So it's a little bit different, but, we've obviously made the adjustments and we value the opportunity that we have to help, our clients make that big decision.
Yeah. Absolutely. I totally agree with that too. Now, another thing here too, you've got operations spanning both Northern Illinois and Florida as well too. You want to talk a little bit about that? Yeah. So it was 2021 that we had a client that was looking to buy a house here in Illinois. And at the last minute, they changed their mind and they wanted to do it in Florida. And just being the opportunist that I am, I just said, you know what, we could still help you. And I don't know if I ever told them that I wasn't licensed in Florida at the time, but the thing about Illinois and Florida is that we have something called reciprocity with our licenses. And so when you have reciprocity with another state, you don't have to go through the entire pre-licensing, all the schooling to get your license. And you don't have to take the full exam. All you have to do is just pass a short exam of for 40 questions, for example, and then you can have your license in that state. So it was opportunity, and everything just went quickly, in that moment. And so we helped that client down in Florida, and since then, it's slow operations in Florida. But I have 2 agents in Florida that work for Stoll Real Estate, really good guys. And right now we kind of focus on the eastern side, southeast from Miami up to about Palm Beach, West Palm Beach. Okay.
Yeah.
So what would you say have been certain strategies that have you found to be the most effective, such as geographically diverse markets too?
Yeah. I mean, it's so when you're in real estate, the threshold to get into real estate in Illinois was super low. It was simple because I know the area. I'm born and raised in Elgin. And so, I know Elgin. I've spent a lot of time in most of the suburbs in Chicago. And then since getting in real estate, that's expanded. I've sold houses in almost every area in Chicago and in the Chicago suburbs. So these areas are relatively simple and straightforward for me. I could tell you, how the schools are. I can tell you, what's nearby. I can tell you how good of a rental market it is. But Florida, just it takes time. And so over the years, I personally have learned a lot, gotten way better. But that's also why I have agents down there that are from the area that have that expertise, because I would never want to take on client after client, unless I was confident that I could help them in the best way possible. Things in Florida, there's a couple obvious things, right? And weather,
Yep.
like hurricane season, from
Yep.
June to November,
Mhm.
knowing when hurricane season is, knowing how to advise your clients down there, on the risks of, the potential risks of natural disasters, hurricanes, stuff like that, how to prepare for it, what to look for in a house.
Mhm.
The construction of houses tend to be a little bit different down there,
Mhm.
more concrete block, more steel rods, input, driven into the ground to keep, the sturdiness of the houses down there. So there's a lot of things to learn, but, I'm a huge, just advocate of constantly learning and evolving. So yeah, it's been a good challenge, but yeah, I mean, the markets, the one final thought on that is that the overall strategy for business between the two states really hasn't changed. It's really just, marketing I always say it's 5 times more important than anything else that I do in my service/sales business.
Mhm.
And I think that goes for most other businesses. So it's really just, putting a good product and a good service out there, offering excellent customer service. And then, obviously learning the area helps.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I can definitely relate to that too. When growing up in Elgin and, you're familiar with certain things, here on WRMN during Out to Lunch, I talk a lot about different restaurants and entertainment. And of course, I'm more familiar with the different restaurants and businesses that are in the Elgin area because I'm here in Elgin. And then you go out a little bit further and you maybe have to spend a little bit more time learning a bit more. And then, of course, also recognizing demographics and things like that, too. So, but I think it's great that you also do offer that in Florida as well, too. And you do have a team out there that is more accustomed to that in the sense that because they're physically out there and they're more aware of the area.
Yeah, it's really important to have them. And, one thing to add on there is that in 2023, the full statistics aren't out for last year yet, but in 2023, Illinois was the biggest exit state. So more than any other state, people were moving out of Illinois.
Mhm.
Florida was in the top 3, definitely in the top 3. Maybe it was the top one for inflow in that same year.
Okay.
So it kind of made sense also to expand my business in that way, just knowing that people were leaving here and going to Florida,
Yeah.
So it was just a bit of a strategic choice as well.
And it sounds like a good one though, too, especially because you saw that and you said, hey, this is a great opportunity. So.
Yeah. And the weather helps. So any excuse I can get to go down there.
Yeah. Oh, does that sound nice?
Yeah.
Yes. Although the weather hasn't been that bad over here though lately. I mean,
Today it's blazing hot out there. It's gonna be like 50.
Yeah, I know. Yep. Exactly. Now I have to ask you here, what distinguishes Stoll Real Estate's property management services from competitors? How do you also maintain high client satisfaction too?
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people don't know about our property management, but we do have a property management branch of Stoll Real Estate called DoorLogic Property Management. I don't advertise it really a whole lot. I don't market it. A lot of our business is, sphere of influence clients and just people that find us online because in reality, we're one of the highest rated property management companies on Google, and so property management companies have a pretty bad rap overall. And this is just another thing where, opportunity presented itself. And I had a client looking for investment properties. And I just said, hey, they were having a tough time finding a property manager that they liked. So I just said, let me manage it for you, And so, bunch of research, bunch of trial and error. And we got to a really high quality management service. I think that what really sets our version of property management apart, it's not dissimilar to the real estate brokerage itself. A lot of people in real estate do the same things. For me, what it comes down to, what our property management clients value the most is probably responsiveness, transparency, and just overall customer service, and so if you can maintain those things and still have the structure in place, having the brokerage in place first and then expanding into property management made it a lot easier and smoother. So I think those 3 things are really what lack in other management businesses that we actually provide regularly.
Yeah, absolutely. So would you say though too that some of the so with services that you have to offer to help members when it comes to community buying, selling, or managing, would you say that there's particular areas where you have more of an expertise in?
It's a good question. I think at this point, no. I think that our experience is sellers, buyers, property management. It's all, I mean, we've been historically, we've been working with sellers and buyers the longest, right?
Okay.
So sure, but there comes a point where it's just like you've hit that point where it's just like, I mean, we're always learning, we're always, keeping up with market trends every day, reading the headlines, reading the news, finding out new and better ways to do things. So I guess to answer your question, I think working with sellers and buyers, if I had to pick, would be our highest level of expertise. But our property management level of expertise is up there. Yeah, pretty close.
All right. Awesome.
Yeah, and we do, one other thing I wanted to mention is that, with the property management, we do leasing just naturally. We lease the properties that we manage. We also work with people looking to rent properties. And I actually have a little inside scoop I wanted to share with your audience here. And that is that we're going to be working with a local investor who actually purchased 40 DuPage Court, which it's right at Spring Street and DuPage. It's right across the courtyard from Al's Cafe, if you know what that is. And kind of kitty corner from our office right there at Chicago and Spring Street. So the City of Elgin and the Downtown Neighborhood Association, Jen Ficala, have been working with them to transition these into rental properties. So there's going to be 40 brand new rental units available come this summer. The owners have graciously enlisted myself and my team to help them rent them out. So we're going to have 40 beautiful brand new rental units at 40 DuPage Court that are going to be coming available, and we're actually going to probably be starting some marketing and some pre-leasing on those. So that's going to be a great opportunity for a lot of Elgin residents we're talking like second, third, fourth story. So they're up there with some beautiful views up there too. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Upcoming projects that you want to share.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself there.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. I know that there are some buildings over there that a lot of artists live in some of those buildings, and they're particularly, I think, meant for people who are artists. I do believe. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, the art lofts.
Yes,
they're right over there. It's actually a national brand, and they have art lofts across the country and other cities as well. And man, this is a while ago now. This must have been 15, 20 years ago, maybe, when they built that or they transitioned that into the art lofts. But yeah, they chose Elgin. As you know, Elgin has a deep art community. One of the reasons I love it, and it's the artists get priority in those units.
There you go. Absolutely. Yeah. We've got some comments here. We've got Dean in the comments section. Hey, Andrew, you seem to be very approachable, very informative.
Thank you.
Very nice. Yeah. Thanks, Dean, for that great comment there. I also do have another question here too, and this is just kind of more of like sort of like a personal preference here. Of course, you've been in many homes before too. Are there any homes that really kind of like spark your interest in like, oh, this is the type of home style that I like? Are there any certain styles of homes that you like? Or because see, for me personally, I'm like a Victorian person. I love old Victorian homes and. Even like the bungalow homes too from the 1900s, 1920s. So are there any homes that you are really like, oh, I really, maybe it was the home you grew up in. Was there anything that kind of, just kind of from that perspective that you really, really like?
Yeah, I think this ties in with another interest I have, which is, just history and real estate and history go pretty well together. And anybody that knows me, that has known me for a while in Elgin, knows what I'm probably about to say, and that is, Elgin has, a very rich, historic home community, right? And we're very, we're very proud of that. And people come from across the country when we do our house tours and stuff like that.
Yep.
So it's the historical homes are definitely things. It's really just the character, the uniqueness of these homes. Now, it doesn't come without a little hesitation, because just knowing what I know when we're working with clients buying older homes, there can be, you got to be careful, and you have to do your proper due diligence when buying older homes to make sure that they're still structurally sound, that there's not any other, potential issues there. But from a pure aesthetic, the turn of the century, the Victorian, just anything with wood throughout, architectural details, you just don't get a lot of that anymore, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that, and this is another question too, have you noticed that there's maybe a certain trend, and of course every individual is different, but have you noticed, just kind of based off of your own experience, is there a trend that people are more going towards? Are people looking for more of the older homes? Are they looking for more modern homes? Or is downsizing becoming a little bit more popular too, would you say, in your opinion, or based off of your experience?
Yeah, no, and it's a good question, and this will actually allow me to get into actually a little bit about what's going on with the market currently. So the resale home market is down quite a bit. It's very stagnant. The way that I like to describe the current market overall is like just a little bit of malaise. It's just there. It's just like existing, Now, the resale home market has been tough the last few years, because a lot of homeowners that took advantage of the sub 3% interest rates 4 or 5 years ago, they're just hanging on to that mortgage. And you have to ask yourself, why would someone sell a house with a 2 3/4 interest rate to exchange it for whatever it is today, 7.18? So a lot of these homeowners are just staying in their houses. And so the resale market is down. Interest rates don't help. They've gone up almost a point, in the last, I think, 4 or 5 months. So the resale market is down. New construction has actually improved, even though it's not great. So the housing market overall, resale is down. New construction is becoming more favorable, because the private lending and the lending from the builders a lot of times can get very creative with financing and buy down rates more. And so a rate buy down is something it's a different show. We can get down into that, or I can bring, having a mortgage guy on here. But so that's why new construction is actually, it's a little bit more popular right now, and it has a little more momentum than the resale market. The resale market is super stagnant.
Okay.
And inventory is super low for the reasons, aforementioned.
Okay. Would you say that the process is different for newer homes than it is older homes?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, newer homes, as a real estate agent, I love working with new construction, working with clients. And the reason is because there's a sales office. Typically, when you're buying new construction, it's usually a bigger builder. So, I mean, some builders, are smaller and they do individual homes, but most of them are bigger builders where you take your client into a sales office. You're representing your client. You're working in their best interest as always. But once they decide that they want to put a deposit down for a new construction and get that build started, that sales team for the builder, they take a lot of that process and take the lead on it. So we become more of a consultant at that point for our client, and working with, and most of our clients, even today, are looking for resale homes. So that's what we do most of. We're very well versed in new construction, but the clients that we're working with for resale, it involves a little bit more activity, I guess we could say, because You want to schedule showings. You want to get them and tour the houses. I mean, the house is obviously already built, so you want to get them through there. You want to put a contract together, all these things that the sales office for new construction would do. So, there's pros and cons to both, and there's pros and cons for our clients for both. It's just, and part of our job, and I always tell, so I'm going to sidestep here real quick. I heard a statistic recently that last year, 71% of all realtors sold 0 houses, right? 71% sold 0 houses. In 2023, 49% of realtors sold 1 house or less. So it's getting worse. It's trending in the wrong direction. Yeah. So the reason I bring that up is because you have to be careful who you pick as a real estate agent. Like, did your real estate agent not sell a house last year? 75% of realtors are part-time. Yep. This is what I do every day. I wake up and go to sleep, thinking, doing real estate. But in any case, so when we work with our clients, we take them no matter what they're looking for. We take them from start to finish, and we give them the information and tools to make the best decision. We don't decide for them.
Absolutely. Well, folks, if you want to find out more information, stollrealestate.com. That is stollrealestate.com. Thanks so much for joining with us today, and we'll be back with more in just a bit.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Even with the efforts of hundreds of first responders, Washington, D.C. Fire Chief John Denali says they've yet to see any signs of life following last night's collision between a passenger jet and an Army helicopter at Reagan National Airport.
We are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident.
So far, at least 30 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. American Eagle Flight 5242 broke into pieces before crashing and was reportedly carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members. 3 soldiers were aboard the Black Hawk helicopter. Despite the Trump administration's increase in immigrant enforcement, officials in Florida say law enforcement there has seen an increase in encounters with illegal migrants from China. News Nation's Brian Inton reports.
We're trying to figure out, and ICE too, where they're coming from and where they're going. It's very interesting what's been happening here in Coral Gables, though, because this is a very fancy, wealthy part of Miami. You've got the Biltmore Hotel, the Vizcaya Estate. These houses behind me are tens of millions of dollars. And now, for the second time in 2 weeks, there were these white vans pulled over here in the neighborhoods of Coral Gables, and inside them were dozens and dozens of Chinese migrants.
They, among many smugglers, were all arrested. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Join us tomorrow for Apolitical Talk Show's Free Speech Friday panel.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
The Celtics beat the Bulls 122-100 in Boston last night. Chicago's dropped 8 of 9. Kobe White led the Bulls with 16 points in 31 minutes. It was his first game back after missing 4 straight with an ankle injury. Chicago was without leading scorer Zach LaVine. He missed the game for personal reasons. Chicago's 3-game road trip continues at Toronto on Friday. The Blackhawks are on the road tonight visiting the Carolina Hurricanes. Chicago's 16 wins are the second fewest in the league, just ahead of San Jose. Carolina has wins in 7 of 10, points in 9 of those games. They're second in the Metropolitan Division. Men's hoops tonight, number 18 Illinois visits Nebraska. The Illini are 6-4 in the Big Ten. Nebraska just 2-7 in the conference. They've lost 6 in a row overall. The Illini women visit Rutgers tonight. Illinois looking to extend a 2-game winning streak. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 113 through 115. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, cloudy with a chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. High near 55. Tonight, occasional rain showers and cloudy with a low around 37. Rain likely. Tomorrow, rain and a slight chance of thunderstorms before noon. Then a chance of rain showers. Mostly cloudy with a high near 40. Currently, it is 44 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
Searching for a financial partner that truly has your best interest at heart? Join KCT Credit Union, where they're more than just a bank. They're a not-for-profit financial cooperative. KCT members are owners, meaning profits go back to you in the form of lower loan rates, higher savings rates, and fewer fees. Experience personalized service that puts you first. Become a part of KCT, where your financial well-being is their top priority. Visit kctcu.org. Each account insured up to $250,000 by member's choice. This institution is not federally insured.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Thanks so much for tuning in today. We are in the 12 o'clock hour. We're taking you out to lunch with WRMN and talking about Stoll Real Estate here with Andrew Stoll. Thank you again so much for joining us today. And again, we've got a lot of things to talk about here. So we're like, hey, we're going to go into the 12 o'clock hour here for the still for a little bit longer here. So tell us a little bit here as well. Or for those of you who are just tuning in right now, we've been talking with Andrew Stoll here, who is owner of the Stoll Real Estate. Would you say, is that a good term, owner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
owner of Stoll Real Estate here in Elgin. And we've been talking about what they have to offer. And there's a lot that they have to offer here, too, when it comes to real estate and buying and selling. And we wanted to talk a little bit further with you folks out there, too, on how they can help you or help the community. So if you want to talk a little bit about that, I know you did mention a little bit about seminar.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, the main, being a real estate company, the main value that we add, to the community is helping people through that big purchase. Most people buying a house is the biggest purchase they're going to make. And so personally, I take great pride in what we do and what our agents provide as far as a service. But some of the things, there's a ton of tools and resources that we provide that are completely free, complimentary, that will help you down the path towards home ownership. And one of those things for home buyers is I host a regular seminar/webinar. Sometimes we do them in person, sometimes we do webinars. And these are home buyer webinars, and we go through the entire process. And there's usually two things that you want to make sure that you're doing as a home buyer, and you want to make sure you're doing the things that are going to put you in the best position to get the best deal for a house, to have the most peace of mind, to make sure that you have the professionals in place like a home inspector to make sure the house is what you think it is. And then the second thing is you just want to make sure that you're not costing yourself money. A lot of buyers, when they're not working with the right agent or with the right information, you could cost yourself thousands of dollars during the process. And so we go through the entire home buying process. I pull back the curtain, so to speak, and just give all of my insights. And we do this for every seminar. There's nothing to hide. I want to empower, the consumer, the home buyer, the Elgin citizens, and just the people that we work with, our clients. It's very important to me. So, these seminars and these webinars it's not just me talking. I bring on some of my friends in the industry, sometimes lenders, mortgage lenders, real estate attorneys, home inspectors, and so they also provide some additional insights. And we also offer great incentives just for joining us and using our team. If you're confident after attending a seminar or a webinar and you feel like you might want to give us a shot to help you buy a house, we incentivize the attendees of these events with, at least $1,000 in rebates, but oftentimes that goes up to $2,000 or $3,000 that people will get for free just for working with us, that we give back out of our commission, and that they can put towards closing costs or home inspections and stuff like that. So it's I love doing them because it really gets us engaged with the community and helps people attain home ownership.
Yeah, and it's a win-win situation too, I would say. Absolutely.
100%.
Sure.
Yeah.
So now where can people find more information about you and also about Stoll Real Estate?
So excuse me, they can go to our website, stollrealestate.com, and there's some good resources on there. At the top, you can search for homes in Illinois or Florida. There's buyer resources under buy. There's selling resources under sell. And you can search the entire MLS for what's available. You can learn a little bit about us and the company. And we also, we're always looking for other good real estate agents to join our team. So there's a page on there if anybody's interested in becoming a real estate agent. That's another thing that we do.
Awesome. Very, very good. Well, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. Andrew, you're very, like Dean said here, very informative, and it's been great. Thank you so much for joining us today. Folks, if you want to check out more information, that is stollrealestate.com. Again, stollrealestate.com. Thank you again, Andrew, for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Folks, we're going to take a little time out here, and we'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. So stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Are you ready to rock? At School of Rock Elgin, located at 353 South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting mid-February opening. Unleash your inner rock star. Listen this Sunday afternoon to Handle on the Law.
I know we're at an at-will date, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
It's Handle on the Law this Sunday afternoon from 4 to 7 right here on WRMN.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope that you are enjoying your day so far. We're officially now into the afternoon time here on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Thank you again to Andrew for joining us live here today in Studio 14. Lots of great discussions here, great opportunities for you, of course, to tune in and check out more. We'll make sure to have this posted on the YouTube side of things, youtube.com @WRMN Radio. I'll make sure to post the full interview in and of itself onto the YouTube side of things, and it'll also be featured in the playlists Out to Lunch, so you'll be able to see it there. Thank you again so much for your time and energy, of course, to talk to us about what you have to offer. That's stollrealestate.com. That's stollrealestate.com for more information. Taking a look here at the time with the weather, we, of course, have here current temperatures almost up into the 50s. We are almost there, folks. Yes, we are almost into the 50s right now as I speak. We're at 47 right now. We do have a high of 52 degrees, mixed clouds. We are seeing it becoming a little bit more on the overcast side of things as we prepare for that rain. Chance of about 80% rolling through tonight with a low of 39 degrees. Heading on into Friday here, the 31st, last day of January is coming up tomorrow. Folks, we have almost made it through an entire month of 2025. Has it been a crazy ride? Yes, absolutely. But we're here, part of the community, for the community. And no matter what, of course, you know, if you're having a good year, maybe not a great year, of course, there are a lot of things happening in the world right now that are, you know, interesting, exciting, scary, concerning. And of course, you know that as here as a community, we're partnered together, of course, to have that conversation and to talk as well, too. And I think that that's important to bring these, you know, subjects on to the forefront and have that conversation is very important, too. So, of course, we have it on the different shows here as well. First Shift with Marky B. I know Out to Lunch I usually do, you know, talk a lot about the arts and entertainment as well. But I do talk about the local news and things that are also happening as well, too. Because I think it is, of course, very important to stay informed. Now, of course, it's honed in a little bit more in detail on the First Shift with Marky B. Of course, there are other shows as well that we talk about it with Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. We also incorporate News Nation into that, as well as a political talk show Monday through Friday from 4 until 6 o'clock. So, of course, we here at WRMN want to make sure and ensure that you get the news, you get the information, that we put it out there, and then in return that we could have those conversations. Don't forget, of course, we also have our YouTube side of things, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Feel free to subscribe to our channel, click that notification bell, keep up to date with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, and hey, what's going on here on WRMN AM 1410. Our YouTube channel is growing. We're very excited about it here too. We are getting more subscribers by the day, and we're very excited to be expanding more, of course, and continuing to, of course, foster the community together and to be together. I think that is fantastic as part of the Fox River Valley. Let's take a look here as well. Now, don't forget, you can also take a look at some previous videos that were also posted onto youtube.com/WRMN Radio. So if you missed out on the First Shift with Marky B with Diana Ortega Erith, that interview has been posted. So you can find it on our YouTube channel. That is, you can even just look up on the search term WRMN Radio and you'll be able to find it. It was very recently just uploaded here. Centro de Información, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, joins the First Shift. You can watch that, and you can also check out other ones that are also featured there too. There's even like a little button that you can press that says 8 more. So yesterday, Kane County Sheriff Ron Hain on the First Shift with Marky B and Elliot. Out to Lunch, All Canada Show, live from Studio 14, and other ones out there too. So feel free to check out all that information posted onto our YouTube channel. And don't forget, of course, to subscribe. You can keep up to date with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley area. Always good to keep informed, keep in the known. Always important. So let's see what else we have here for today. Of course, we did talk a little bit about the weather and temperatures that we are seeing today. Don't forget also here too, make sure you're prepared when it does come to, times when it is raining out. If you don't have to go outside, especially if it's supposed to be very, very rainy, just be prepared for that. Also be prepared too, talking a bit about what's happening in the area. You can check out lots of different local events that are coming up here too. Don't forget, tune in coming up tomorrow. We do have, of course, the life experiences with William Pellerinos. That'll be from 12 until 1 o'clock tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. He is going to be, of course, having a special guest in-house with us here. That'll be from 12 until 1 o'clock. And that is going to be immigration attorney. And of course, please feel free to call in during that show. That'll be during the show from 12 until 1 o'clock. That is the life experiences with William Pellerinos tomorrow. Call in with any questions regarding immigration, green cards, ICE raids, etc. So feel free to do that, of course. We also do have here coming up on Saturday. Now, if you go on out to the Old Republic Kitchen and Bar from 12 to 3:30 p.m., Sammy Sosa is making a special guest appearance. You don't want to miss out on that. We are going to be doing a live broadcast from out there. We're going to be including Marcus Mack with that, of course, too. That'll be from 10 until 12 o'clock during Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack. You can find more information on this event posted onto exploreelginarea.com. You can also find it as well on the Old Republic Kitchen and Bar website. It is also featured on Summer Sports Cards and also Top Shelf Sports Cards as well. Summer Sports Cards in Dundee and Top Shelf Sports Cards in Elgin. So don't forget, check those out. You can get tickets at topshelfsportscards.com. That's topshelfsportscards.com. You can get those tickets, click and learn a little bit more on their website too. So very, very nice. Very, very nice, as I usually say. And it is nice. So feel free to check that out. I just have to say here too, I just love that I'm able to share my screen with you folks out there. It's such a fun thing to do when I'm here on the air too. I know you don't usually say it as much, but just I have fun doing it. It's fun, looking up the things, and I enjoy doing, for example, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends, doing Tammy's show, being able to look up things, bring them up right away. A lot of times, guests, whether it's Becky or Nancy, will say, "Oh, Matt brought it up. There you go. Thank you so much." Things like that. So I'm not trying to, pat myself on the back too much, but I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. I have fun with it. Being able to be involved in the technology that we have nowadays to bring you content here within the Fox River Valley area has just been such an amazing journey, and I'm so excited to continue moving forward with it as well. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410, and we are serving the Fox River Valley, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin. Let's see what else we do have coming up here within the Elgin area, within the Fox River Valley. And of course, if there's any other events that you know that are going to be coming up here that I might have missed, feel free to call into the show, 847-931-1410. I know our radio segment will be coming up pretty soon, but feel free, of course, to do so. Let's see what's coming up here in the very near future. Now, the Mockingbird Barn Garden of East Dundee tonight at 6 p.m. is going to be featuring a Lunar New Year dinner. And I think, sounds like a good plan, because I think I'm going to have some Chinese food tonight. That sounds like a good plan. Hey, but if you want to go out, Mockingbird Barn Garden of East Dundee, great place to get some delicious cocktails in a modern, chic style atmosphere. And they're going to be celebrating the new year at Mockingbird Barn Garden, that is of East Dundee. So feel free, of course, to check out that information. And it has been posted onto their website, their Facebook page, and also on exploreelginarea.com. That is at 6 p.m. tonight. 5 creative Asian-inspired cuisines included there, 5 courses. Yes, you can celebrate with this. Reserve your spot now via their website for this unforgettable celebration. And it's $100 plus tax and gratuity, but again, you get a very fine experience for sure. So they are welcoming everyone to the new year of the snake. 5 creative Asian-inspired courses, custom crafted cocktails. They have a Get Lucky Rolling Snake Eyes for a chance to win, some gift cards as well too, and some other fun surprises also in store. So good luck. That's coming up tonight. You can also check out some other things as well, too. There is a community sound healing at the Gail Borden Public Library coming up tonight. Now, this is actually a really cool opportunity. Community sound healing, or just even sound healing as well, is such an immersive experience that really ties in to finding yourself and also being one with the sounds. It's really, really cool. You can join in for the transformative journey of relaxation and rejuvenation through the power of sound. Presenter Natalie uses singing bowls, chimes, and drums to promote deep relaxation and inner harmony. Natalie Pendergrass of Sacred Spirit Bodyworks presents a transformative journey of relaxation through the program known as, quote, Community Sound Healing. This is where you'll be able to immerse yourself in the different sounds that are, of course, presented, those different mediums, to help to relax yourself. It is a really great way to do that. So if you want to check the event organizer's website for more information, you can feel free to do that. And that has also, again, been posted onto the exploreelginarea.com. Exploreelginarea.com. Hey, don't forget, in Hampshire, you can check out some fun things. There's a ladies' night at the Hampshire Social. That's going to be coming up tomorrow. That is from 5 until 8 o'clock. That's from 5 to 8 o'clock, so you don't want to miss out on that. Don't forget also here, too, you can stop by and get yourself a delicious drink and, of course, great hospitality within the community at Newman's Corner Pub. That's Newman's Corner Pub located in Hampshire. Your new favorite spot to stop on by. They do have their ice-cold Yuengling on draft. They have that special. It's $1 off. So they do have that $1 off if you do want to head on out there at 1000 South State Street in Hampshire. And they do have the special going on today on Thursday with that the $1 drink. So sounds pretty cool. Definitely check that out. Super Bowl Sunday will be coming up here as well, too. Free food while it lasts. $1 can of 12-ounce domestics and cash raffles. And the party will start at 5 p.m. Also sounds like a good event to check out. So that's Newman's Corner Pub. Check out more information that you can find at Newman's Corner Pub on their website. Let's see some other things here as well that are coming up. We did get a nice message here, of course, from Commander Mark Smith, reminding everyone here that you can join in for the award-winning burger night tonight from 4 to 7:30 p.m. at 820 North Liberty Street. Then stay for your chance to win at a $3,500 jackpot playing Lightning, 6:30 to 8:30. They also have slots, pull tabs, jar games, darts, and plenty of cold beverages at the bar. So definitely feel free, of course, to do that. And they also did have a nice award here, Community Votes Elgin 2024 Platinum winner. Congratulations. Very, very nice. Voted best in burgers. So if you do want to enjoy their best in burgers, check it out tonight. Located in Elgin. Very, very cool. We are going to take a quick time out pretty soon here. I know we do have a caller on hold. I will take your call off air if you do want to stay on hold. We are going to take it to the bottom of the hour news and messages from our sponsors coming up pretty soon here. And then when we do come back, we will officially be in our Tradio segment. So it'll be the time to call into the studio here at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. Mark in the comments here, Matt is a rising radio star. Stop. Dean says for sure. Guys, I appreciate the comments so much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. I enjoy what I do, and everyone has been so wonderful. So I greatly appreciate it a lot here too. I get a lot of great comments. I get great tips as well too. I love it that you folks are able to help me out, and we're all here to help each other out as a community here at WRMN. So taking a look at the time here, we are going to take a quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN, and we'll officially be in our Tradio segment. Of course, you can feel free to call in if you want to talk about anything else though too. Absolutely. So stay tuned for that. And don't forget, we're also having some other programming, of course, as well coming up here. Yours truly. So stay tuned for that. And I'll give notice to them too in just a bit. And we'll be back with more in a little while. Stay tuned.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Progressive. King County calling on residents to step up as volunteers to assist in emergencies and community safety operations. The Office of Emergency Management set to host a new volunteer open house offering 2 opportunities for engagement. The first session is scheduled for February 4th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. and the next one on March 1st from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. The King County Sheriff's Office making residents aware of a jury duty scam that's going around. Scammers posing as local law enforcement or court officials are falsely informing individuals that they've missed jury duty and face arrest unless they pay a fine right then and there over the phone. The Sheriff's Office reminding everyone that no law enforcement agency will request that you pay anything over the phone and that you should hang up on these scammers. Naperville Crime Stoppers encouraging locals to report information about crimes that occurred in the area by calling 630-420-6006. Citizens who provide anonymous tips can be eligible for cash rewards if that tip leads to an arrest. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, a chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 55. Windy conditions with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, occasional rain showers with cloudy skies and a low around 37. Rain likely. Currently, it is 47 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Hey, we are in our Tradio segment. If you are interested in buying, selling, trading, and or announcing to the Fox River Valley area, feel free, of course, to call us 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. And we do have a caller on hold. It's been waiting very patiently. Thank you so much for holding here, and we'll take it to you. Hi there, caller. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. I'm looking for somebody to work on my front door lock. It's a combination, and I put a new battery in it, but it's not working. My phone number is 847-308-1455. I'd appreciate any help.
All right. Thanks so much for calling in, and we'll pass that message along. Awesome. So there's that Tradio caller there looking for the someone to work on his front door. That's 847-308-1455. Hey, we also do have another guest here on the air with us today. Hey, Elliot, how you doing?
Hey, does everyone always sing their phone numbers when they do Tradio? That was really cool.
Yeah, that was cool too.
I like that. It was like I would ask the caller, have they ever done like television or radio ads, like for businesses. You know, like you know how you sing the Empire song 588-2300. That's what it reminded me of. So
or Luna.
Or Luna, yes. So caller, that was quite impressive. If you haven't done that sort of thing for ads, I would encourage you to look into that.
Absolutely, yes. So he's looking for someone to work on his front door lock. That is 847-308-1455.
Can I put out a radio tradio request?
Actually?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking to buy, actually. So I'm going to put this out to the Fox River Valley.
All right.
For folks who may not know this, I am an avid collector of movie memorabilia, and specifically Indiana Jones. That's the Raiders of the Lost Ark, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. So I am looking for any sort of... I am currently looking for the Indiana Jones collector glasses that were put out by... I think it was Burger King and 7-Up.
Ah, okay.
So if you have any of those glasses that you want to sell, you can reach me at... Well, you know, this will be real easy because phone numbers. I really don't want to get a million calls, although that would be great. Email me. Please email me, Elliot at WRMN1410.com. So that's Elliot with 2 L's and 2 T's. Elliot at WRMN1410.com. I'm looking for Indiana Jones glasses. And in fact, any sort of Indiana Jones memorabilia that you may have, books, knickknacks, and the like. It's very, very hard to come by.
Oh, with Indiana Jones?
Indiana Jones is really hard to come by. It's not like, because I have a lot of folks know that I'm a big Star Wars fan.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I see your phone case.
You see? Right. See my phone case? And I'll put this up for the YouTube folks. But there's a ton of Star Wars stuff out there. I have movie posters. Like I even have some Indiana Jones movie posters. But I don't have, there's a lot of memorabilia that's out there that I don't have.
Do you collect... I don't know if you have a Wii. Do you collect like a Indiana Jones Wii game or anything?
Yeah, I have the Indiana Jones Wii game. It's Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. I do have that one, although my Wii's no longer hooked up. There's a brand new game they came out with for the Xbox, the new Xbox.
Okay.
I do not own an Xbox.
I have 360 and the first one.
And there's the new one is the Xbox One, they call it.
Okay.
Yeah. I have the very first one. Remember that ugly black thing with the green?
That's the one I've got.
That's what I've got. One of the mine is pretty cool, and I got that when a friend of mine gave it to me.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody wants to gift me an Xbox, I won't complain.
I have that, and I literally bought it for 2 games. That was it. I bought it off eBay for 2 games: Haunted Mansion game, and the Disney Haunted Mansion game, and then Tony Hawk.
Oh, okay, those are good games. I have a ton of games for the Xbox as well.
Yep.
But anyway. Although I will, if you know a kid who has no video games and who would like an original Xbox, I'm willing to gift it to you. So
nice.
Email me also, Elliot at WRMN1410.com, and we can talk.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Hey, that Indiana Jones, so the collector's glasses, I know we're kind of on a tangent about this. Are they like the Shrek glasses where they can't sell them anymore because they've got, what is it in the glasses?
There was like the Shrek glasses were kind of like a PVC or kind of like a plastic, were they?
Yeah.
They weren't really glass.
Mm-hmm.
These Indiana Jones glasses were real glasses.
Yeah.
This was back when McDonald's and them made actual glasses. Now when they do new ones, they're always plastic.
Yeah.
And I know there were some of the Shrek ones. There was something in the paint, actually, like a lead in the paint.
Yeah.
You know, when you have little kids wanting to lick the glass.
Yeah.
Have that.
But now those go for quite a bit sometimes.
Yes, because...
And I had a couple, and then I got rid of them.
Because they got recalled. A lot of them got recalled. So the moment they get recalled, that means there's fewer out there.
Yep.
And that's the thing with Indiana Jones is like, it didn't take off as a big collectible. So there isn't as much Indiana Jones stuff out there.
Yeah.
Hence, it's harder to find. Hence, people, are looking for it. So.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see some other Tradio callers that called in here. We have a Tradio caller as a snowblower for sale, 24-inch path, runs good, 6-speed, 1 verse. It's a 4-cycle engine and 350 or best offer. If you want to reach out to him, that number is 847-741-8276. 847-741-8276. If you're interested.
I'm telling you, I know we haven't gotten any serious snow yet. But I have this feeling, this happened last year. I remember, the snow didn't hit until late in the winter, and then it came down. So if you haven't gotten that snowblower yet, I would jump on that offer there.
That sounds like a good one. We also have another Tradio caller here. He has a couple items, a boat for sale, a Bayliner 17-foot fiberglass boat for sale. It has a cover, 85 horsepower motor with a trim. The boat looks like new, and the interior is great. It was garage kept, so it's very well kept, and it's got a nice trailer on there too for $5,000 or best offer. Selling it as soon as possible, and they also do have a 1946 Chevy for sale. Make them an offer on that. That's 847-464-5830.
I'm wondering if these people, like when they have that, like if they've posted on their Facebook pages pictures of these things. I'd be fascinated to see what everything looks like, especially that Chevy.
Yeah,
well, 46 Chevy.
I've been telling people, hey, feel free to,
send the pictures on the text line, right?
Text line 505-926-1410. Feel free, of course, to text those pictures to us. We can share them on the screen with your permission, and we'll do that. Absolutely.
Show those items off on the YouTube page.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Let's see some other Tradio callers here. We have a Tradio caller, has the 2,000-watt generator for sale. It's a smaller generator with a 4 horsepower. He also did say it's quiet, so it runs quietly, which is nice, for $350 or best offer on that. That's 847-847-8813. Again, 847-847-8813. So there's another one there.
He didn't glitch on you, folks. It's really 847 area code, then 847, the first 3 numbers.
Every time I say that, I think to myself, okay, I need to make sure that I separate the two with that pause, just in case.
They're like, wait, is he starting over again? No, that's it. Right.
Yep, exactly. We also have Susie calling in here. She has a lot of items, let me tell you. Starting off here, 3 homemade full-size quilts that her mother-in-law made.
Ooh, homemade. So you know that's quality.
Yes.
You know that's good.
Yep, $50 or best offer for all 3 of those.
Whoa,
yeah.
That's a deal. Okay.
Absolutely. Second one on the list here is a 24-piece bakeware set from 1975. No chips or cracks. It's got blue doves and hot pink tulips on there for $150 or best offer.
Also, again, if it's from 75, you know it's quality. They just do not make that stuff the same way anymore.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly the kind of stuff people go to estate sales and the really nice vintage shops to find. So if you're into that, jump on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Second, another one on the list here is a kitchen mixer. It's in the color yellow, comes with all the hooks. And also a meat grinder comes with the 2 for $75 or best offer.
Ooh.
So there you go.
So a lot of folks are getting into home cooking.
Yes.
You know, meat grinders, making your own sausage, making your own ground beef. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have you on Tradio more.
No, really.
You're doing such a great job presenting these items and talking about them. They're great. Very nice. Second one, another one here is a big blue suitcase. It's the size of a trunk for $35 or best offer.
Okay.
There's a Singer sewing machine. Those are so cool.
Yeah.
Comes with the built-in cabinet for $75 or best offer. Set of pots and pans that are glass. And, personal favorite of mine, some antiques.
No pictures, huh?
No pictures.
Folks, send in pictures.
Susie, let us know. 505-926-1410. Or, folks, if you want to reach out to her, that's 630-536-9922. And then the last Tradio caller that we have here, it is Bill. He sells those theatrical film posters. Original.
Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, that's what I'm into.
And he's got, I know, 007. He's got War of the Worlds. I think it's another one.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure if he has Indiana Jones.
Indiana, again, I might have run into Bill. I think I might have run into Bill. But I've run into somebody said that that's what they collected movie posters and they were selling movie posters.
Yeah.
Yes, but I have, FYI, I have all the Indiana Jones movie posters.
Nice.
Over time, I just got crazy and collected. I just have not had them framed yet. That's another thing I need to work on, getting them framed.
Yeah, getting them framed for sure.
Like at Dino's house.
Yeah.
Like if you've ever been to one of Dino's parties, if you go to his house, he has all these movie posters and all this artwork framed around his house. When I went for his holiday party, I was like, oh my goodness, this is so cool. I have so many posters at home. I need to do the same thing.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, get it in a nice frame, set and ready on the walls. You're set and ready to go. That's BillSellsPosters@gmail.com. BillSellsPosters@gmail.com. Or you can also text him at 708-793-3980. 708-793-3980.
Bill doesn't have like a website or a page that we can check out. Anything like that?
I just know Bill sells posters at Gmail. So and his number.
That's great. I like that Gmail address. It's easy to remember.
Very easy to remember.
Bill sells posters.
Bill sells posters. Folks, we're going to take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll discuss a little bit more here as well, too. Stay tuned. You're listening to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We'll be back with more in just a little bit.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding 5-star Google rating. To find out more, call us at 847-888-4333. Bender Dental Care, affordable dentistry, close to home.
Looking to stay informed on the political issues that truly matter? I'm Dennis Sonar Green, inviting you to join me every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town, is where you'll find clear, balanced analysis of the day's biggest news. We dig into the headlines, cutting through the noise to deliver the facts and insights you need to stay informed. Whether you're deeply into politics or just want to understand what's going on, this show offers the depth and perspectives that matter. Tune in every weekday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on WRMN and be part of the conversation that's shaping our community. Let's navigate today's political landscape together on A Political Talk Show, only on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Wendy just left us a nice comment here. Hi to both of you. Well, hello to you, Wendy. The generator is spoken for Marky B. I took it off the list, Wendy. All set, ready to go. Congratulations.
Man, that went fast.
That did go fast. The nice generator.
You got to jump on that, especially if it's quiet too.
Absolutely.
Got to get ready for those times when you need power, and it's. I've been fortunate. I know, although we've been having those issues out here in the Fox River Valley, where those heavy storms come through, and then you're out of power for, like, let's say a day or something, and then which on certain times not a big deal, but good golly, if you lose power, let's say over the summer, your air conditioning doesn't work, no bueno.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Well, folks, if you want to call in, 847-931-1410 is that number to dial. We're still taking those radio calls. But in the meantime, though, too, with we've got about 8 minutes left here. Elliot, tell us a little bit about what you're going to be offering.
Oh, yes. Well, it's something that I have not really spent a whole lot of time talking about, considering the airtime I've had on this show, on the shows here on WRMN. But starting this Saturday, folks have said, hey, Elliot, when are you going to have your own show? Elliot, when are you going to do your own thing? Well, guess what? It's going to be happening this Saturday. I'm going to be doing an hour-long show, and it's going to be completely different from everything else that's offered on WRMN.
Nice.
I'm going to go in a completely different direction. It's going to be about pro wrestling.
Okay.
We're going to have I'm going to have guests on the show, folks from the local pro wrestling industry, promoters, wrestlers, and we're also going to have other entertainment professionals, mainly comic book professionals, because for a lot of folks who may not know, I am also a professional comic book writer. I've written several comics for different publications for very popular characters. And so there is a very vibrant, independent comic book community, comic creator community in Chicago and in the burbs. So I'm going to be featuring some of those folks. So the first night, I'm going to have Mark Fishman, who lives out here in the Homewood area. He's a marketing expert as well as an artist for the Unshaven Comics Publishing Group. They create their own books. These guys have been in the industry for a long time and have created some great comics like the Sammernauts. Oh, there we go. And we're going to have discussions. Mark is a big wrestling fan, and he's going to be coming on to talk about wrestling with me.
Nice.
And I'm also looking forward to having Joey Roth, who is from Power Pro Wrestling. He's going to be on from time to time to talk about what's it like to being a professional wrestler on the local scene. And I will talk about the big boys, WWE, World Wrestling Entertainment, and AEW, All Elite Wrestling. For folks who may not, wrestling right now is huge. It's become as big as the NBA. It's a worldwide thing. Now, the WWE has become they'll say it, but it's proven out. They're a worldwide brand. So you can have wrestlers in the WWE, people recognize them in other countries, which is not the same. You can't say the same thing about, let's say, NFL players. NFL is really, while it's huge here in the United States, not as big overseas, like in Europe and other countries. They just don't get it like we do here. Unlike, let's say, the NBA, where the NBA is worldwide popularity, NBA players are known throughout the world. WWE are the same. So we're going to be looking at pro wrestling from the creative standpoint, talk about the different angles. We'll talk about the industry, how it's evolving. WWE just started a 5-year contract with Netflix, where one of their shows is going to be streaming exclusively on Netflix. It's been over the last 3 weeks now. It's been on Netflix. Mark and I will talk about the changes there, as well as the other outlets for pro wrestling. So if you're a pro wrestling fan, or you like it, we'll talk. It's pro wrestling, not just pro wrestling. We'll be talking about entertainment. The show is going to be called The Torn Quadcast.
The Torn Quadcast.
The Torn
okay.
Quadcast. Get it? Torn Quad. Well, anyway.
Oh, and, now I got it. Wait, where's that? Now I got to do that. Darn it, that sound effect here. What is that? The Torn. Oh, wait.
No.
I can't bring it up. Sorry.
It's It's called The Torn Quadcast, talking sports and entertainment.
Sports and entertainment.
See, because sports, pro wrestling is referred to these days as sports entertainment. So we will be talking about sports entertainment, wrestling. We will be talking about other sports from time to time, as well as just overall entertainment. We'll talk about, the Marvel movies. The new Captain America movie's coming out in 2 weeks. Captain America: Brave New World with Anthony Mackie as Sam Wilson playing Captain America. Lot of chatter about that on social media.
Okay.
There are a lot of folks who, for some reason, don't seem to like the idea of Sam Wilson as Captain America. Other folks love it. there are a lot of folks who they don't get it. They go, well, Steve Rogers is Captain America. I'm like, well, in the comic books, Sam Wilson played Captain America at a point. In fact, he's still Captain America in the comics. So we'll talk about that. And then, of course, comics in general. The new Superman movie is going to be coming out in July.
Okay.
There's a lot going on in the entertainment industry, in movies, in geek culture. It's going to be fun to talk about.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. So what's the time again?
It's going to be Saturdays from 6 to 7.
6 to 7.
6 to 7.
That's at night?
At night, 6 to 7 p.m.
So it'll be kind of the out to dinner time where you can sit back, have a nice dinner,
And it'll also be, you'll be able to watch it on the YouTube. And I know, too, this weekend we'll be debuting our first Spanish language programming here on WRMN. The first Spanish language programming in a while. The Iglesia Chicane, they're going to be having their pastor and some of their folks in studio providing a spiritual message for the Hispanic community. So it's going to be all in Spanish from 5 to 6 p.m. I'll come on afterwards from 6 to 7. But just so you know, from 5 to 6 p.m. will be Spanish language programming just for that hour, and then we will return to our regular English language programming afterwards.
Okay.
But so again, if you have friends in the Hispanic community and want to hear a message from the local church, please have them tune in.
Absolutely.
And listen to pro wrestling.
Yes. Awesome. Oh, that sounds cool. I'm not a pro wrestler. I don't watch wrestling. So maybe I'll have to become a little more educated. That's might be something. Who knows? I might be interested in wrestling afterwards.
It's soap opera with muscles.
So
that's what it is. It's soap opera.
I like that description. I've never heard of that before. I like that.
Yeah.
Soap opera with muscles. Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. I like it. Folks, oh, goodness, I'm so sorry. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate it. This was fun. Can I come back for more Radio Tradio?
Of course. Oh, my goodness. Absolutely.
This will be fun. I'll duck you. I got to come back. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good, folks. We are going to take a quick time out. We're actually now done with Out to Lunch for the day today. Stay tuned. Coming up tomorrow as well. Don't forget, we're going to be having Life's Experiences with William Pellerinos. He'll be on with a very special guest as well, so stay tuned for that. That'll be coming up from 12 until 1 o'clock. You've been listening to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, and the Talk of the Town. We have been broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Thanks so much for joining in today, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit? Or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. A St. Charles man has been sentenced to prison for grooming a child. State's Attorney Jamie L. Mosser announced that Judge Barsanti has sentenced 38-year-old Edward T. Eisenstark of the 1100 block of Geneva Road in St. Charles to the maximum sentence of 5 years of imprisonment in the Illinois Department of Corrections. On the 12th of December, Eisenstark pled guilty to the offenses of indecent solicitation of a child, traveling to meet a minor, grooming, and solicitation of a sexual act. Assistant State's attorneys presented the following facts in court. On August the 12th, 2023, about 10:20 p.m., the defendant drove from his St. Charles home to Epic Air Trampoline Park in South Elgin to perform sexual acts on a juvenile in exchange for money. After the defendant confirmed he was in the parking lot, the child called 911. The defendant began communicating with the minor July 8th of 2023 via FaceTime, phone calls, and texts. At the time, Eisenstark was president of the Thompson Middle School Parent-Teacher Association in St. Charles. In other Fox Valley news, a man was killed Monday afternoon when an SUV he was driving hit a traffic signal pole in South Elgin. South Elgin police said the man, who was driving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe at a high speed, was headed west on Stearns Road about 5:20 p.m. when, for unknown reasons, he hit the signal pole at the intersection with South McLean Boulevard. The driver, whose name has not been released, was the only vehicle occupant pronounced dead at the scene. The accident remains under investigation by the South Elgin Police Department. Anyone with information is asked to call police at 847-741-2151. I'm Marky B. This is the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. The Kent County Sheriff's Office making residents aware of a jury duty scam that's going around. Scammers posing as local law enforcement or court officials are falsely informing individuals that they've missed jury duty and face arrest unless they pay a fine right then and there over the phone. The Sheriff's Office reminding everyone that no law enforcement agency will request that you pay anything over the phone and that you should hang up on these scammers. Naperville locals to report information about crimes that occurred in the area by calling 630-420-6006. Citizens who provide anonymous tips can be eligible for cash rewards if that tip leads to an arrest. Kane County calling on residents to step up as volunteers to assist in emergencies and community safety operations. The Office of Emergency Management set to host a new volunteer open house offering 2 opportunities for engagement. The first session is scheduled for February 4th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. and the next one on March 1st from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, a chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 55. Windy conditions with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, occasional rain showers with cloudy skies and a low around 37. Rain likely. Currently, it is 47 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location. While
It's always exciting to hear Elgin business owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community.
Elgin is on its way, and it has been. And sometimes, we got set back, the pandemic, and it's been rough. Everyone has felt it in so many different ways. What we're trying to do is a lot of hand-holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay, it's okay. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. We're very lucky to live in this community right now. There's nothing like this around here.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B. Weekday mornings on WRMN.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Sheblow has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Live across America, Mike Horn and What's Cooking on CRN Digital Talk Radio.
Welcome to What's Cooking today. I'm your host, Michael Horn, on the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. Ladies and gentlemen, we're glad to have you all with us. We have our producer, Madison Hernandez, along with us. It's a tough day for a lot of people with the recent events in the news, so we'll try and we don't have the news department that other people have. We're going to try and take your mind away from that a little bit, and we'll have some great guests on the show. Who do we have coming up today?
We have travel expert Chris Carley from eyeoftheflyer.com. He's going to talk about maximizing your credit card rewards and other travel news, some important travel news.
Talk to him a little bit about that Washington airline crash, because he deals in some of this stuff by flying around. Who else on the show today?
Then we're going to have Marissa Chasm, and we're going to talk about how to develop the right strategies towards financial wellness.
Yeah, and along with that, it's National Croissant Day. You like good croissants? They're pretty good, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You look at them and you think, how many calories do we have there? But it's that French specialty pastry. The croissant, though, actually originated in Austria, and it was originally known. Strawberry shortcake also being celebrated this weekend. Madison, you like strawberry shortcake, do you?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah, it coincides with the peak of strawberry season. This is, if you're going to go pick them, this is when you want to get them. This is when the strawberries are the juiciest and the tastiest. Now, the first known mention of shortcake itself dates back to 1588 in an old English cookbook. And by the mid-19th century, strawberry shortcake became popular in the United States. It's also National Bourbon Day. Brother Jim? Yeah. No drinking and driving during the celebrations of National Bourbon Day. But here's the story. It's kind of interesting. What happens when you combine corn, limestone, white oak, fire, and thyme? You get bourbon. Bourbon dates back to the mid-1700s. Scottish-Irish settlers in Virginia and Kentucky began distilling corn. It was growing in that area really well. It was a limestone shelf region rich in calcium, low in iron, provided perfect water for making whiskey. A guy named Elijah Craig, or maybe it was Craig Elijah. No, it was Elijah Craig. People with two first names. He was a clergyman, and a clergyman who was also a distiller, and he contributed significantly by charring the inside of white oak barrels to purify them, which enhanced automatically the whiskey's flavor. He labeled these barrels with their origin. They were from Bourbon County in Kentucky, and so he wrote bourbon on them and shipped them to New Orleans. Well, this combination of charred oak, the 90-day journey for the whiskey to arrive gave the whiskey a smooth, smoky, oaky flavor, leading to the nickname bourbon, which stuck because people in New Orleans started saying, "What's that whiskey from bourbon?" And then they just said, "Give me some bourbon." What a story, huh? That's a good one to tell. Don't drink, though. You'll forget it. We'll take a break and come back with more. The weekend edition of What's Cooking Today. I'm Michael Horn. Thanks for joining us. Are you looking for a natural health solution to improve your mind and body? Greska's Carbon 60 is an all-natural oral dietary supplement that supports your body's optimal health and performance. Studies show that Carbon 60 helps eliminate inflammation, often the root of your health issues. One carbon-rich serving provides your body with a powerful antioxidant to help remove toxins and free radicals. Carbon 60 helps protect your cells from damage and promotes cellular regeneration. Experience the power of Greska's Carbon 60 and say goodbye to pain, inflammation, and fatigue. Call anytime at 720-600-6040, 720-600-6040, or visit c-60.com. That's c-60.com. Greska's Carbon 60. Go to c-60.com. So, traveling music. Welcome back here to What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. And in our travel segment today, we got a great guest. Travel expert Jennifer Weatherhead is here. We're going to talk about summer vacations, maybe some inspirations from Texas, from the Lone Star State. Jennifer, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks so much for having me.
Jennifer is she's very interesting. She travels a lot, and we should look at summer getaways. And there's so many places to go now, and people are starting to say, let's get to someplace different we haven't been. Well, there's a lot of small towns near major airport hubs in Texas, like in Houston, that can give you a great escape if you're looking for quaint, maybe unique adventures. So that's why we asked Jennifer Weatherhead. She's here. She is in the area called the Woodlands in Texas. She's going to tell us about that. There's a lot of opportunities there. She's visited more than 70 countries. She is a travel fanatic, and she's teaming up today with Travel Texas. So, Jennifer Weatherhead, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Describe where you are. Where are the Woodlands? What is this?
Yeah. So you're right. I am in the Woodlands right now. I'm staying at the Woodlands Resort, so it's really close to Houston, and I'm actually finishing up a 5-day trip that I did throughout Texas. I really can't wait to talk to you about all of the different things that I saw and that I was doing while I was here, but the Woodlands specifically, it's this really cool, dynamic destination. They have a lot of live music and shopping and dining. There's public art everywhere here, and it has so much natural beauty, and part of that is because and one of the reasons why it's called the Woodlands is because it sits on 28,000 acres of trees. So you're going to be hard-pressed to find any place that's more beautiful than this in terms of scenery. And the other really great thing about the Woodlands right now is that they're celebrating their 50th anniversary this year in 2024. And it's just an exciting time. They're going to have a big celebration in October for their anniversary. So it's a cool spot to come out and visit, and it's also super easy to get here. So the George Bush Intercontinental Airport is just 30 minutes away from here. So easy to get in from Houston. And like I said, it's just this dynamic destination where they have great restaurants. So many talented chefs and cuisines can be found here. It's super walkable. But they also have this free trolley that you can take because it's pretty hot in Texas. So if you don't feel like walking around, you can hop on the trolley and get from attraction to attraction. They have an incredible outdoor pavilion with amazing concerts that happen there. Some of the bands that come in are Imagine Dragons and Noah Kahan. So it's a really happening spot. And you can spend your whole trip here. But, I mean, I do have some other places to mention about Texas as well, Mike.
I was going to say, you could...
The Woodlands are great, but we have other places.
You could just, I suppose, spend it as my question was going to be for you. Just answer. Jennifer Weatherhead is our guest here on What's Cooking Today, travel expert journalist in our travel segment. We're in Texas in a place called the Woodlands. Now, you mentioned it, and a lot of people are moving, not only traveling, moving to Texas. That state has become so popular. So here's Here's the deal. You're in the Woodlands. You said there's 28,000 acres, and I know it gets hot in the summertime, but can you actually go out and walk in the Woodlands and take like a little walk out there and everything under the trees and all that stuff?
Yeah, so I think that's actually part of the beauty of the Woodlands is that they designed it to be livable. So you can, it is hot here right now. It's definitely a little steamy in Texas these days and during the summer, but they have tons of paths and all the sidewalks are kind of set aside from the road. They're covered with trees, so it's nice and shady. Makes it way more enjoyable to be walking around outside during those hot times of the year.
Yeah, you got the Woodlands has the live music, shopping, dining, public art, natural beauty. And what property are you staying at?
At the Woodlands Resort. So it's a really nice property with a golf course, pools, great for families if you're coming for a quick visit.
You said the key word I was going to ask you, pools. You get too hot, you dive into the pool. You're getting me to go into this thing. I'll tell you, you're doing your trip through Texas, as you mentioned so far. Where do you go next? Are you still moving along in there? What's your next destination?
So I already did my trip, and I've ended here in the Woodlands, but I just came back from a town called Round Top, and that's kind of the halfway point between Houston and Austin. So, again, it's a really quick drive from those airports, making it super easy to get to. It's such a tiny town. They have a population of 87 people, but it is the spot where you're going to want to go and kind of relax and do nothing and just experience some of the nature there. It's really that quintessential Texas destination. It's really renowned for being an escape for creatives and world wanderers that, are just looking for a lot of discovery. They have a great antiques fair that happens there twice a year in the spring and the fall, which brings in thousands and thousands of people. They have incredible hotels there. There's the Hotel Lulu, which has a really funky little bar and a great restaurant. You can stay at the Wander Inn, which is where I stayed on my trip, and they make you fresh, warm biscuits every morning for breakfast. I ate 2 of them. I didn't just have one. I ate 2 every morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Save one for me.
They have the Frenchie Boutique Hotel there as well. So, it's a small place, but you can stay in these really great places like historic farmhouses, swanky boutique hotels, little cozy retreats that still have those 5-star amenities. And they have such great shopping and dining in this little town, too. There's a great spot called Royers where everyone will tell you have to go to get a slice of pie with some homemade ice cream on it. Everything here in Round Top just has this little
pie. She mentioned pie, biscuits, pie. So this is Round Top. That's what I was going to ask you before. I mentioned that some people wanted to get away and escape. This sounds like Round Top is the place where you just want to check out, get away, and escape. You're at the Woodlands now. What about, someone told me there's a place I needed to ask you about called the Texas Triangle. What's that about?
Well, actually, the place that I went to right after Round Top, and maybe you would consider this part of the triangle, I went to Bryan, Texas. So, again, it's that kind of perfect driving destination because it's right in between, within a few hours drive of Dallas, Houston, and Austin. So it's a cool little college town vibe. It's really interesting. They have a lot of live music there, a great art scene, lots of shopping and dining options in their historic downtown area of Bryan. I actually went there and I got a custom-fitted cowboy hat done, so I got to watch them steam it and then shape it so it would fit my head perfectly, which was really fun to do. And that's also, it's a college town, but it's also a really great spot for families because the first Friday of every month, they have a family-friendly event. It shuts down the downtown area. They have live performances. And the other thing that I was so surprised about when I went to Bryan, it's kind of a gateway into that Texas Bluebonnet wine trail area. So very under-the-radar destination, spectacular views, lots of wine. I visited a winery called Messina Hoff, and it's the most awarded winery in all of Texas. They just get so many awards when they're there. They have great rosé, great red wines to try. It was really a fun
I'm there. You've sold
really
me.
Cool
Jennifer, you have sold me on this. I'm into wine, I'm into food, I'm into travel and pools and walking, and I want a cowboy hat, and they got to get a large because a lot of people have called me a fathead. I don't know how they know that, but there you go. So here's the deal. You've traveled. We see you on Fox, NBC, ABC, CBS to 81 different countries. We got about 30 seconds left. If I want to book a trip, how do I do it to Texas? Where do I go? What's the easiest way to plan my itinerary?
Yeah, so I always think the best option is to go to traveltexas.com because on there they have a Texas travel guide and a Texas trip builder. So that will help you plan out your entire trip for pretty much anywhere in the state of Texas. So again, traveltexas.com, and that will help you plan it out.
So our buddy Jennifer Weatherhead, she knows the ins and outs, and that is a good website. I checked it out, too, before the interview. TravelTexas.com. Travel as you travel. Texas, Texas, TravelTexas.com. Thank you, Jennifer.
Savor the past and savor the glory days of Las Vegas. Enjoy 70 years of true Las Vegas history as 4 generations of family wait to greet you at the legendary Bootlegger Italian Bistro. Wine, dine, and experience Mama Maria's award-winning original recipes while surrounded by original family photos and celebrity memorabilia. Enjoy piano artistry nightly with music from the Great American Songbook in our main formal dining room. The Bootlegger Italian Bistro, open 24/7, 7700 Las Vegas Boulevard South, in the entertainment capital of the world. The Bootlegger Italian Bistro, open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 7700 Las Vegas Boulevard South, in the entertainment capital of the world. It's Vegas, baby.
The Kaanapali Beach Resort Association is reopening and is welcoming guests. While some properties are opening sooner than others, all properties are taking reservations, and we look forward to your return. Go to kaanapaliresort.com for all the latest and up-to-date information on what's happening at Kaanapali Beach. That's Kaanapali Beach on the west side of Maui. There's so much to do. With a short drive from Maui Airport, we're on the tropical side of Maui and offer breathtaking scenery, an incredible array of delectable dining, and activity choices to meet your needs. We invite you to visit Kaanapali Beach Resort, but please be sensitive to the devastation that our beloved West Side community has suffered. Lahaina is closed and will be for some time. Come to our open areas and support us as we adapt to a new way of life without our beloved Lahaina. Come visit the west side of Maui, Kaanapali Beach. Visit us online at kaanapaliresort.com. That's KAANAPALI resort.com.
Are you nearly maxed out on your credit cards? It doesn't matter if you're using your credit cards for fun or to survive. At the end of the month, your statements come in, and you can either pay them or you can't. If you can't, late fees and interest rates get tacked on. And now you're struggling just to make the minimum payment due. Do you feel trapped? Am I talking to you? Good, because I personally researched some companies that can help you. They may be able to reduce your credit card balances by 50% and stop the late fees. If you qualify, please call our special debt hotline number right now for a complimentary free 5-minute consultation. Deal with your credit card problem now before it gets much worse and put more money back in your pocket. Trust me, I've been there too. Call right now.
800-475-7125. 800-475-7125. That's 800-475-7125.
Welcome back to your What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. It's our weekend edition. A lot of stuff going on. I told you we start with Flag Day. That's Friday. It goes, fly the flag. It's be a little patriotic here today. But it's a big F and F weekend because on, every year at this time, on the third Sunday in June, Father's Day. So it's the big Father's Day weekend. In case you fell under a rock or something, didn't hear. Time to go ahead and honor dear old dad and father figures everywhere for their contributions and their love. Dads are cherished heroes, and Father's Day originated in medieval Europe. Catholics dedicated a day to honor fathers, and that's where everything started. So enjoy dear old dad. Here's the deal. They talk about doing a backyard barbecue on Father's Day, but who does the barbecue? Dear old dad. I mean, come on.
But he probably likes it.
You think so? Dad just kind of smiles a lot and just does stuff, yeah. Yeah, Dad, how about Dad driving here to practice or something? Oh, yeah, but he probably likes it. Yeah, I think dads kind of do. Yeah, but help Dad out a little bit. Maybe, I'm a dad myself, so maybe get him a massage, maybe a getaway or something.
Nice little.
Let him sit in this easy chair.
Yeah, get away to the chair.
Bring him a beer. One of those Pabst Blue Ribbons we were talking about with those 180 packs. Did you hear that, by the way, Pabst Blue Ribbon? 180 years they've been around, and so they're doing a 180 pack of beers. Don't drink them all in one sitting, and don't drive when you have them. And here's the thing. I did some more research. We were talking about it. I was coming up with the beer that made Milwaukee famous, and, that was Schlitz, I believe. And the Pabst Blue Ribbon was "What do you have?" And they would sing Pabst Blue Ribbon, so that's it. It's the "What do you have?" And apparently they've had Miller has been making their beer for some time now, since around 2000. So, and they almost lost that deal, but they got it back. So they're not really making their own beer. But if you look at some of the old commercials, Google search them, they're fun. And you can see all the, this is Milwaukee's favorite beer. This one's number one. So Pabst has been around 180 years when they started. I don't know. Do they drink that in New Mexico? This weekend also is New Mexico Day. New Mexico, one of the most educated states, they say, in the United States. Go in there and, throw something out. Next time you go and you're driving through New Mexico, go 2 + 2, and they'll go 4, and they'll come back at you with some genius answer. So it's the most educated of all the states. First president of the United States, Washington. Okay, thank you. I must be in New Mexico.
Genius.
Total.
Complete genius.
Total. They work on those things. Part of when you become a citizen there in New Mexico. Anyway, it became a state. They achieved their statehood in 1912. So, and that was back in January. I don't know how they come up with it. They make a special day for each state, but it's not the day they started in the Union. I don't know what the deal is there. But they've been around since 1912, and they were the 47th state in the country. Let me see. We have any New Mexicans in the audience there? Okay. How many states do we have in the United States? 55. Apparently, that gentleman, escort him out. He's been drinking some of the Pabst Blue Ribbon. Became the 47th state, and we got 50 states, so there you have it. They came on kind of late in the game there. Here's the story behind New Mexico. Spanish travelers in the 16th century encountered the Pueblo civilization remnants, and there were rumors of hidden treasure, maybe still in New Mexico. And they linked it to expeditions around 1540, looking for the hidden treasure. What do you think they found? Pabst Blue Ribbon. Okay, and then the governorship and settlement started in 1609. Santa Fe named the capital in 1610. So there's a Spanish and there's a Mexican influence in New Mexico. The Spanish presence kind of fluctuated after Mexico's independence from Spain, Cinco de Mayo, all that stuff. New Mexico became a Mexican province in 1821, then a U.S. territory after the Mexican-American War, and New Mexico was ceded to the United States under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Now, see, I'm saying this, and you're going like, wow, he's a genius. I've spent time in New Mexico, so I know this stuff. Okay, prosperous in ranching and animal husbandry in New Mexico. Also, it's Blood Donor Day this weekend, a chance to celebrate globally here to highlight the critical importance of blood donations for the health industry. It's, the practice, listen to this. I'm glad we're going to a break. The practice of blood transfusion began with early experiments by this guy, Richard Lower, L-O, there's your low, E-R, there's your Richard Lower, who successfully transfused blood between dogs. Now, where was PETA during this happened? Can you imagine my little dog, Lindy? Come here, Lindy. Come. No, not going to do that. Over time, the science progressed from animal experiments to human applications. Well, I'm glad we make blood donations, but leave little Fido out of some of these things. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm a total PETA supporter, but it's a doggy. What can I say? Also, coming up this upcoming week, International Picnic Day, Sushi Day, Fishing Day, and Martini Day. I'll be looking for that one. We'll be back on What's Cooking Today.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Even with the efforts of hundreds of first responders, Washington, D.C. Fire Chief John Denali says they've yet to see any signs of life following last night's collision between a passenger jet and an Army helicopter at Reagan National Airport.
We are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident.
So far, at least 30 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. American Eagle Flight 5242 broke into pieces before crashing and was reportedly carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members. 3 soldiers were aboard the Black Hawk helicopter. Despite the Trump administration's increase in immigrant enforcement, officials in Florida say law enforcement there has seen an increase in encounters with illegal migrants from China. News Nation's Brian Inton reports.
We're trying to figure out, and ICE is too, where they're coming from and where they're going. It's very interesting what's been happening here in Coral Gables, though, because this is a very fancy, wealthy part of Miami. You've got the Biltmore Hotel, the Vizcaya Estate. These houses behind me are tens of millions of dollars. And now, for the second time in 2 weeks, there were these white vans pulled over here in the neighborhoods of Coral Gables, and inside them were dozens and dozens of Chinese migrants.
They, among many smugglers, were all arrested. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Join us tomorrow for Apolitical Talk Show's Free Speech Friday panel.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
When it comes to real estate, you want the best. Choose RE/MAX, the #1 name in real estate. Located at 113 West Oak Knoll Drive in Hampshire, Illinois, RE/MAX leads the industry in brand awareness and provides comprehensive services, residential, commercial, leasing, and investment solutions, all tailored to your needs. With innovative marketing and cutting-edge tools, RE/MAX helps you find your dream property or sell faster. At RE/MAX, they take a client-centered approach, offering personalized strategies to achieve your real estate goals. Ready to get started? Call them today at 847-683-9200. That's 847-683-9200. Or visit their website at ildealmakers.com to begin your journey. RE/MAX Dealmakers, making real estate simple and successful.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, a chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 55, falling to around 48. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, occasional rain showers with cloudy skies and a low around 37, rising to around 40 overnight. Currently, it is 50 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
4185.
Welcome back to your weekend edition of What's Cooking Today. We're the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. Still getting over that World Blood Donor Day where they were, checking out dogs for stuff. You suppose dogs, they must have different blood types, right? Like type O, type A, and all that. I think my dog has type L for lizards. She likes to chase lizards. I'm sure there's a type G if your dog likes to chase gophers, would be good. Type B if they like to go after birds. The kind of dog you have to check, and maybe you should check the medical records, is the type S. That's the dog that chases skunks. You don't want that one. My dog got skunked one time. You ever have a dog get skunked or an animal?
Take it into your house.
Oh, I'm telling you. Talk about staying outside for a day or two with plenty of food and water. I did. No, the dog did. The dog did. I'm telling you, that's tough. And then Gary Pizzoni was over. The great winemaker, Gary Pizzoni, he came over one day, and my nephew was over, and Gary and his lovely wife were there with having the dinner. And after dinner, we went up into the backyard. I have a little gazebo up there, and I started, no, boy, skunk. I mean, once you smell it, you know it. And my nephew leans over and says, Mike, Gary had pardoned himself for a while and went to his car and then came back. He says, I don't think that's a skunk. And Gary apparently had enjoyed a couple of smokes.
Oh.
And it's skunks very similar. You drive through some areas, you're like, what is that? Is that pot or smoke or skunk? What is it? I don't know. So there you have it, a little something there. Now, speaking of winemakers, too, I have to say this. We missed this last Friday because a great winemaker, the first winemaker for Robert Mondavi, they were friends, and he became winemaker for Robert Mondavi many years in the Napa Valley area, a guy named Warren Winarski, and he was 95 years old. He was the vintner who founded the winery Stag's Leap. That's in the Stag's Leap area. Now, here's the story. A lot of people thought he was nuts because they said it's not warm enough in that area, Stag's Leap in Napa Valley, to grow great grapes over there. And Winarski, he saw the genius of it, and you love those tannins they get out of the Stag's Leap area, also just south of that in Coombsville, because they're very pliable and good. Here's the great story of Warren Winarski. Among all the great things he's done, he went to the Judgment at Paris, and his wine, the 1976 Stag's Leap Cabernet Sauvignon, won for the best wine. Have you heard about the Judgment at Paris? It's like one guy is a wine writer. He goes there. And the French always said they had the greatest wine in the world. And so Americans got together. Mike Gergich was there, and the people got together with it. And they went there. And so the guy who was the writer knew it was a blind taste. Everything, no one knew what was poured in there. And so they were all French judges. And the French went in there, and they go, aha, they tasted one, taste another. And finally they got one of finally a fine French Chardonnay. Then they taste it. The French, this is a French Cabernet. They chose American wines in both cases. It was totally incredible. And so that put not only Napa and Northern California, but the United States on the map for making great wine. And the idea that it was so great in the National Museum and, next to the astronauts' uniforms is a bottle of the Stag's Leap 1976 wine that won at the Judgment at Paris. That's how important it was to American history and culture. Pretty good stuff over there. So Warren Winarski, what a great winemaker, good man, great life, and passed away of old age. But go get some of that. I don't think the family owns Stag's Leap anymore. It's still great wine. All right, speaking of some other stories here, we talked about this earlier in the week, but the plot thickens. In case you haven't heard, coming up on the 4th of July, it's a big Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Everybody gets together. There's a guy, Joey Chestnut, wins it every year in recent times. I think he had a high of 72. They say 62. I think it was more than that as the years went on. And Kobayashi was the Japanese eater, and he was always winning it, and then Joey Chestnut took away. And well, now Joey Chestnut, somehow Kobayashi was disqualified and not in the Nathan's hot dog contest. This year, Joey Chestnut could have signed a deal for, $1.2 million or something for the next 3 years. Instead, he signs up with Impossible Foods. The fake stuff they put in the hot dogs and in the hamburgers for those that don't want to eat meat. I say just, get a mushroom burger, just straight mushroom, for God's sakes. And then you got natural. But anyway, Joey Chestnut wanted to bring his hot dogs, Impossible Dogs, into the Nathan's, the brand name on the contest. Madison, can you imagine this? This is amazing.
It's like bringing your own wine to a restaurant.
Well, that's kind of okay, but you're right. It's like if you signed a deal for Nike shoes, and but I wear Adidas as well. It's if you're signing up, you're endorsing a particular brand. So if you're in a contest, everybody should probably eat the same hot dog. But Chestnut wanted to bring in an Impossible Foods hot dog, and so they said no, you can't be in it.
Yeah.
So
especially if you win, then they're just going to point to it and say, well, the Impossible hot dogs slide down easier.
Yes, it's exactly right. So I don't know. This is there's so much information; it's hard to catch up. Okay.
And mustard.
You mustard, okay. I'm having a hard time catching up. So there's going to be, they say, unfinished beef, another contest on Monday, September 2nd now. This is a for sure thing between Joey Jaws Chestnut and Kobayashi. Kobayashi's got stomach problems. Imagine that, eating his 80 hot dogs. He's developed them over the years. So Takeru Kobayashi is going to face off against Joey Jaws Chestnut in a one-on-one hot dog eating contest. It's going to be streamed live on Netflix on Labor Day, September 2nd. This has been simmering for 15 years. There's MLE, Major League Eating, is a big group. They champion these eating contests. I don't know if they're involved in this one. But Chestnut lost to Kobayashi in 2005 and 2006. And then so Joey Chestnut, 16-time Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest winner. He downed 6 times. He beat Kobayashi in 2007. Never looked back. He went on to go on a roll. So this is going to be a big contest. And the Nathan's Hot Dog contest is going to go off. They say maybe Chestnut may change his mind and get in. I don't know. If not, the second place winner last year was Chestnut with 62 hot dogs. I think as high as 72, though. Jeffrey Esper at 49, James Webb at 47, Nick Leroy at 45, and Bartley Weaver at 41. Those guys are really kind of beefing up this weekend, I'm sure, for Father's Day. Bring on a hot dog! Got to practice. We'll be back on What's Cooking Today.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 800-785-9618. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-785-9618 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 800-785-9618 right now to schedule your tax-deductible vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-785-9618 now.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-745-9090. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-745-9090. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-745-9090.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
Welcome back here to What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. In our health segment today, got a great guest, Todd Houghton, is here talking about new innovative care and technology that's allowing our seniors to age in place, maybe not moving them out of the house or whatever. Todd Houghton is president and CEO of Home Watch Caregivers, so he knows all about this. Todd, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, it's great to have you here. A statistic is out. It says 2 in 5 U.S. adults that are over 60 report feeling lonely. And along with that report, adult children, they say, can help their parents live independently and feel less isolated. You're in the caregiving business. Is that true?
That is absolutely true. You know, it's a staggering number when you think about how many people are lonely and isolated out there, and that's a big contributing factor to cognitive decline for that aging population. So we want to make sure that we can help them live longer, safer lives through technology as well as in-home care.
And the baby boomers are transitioning into their golden years, so there's a lot of demand now for senior care out there. How is senior care changing here in our country? And I'm guessing for the better.
Yes, it absolutely is for the better. You know, we're referring to it as the silver tsunami. So 10,000 people turning the age of 65 every day, with a projection of 65 and older to approach 1 billion in the next 25 years. They want to age at home. 77% of the people above the age of 50 say, please let me live out my aging years at home. So home care needs to evolve. It needs to be the resource to provide that peace of mind and dignity for the adult child to know their parents are living safe and connected.
You said it. That's a big factor. 77% of adults over 50 would prefer to age in place. Plus, as you get older, you're common and you know what your house is like. You want to be there. So how can adult children listening today help their parents age in place and not move them around?
Yeah, the big thing is understand the resources that are out there. So home care is a phenomenal resource that can provide that adult child the peace of mind knowing that mom and dad are secure living at home. The adult child, over 60% of them live more than an hour and a half away from their parents. So in order for them to allow them to live at home, they need services like home care. And know that technology is continuing to evolve and moving rapidly to provide that connection virtually for mom and dad with their kids, with their grandkids, with their care providers, all of that, just to provide that safe environment.
We're talking with Todd Houghton, and we're talking about new innovative care and technology that's allowing seniors to age in place. And Todd is president and CEO of Home Watch Caregivers. Listen to this, 20 years plus experience in franchise experience. Todd also focuses on defining success, developing operational excellence within the brand. He's had several years in the home care sector, so he's focused on quality of care, technological advancements, and more. And he graduated from Illinois State University with a BA degree in economic business. So we're glad to have you with us. You mentioned just before this segment right here how loneliness and isolation affects health. It really does. And you want the seniors to feel like they're wanted and loved and familiar with their surroundings.
Absolutely. Yes. So, we're always looking at innovative solutions to help them with that. But we recently launched our Home Watch Connect, which is our technology piece, and it's really focused on keeping them engaged and connected and monitored, which is, one of the top reasons why they have cognitive decline is that they're not engaged and staying active. So technology will continue to evolve and provide those right resources. 2020 really changed the world in more ways than one, but really opened up the willingness to have technology in the home amongst our aging population. So it will continue to accelerate and change and grow and provide that, again, secure environment, keep them connected and engaged.
Say that again. You mentioned Home Watch Connect. What is that?
Home Watch Connect is our technology solution. We have a couple components of it. One is a smart camera device that operates through the TV and the remote control. It allows that senior to engage with their family members, their care providers. It allows for activities to happen through the television, so they can do yoga sessions with their friends if they want, just really staying connected. It also allows for the doctors and nurses to come into the family room via TV so that, an older adult doesn't have to necessarily go to the doctor's office and sit for 2 or 3 hours, which increases anxiety and other things that go along with it. So we're excited about that. There's a big trend of hospital to home, so where we can take care of people in the home as opposed to going to the hospital, that's what we want to do. We get better outcomes if they can be taken care of at home, and that allows us to do that.
Boy,
the second component is...
Yeah, go ahead. Give us some more.
Sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, the second component is sensors that go throughout the home, and the sensors really monitor motion, sounds, and temperature within the room. It allows for a proactive approach to, see if there's, any fall risk that might be going on, or if there's a potential for an accident in the home to help us reduce hospitalizations as well. So we're excited about, the technology offering to really keep people safe.
This is really, I took care of my parents as they aged, and you got some new things going by. Anything else new in the virtual care options for seniors? We got about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, we're going to see some definite advancements coming in the second half of the year that's really going to keep focusing on engagement and bring some AI into helping better understand predictive outcomes for the aging population so they can live a better quality of life, live much longer.
Todd Houghton, President CEO, HomeWatch Caregivers, thank you so much. Where do we get more information? What's the website?
Yeah, you can go to our website at homewatchcaregivers.com. Again, that's homewatchcaregivers.com, and you'll see our Total Care Solutions, which is our in-home service offering, and then as well as our HomeWatch Connect, our technology offering. There's a nice video there that shows how it works and some great excitement around it.
What great new news there. Again, the website is home, H-O-M-E, watch, W-A-T-C-H, caregivers, caregivers.com. Homewatchcaregivers.com. Thank you, Todd. You're experiencing pain, back pain, shoulder, elbow, or hand pain, pain from a sports injury. If so, schedule a visit with Dr. Michael Sheps, the leading expert in laser therapy for pain management. Call 310-873-4422 or go to drsheps.com. Experience Epic T, the breakthrough laser therapy system that Dr. Sheps developed to make you pain-free in less time. Laser therapy is a non-invasive, safe, and effective in-office procedure that penetrates deep into your skin without damaging the tissue. It perfectly targets areas of pain to promote fast, natural healing. Relax your muscles, ease muscle spasms, joint stiffness, and arthritis pain while increasing blood circulation. For over 25 years, Dr. Sheps has helped Olympic athletes and sports enthusiasts alike get back in the game. Schedule your visit with Dr. Sheps at his Brentwood office in California. Call 310-873-4422 or visit drsheps.com. That's DRSHEPS.com, 310-873-4422.
These are the sounds of Columbo's Italian Steakhouse.
Look at this ribeye. You see that ribeye?
Fantastic. Incredible.
This is delicious.
Sausage and lentil soup, special today. Very, very good.
Look at this garlic bread. Best garlic bread I ever had.
And here's Vic Perino, owner and operator of Columbo's.
A lot of the Italian recipes are my uncle's own recipes. We have a lot of people coming back for his hand-rolled lasagna. We make it basically from scratch. I think ours is exceptional.
Here's Vic on what makes Columbo's different than any other Italian restaurant.
The other thing that sets us apart from other Italian restaurants is that we're an Italian steakhouse. We specialize in our steaks.
Plus, there's more.
They're coming for a lot of reasons to value. Their value per dollar that they're getting, plus coming into a neighborhood-friendly place. Sometimes we're actually accused of being the melting pot of Eagle Rock.
Columbo's in Eagle Rock on Colorado Boulevard, 323-254-9138. Manja.
Attention real estate investors. Do you need cash immediately? If you own one or multiple rental properties, you can use your equity to get cash out fast. The best part is we don't need tax returns or even a good credit score. At America's Loan Source, we are not a bank and we don't have bank rules. We make the decisions to loan you money, and there's no limit how much we can give you. Some clients have gotten as much as $500,000 or more within days. Use the money any way you want. If you own one rental property or 100 and COVID has left you in a cash crunch, we can help you turn your equity into fast cash. Call now for details and close in as little as 10 days and get the cash you need. 800-353-1760. 800-353-1760. 800-353-1760. That's 800-353-1760.
Welcome back to What's Cooking. Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, entertainment show. Father's Day, big weekend. I know barbecues are going to be fired up around. Maybe dear old dad is working the barbecue. I know your dad's away, am I right? Your parents moved away. Probably didn't want to do the barbecue in Madison, I'm telling you.
He was so tired of barbecuing, he had to move
He had to move away. Get away from the kids. They're driving me crazy. I got a barbecue. So we thought, Courtney, our executive producer, Courtney Kader, put together, this regional-style barbecue all around the country. So if you're a barbecue expert, I like it from the Carolinas. Oh, Memphis. So Memphis is good, Kansas City. So they've done a wine pairing for you. Maybe dear old dad, if he's not going to have the 180-pack of Pabst Blue Ribbon that they're putting out of the anniversary year. This sommelier and a director of operations at Jack's Fish House and Oyster Bar. Jack's is J-A-X. A guy by the name of Vedra Statigos. It might be I don't know. Is Vajra a female or male name? It's Vajra. Madison, you got an idea on that?
I honestly have no idea.
Engineer Sydney, you got an idea on it?
I got nothing.
Anybody in New Mexico got an idea on it?
Bueller.
Nobody. Okay, not even people from New Mexico, the geniuses in that state. We talked about it earlier. The smartest people are from New Mexico, okay? Check it out, Why? By the way, on Jeopardy the other night, they had some question about what state is the farthest south. And they said, they took a lot of heat, say, what an easy final question that was. The answer was, did anybody have the idea? New Mexico, Mike. That's correct, New Mexico. With the new, anyway. There you go.
Wow, did you win a bunch of money?
Yeah, and barbecue sauce. Let me go through this. I'm making myself late here. Texas-style barbecue sauce from Texas. Sweet, smoky flavors, often with ketchup and kind of a vinegar base on it. Pairs good with Syrah. Kansas City-style barbecue sauce. These are the sauces. It's thick, it's sweet, it's tangy, tomato-based, brown sugar in it, Worcester, and spices in there. They say a complex, structured red wine like Cabernet Franc or maybe from South Africa, the Pinotage. That's amazing. That's good sommelier. St. Louis-style barbecue, similar to Kansas City, but it has some added cider vinegar. And it matches well with wines that have fruity notes, like the Cabernet Franc or maybe the Carmenere. That's also a good Rhone varietal. Carolina-style barbecue sauce, South Carolina Gold. David Hunt, the winemaker, makes these South Carolina hot dogs. He got... they get just delicious on that coleslaw he puts on them. Okay, anyway, it features a mustard and sugar combination. I would like to try the Carolina-style barbecue sauce. I like mustard. Mustard and sugar combination, unique profile. It's suitable for both red and white wines, so you could go with a Chardonnay, they say, or a Pinot Grigio. Those are both white wines. I don't know what the red would be. They didn't list. So there you go. Memphis-style barbecue delivers dry rubbed and sauce variations, paprika-based dry rubs to tomato-based sauces on it, and vinegar with brown sugar, and fruity wines are good with that, like Gamay, Pinot Noir, or unoaked Tempranillos. Huh? Finally, if you're not going to drink any wine, does milk hydrate you better than water? That debate that's been going on for a while, they took it over at St. Andrews University, and they suggest that milk might be more effective at hydrating than water. Because unlike water, milk contains fats. That's the way you got to say that word, by the way. It contains fats and proteins and sugars, which contribute to their longer processing time in the body, thereby potentially extending hydration benefits. I'm sticking with water. That's our show. If you missed anything, please log on to our website. It's what'scookintoday.com, COOKIN, what'scookintoday.com. Get our podcast, by the way, there, What's Cooking Today, and join us on Facebook.com/What's Cooking Today. Well, portions of our show brought to you by Travel Texas and Home Watch Caregivers. How do they get our cell phone app, Madison?
Dial pound 250 is the phone call, say CRN, and it's downloaded right to your device.
For our executive producer, Courtney Cadera, our producer, Madison Hernandez, for engineer Sidney Hubbard, I'm Michael Horn. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great Father's Day weekend. Until next time, eat well, everybody.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 2 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
The investigation is underway after an American Airlines jet collided with an Army helicopter over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. Flight conditions were clear as that jet arrived from Wichita, Kansas. However, there were reports that the wind was gusty. 6 members of a Boston skating club were passengers on the plane.
2 young figure skaters, 2 of their parents, and 2 highly regarded Russian figure skating coaches were among those killed. Doug Zegheib is the executive director at the Skating Club of Boston.
12/20/23, about 10:20 p.m., the defendant drove from his St. Charles home to Epic Air Trampoline Park in South Elgin to perform sexual acts on a juvenile in exchange for money. After the defendant confirmed he was in the parking lot, the child called 911. The defendant began communicating with the minor July 8th of 2023 via FaceTime, phone calls, and texts. At the time, Eisenstark was president of the Thompson Middle School Parent-Teacher Association in St. Charles. In other Fox Valley news, a man was killed Monday afternoon when an SUV he was driving hit a traffic signal pole in South Elgin. South Elgin police said the man, who was driving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe at a high speed, was headed west on Stearns Road about 5:20 p.m. when, for unknown reasons, he hit the signal pole at the intersection with South McLean Boulevard. The driver, whose name has not been released, was the only vehicle occupant pronounced dead at the scene. The accident remains under investigation by the South Elgin Police Department. Anyone with information is asked to call police at 847-741-2151. I'm Marky B. This is the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Expert shows speed in dressing birds. Clarence Hawkins, world champion picker and dresser of chickens, who is the present star attraction at the Elgin Poultry Show, is a man who became champion in his own line of endeavor through necessity. Hawkins startled the patrons of the Elgin Show by preparing a chicken for the oven in 17 seconds. He owns a summer resort in Burlington, Wisconsin, and also runs a small poultry farm. He set a record of 10 seconds flat for a young broiler at a recent National Poultry exhibit in Chicago. In other news, sprains ankle second time during winter. Fred Kimball, 316 Ann Street, sprained his ankle for the second time within 2 months when he slipped and fell on the icy walk in front of the local YMCA last evening. Mr. Kimball first injured his ankle on Thanksgiving Eve, and last night's fall served to further strain the injured member. And finally, tonight's snowy forecast recalls this familiar poem. The happy, joyous days have come, the gladdest of the year. Willie's snowball finds its mark on Old Man Wilson's ear.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, a chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 55, falling to around 48. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, occasional rain showers with cloudy skies and a low around 37, rising to around 40 overnight. Currently, it is 50 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will...
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't.
For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org. Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Welcome in, everybody. It's Talk Time with Tammy and Friends right here on Fox Valley Afternoons. I'm your host, Tammy Scully, and I'm going to be here till 4 o'clock with you. I'm broadcasting live via Zoom from Nashville. We've got Matt standing by in the studio. Hello, Mr. Matt.
Hello, how are you?
And we have Nancy, who was supposed to be joining us. So I don't know if she got delayed or what the deal is. I'm sure she'll pop on here anytime now. So we'll just roll without her. What's happening there?
Well, I have to say that it's starting to get overcast.
Oh,
in terms
it's
of
pouring down here. Pouring.
Oh, really? It's supposed to pour eventually. So
3 inches of rain, they're saying here, which is a lot for down here. So we have this little creek that runs through the back of the property. It can be dry sometimes, but it was pretty dry yesterday, and 3 inches of rain will make it gush. It'll fly through here. So it's kind of fun to watch it. I like having that little creek back there. Yeah. Not a bad little thing. And then guess what we've got coming up? I know you guys don't, but we're going to be 70 on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I'm so excited. And sun. Jealous. 70 and sun. Yeah, they just changed the forecast, so I'm super excited about that.
Nice.
I'm going to go sit outside every single day that I can. Well, I can, because I know when I go back there, I think Wednesday, I get back in the studio on Thursday next week, and I'm going to say your weather's going to be awful by then,
Let me, I don't know. I'll have to...
I'll check it out on the broadcast for sure when I do the weather, but... Chicago's got, I know it's not Elgin, but on Thursday they've got a low of 27 and a high of 42 with a 50% chance of rain. So same old stuff. It sounds like you've been getting, mid 30s, mid 40s, that kind of stuff.
But today it's 53.
Right. It's 53 today?
Yeah. Well, at least that's the high. I don't know what it is currently right now. Last time I checked, it was 47.
53. Wow. Well, that is pretty good because I think we're only sitting at, I don't know what we're sitting at down here. We're only 51. You're warmer than us right now.
We're 50 right now.
Gotcha. Nancy said her computer is updating and she can't get on, but she will as soon as she can. I just got a text from her. We'll have her join us. In the meantime, we'll wait. I don't know if we have any Dear Tammy and Friends. We can wait for Nancy to come on for that. But I've got some fun hobbies to talk about for a second here. Little hobbies about what do you do when everybody retires? They go nuts with the hobbies. The first, I don't know how long. Oh, look, Nancy's here. The first, I would say 2 years after retirement, people go nuts and they do, hey, Nance, they do all kinds of anything they ever wanted to do. When I first was was able to do stuff after working like hard corporate hours for decades, I did yoga. I did painting. I did I took flute lessons. I took steel drum lessons. Like, we're talking about hobbies, Nancy, and like things that people do when they retire. They go nuts. I did everything I could think of that I wanted to do. I just went out and I did it. Now it's been a few years, and I picked the ones that I really like to spend my time doing. But try everything. It's kind of like being a kid in school again. You get to try everything. You get to do all this stuff that you haven't done in, I don't know, forever, and you get to do it forever now. So
Not forever, but
well, listen, I'm a little optimistic about it. Okay. Yeah, but so I got a couple of lists here that talk about things that you might want to do if you're looking for let's see, where did that go? If you're looking for some hobbies or something to do in your retirement. Now, I've got 31 hobbies for seniors. This is a little bit different. This is from Freedom Square. Oh, she does. And let's see. We are at, some of these are wacky and some of them are boring. And then some of them are like, okay. So number one they have is learn a new language. I think almost everybody goes after that, right? Did you try that, Nancy? A new language?
No.
What's
did
that?
you? No,
What's that?
did you?
Yeah. Oh,
you
yeah.
did?
Oh,
What language,
C,
Tammy?
señorita.
Oh.
Not much, though. Let me tell you, I've had years, like 8 or 9 or 11. I've had a ton of years of French, and it's, worthless. I know like 3 phrases in French. I can ask you what your dog's name is. That's about it.
That's sad, isn't it?
I know, it is sad.
It's somewhere in there, Tammy. If you could only access it.
No,
is the
because
problem.
all they made us do was like conjugate verbs. I can still conjugate a verb in French. But
Okay.
what's the point? I mean, no.
That's what Alice was arguing about. Not arguing about, but what she felt. Like she wasn't doing them justice. They wanted the old school teaching like you had, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, you have to converse. You have to come into the classroom and just talk to each other.
I wish
in French.
they
That is
would've
the
done
best.
that.
And
Yeah.
so that was best practice that she was trying to instill. But boy, those old timers didn't want to switch around.
Yeah,
They did not want to.
You know them old-timing teachers. You know how they are, right?
I know how they are.
Nancy's
one.
talking about her daughter. For those who are listening, her daughter was a French teacher in a high school for a while, and she didn't dig it, so she's on to different things for her now. Let's see, what else do we have on our happy list? Well, play a musical instrument. We all did that, right? I think everybody I know has
Oh,
done
yeah.
that. A couple of them at least.
A couple
right?
of them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave up. I did the flute for a while. I gave that up.
I bought one, Tammy.
Oh, so I rented one for a year, and then I gave
I
it
actually
back.
just bought it, and I don't even know how to play it. So
Really? Well,
yeah.
have you ever played it?
No.
I know Alice did,
No.
didn't she? Alice did the
she
violin.
played violin. Mhm.
Taylor did the flute for a minute, and the violin, but she wasn't having it on this one. I don't know. I'm over the flute. I gave it back to them. I paid rent on it for a year and gave it back. But I'm still I still play the piano, and my goal is to try and play a little bit every day. And I do have the steel drums. They're sitting there looking at me.
I have those too. They're not mine. They're Brad's, but they look pretty cool.
Well, can
you get music for those? Yeah, I would
yes.
imagine.
Well, so here's the deal with the steel drums and why they are in my house. I was going to take a class. Harper College has steel drum class. Well, why wouldn't I? See if I like it.
Why wouldn't everyone do that?
Right. Why wouldn't you? Why not? So I thought for sure. Well, I go to sign up. This was years ago, Nancy, when I first kind of started. When I moved back to Illinois, that's basically when I retired.
Okay.
And that was in 2016, I want to say. And so steel drums came in 2017. I think Kevin got them for me for watching his dog or something. So I went to them and tried to sign up, and they said, no, you have to have, now this is the 101 steel drums. You have to have the teacher's permission to join the 101, and most of them have been playing together for 5 to 7 years in the 101. I'm like, well, what about the 102? Well, yeah, then that's
Wow.
even more advanced. So I
Oh
have
my
been, I
gosh.
know. They list it in the college catalog, but you cannot sign up for it. I mean, and I can't get a hold of the
Inappropriate.
yeah, the guys, I mean, I left a message. They're like, yeah. I don't, I think they have their group and they want to keep it that way, and that's the way it's going to go. And, so I kind of gave up on
But
the
you
steel
could
drums.
be a prodigy though, Tam. They don't know it.
Could.
You could be.
I could. The odds are low, but
Oh,
there is
well,
probability. It could
yeah, there
happen.
is, sure.
Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, let's move on. It says that the next item is to tend a garden. We did that like crazy.
You've done that.
Oh, we did big time garden.
I have not done that. I bought Easy Plant. Thank you very much.
Well, you're in Texas. It's a little bit different there. Like I don't know how much. My sister tried doing
It's me.
No, well, she tried doing a garden in her place. She, where she is at the lake, and she's got all these critters eating her stuff, and it's just, and it's too hot, and this doesn't grow, and that doesn't grow. She can grow maybe a couple of, maybe some. She does tomatoes. I think she tries a tomato plant or something, but the sun burns it real quickly, and blah blah blah, this other stuff down there. So I'm going to give you a reprieve on that. You don't need a garden. Practice yoga. How do you feel about that?
Yucky. Yuck.
You don't. Yeah,
Yuck
you're
food.
not a yoga girl. You don't like the yoga thing. You don't like the stretch. Blah
It's
blah blah.
too hot, and you have to stay in one position too long.
Well, why is
for
it
my
too
liking.
hot? What do you mean it's
Well,
too
I guess
hot?
I'm talking about hot yoga.
Well, don't go to hot yoga.
No, I tried it. It was not good.
No bueno. There's a hot yoga place down the street from me. They all park it on my land over here.
Yeah.
We have choice names for the yoga ladies over there.
Oh, that's funny.
Yes. However, that hot yoga place, man, you see them dying in there every time you drive by.
Oh, it's like 120. Is that right? 20?
I think mine was 109 or something, but it was ridiculous.
It was crazy.
Yeah,
I
it was
know.
ridiculous. Yeah.
So I did just a few yoga classes in my life, and when I went to a real yogi studio, right, one of those they're real serious. I wasn't, so that was a problem. But anyway, so afterwards we're relaxing, and they spray this stuff, this lavender stuff.
Well, what do you mean you're relaxing? Are you in a pose where you lay on the ground?
You know how you lay back and lie back, and then you relax. And
and you're supposed to empty your mind.
meditate
That's
or
my
whatever.
favorite part of yoga, by the way.
Yeah, well, I have a hard time doing that. But
Oh my
anyway,
God.
the lady walks around. She's spraying this stuff on your, around your head and your nose. Well, it burned my dang eyes, okay? It got in my eyes. I sit up. I'm like, and can you imagine everybody around me?
The peaceful, you're supposed to be laying there and be entranced and relaxed.
Not
and
with
Nancy's
me.
screaming because she's got stuff in her eyes.
Well, it hurt.
Well,
And she gave me no sympathy for that.
I'm sure she probably wanted you out of there.
I know she did.
Yeah. Okay, you stay out of the yoga room. No more yoga.
No.
Let's see. How about volunteering your time? Your time is precious, and so is your talent.
Oh,
now you do that. You volunteer with. So give back to your community by helping those who need both. There's a place called AmeriCorps Senior. Is a national volunteer network for those age 55 and older with opportunities such as tutoring, assisting the elderly, and disaster relief. So there you have it. Let's see. This says join a club would be a way to start a new hobby. The
Thought you were
club,
going to say cult, Tammy. And I
you
was
could
gonna
join.
stop you.
That's further down on the list.
That's further down.
Yeah. The club's on the front end of the list. So, let's see. A fitness club, a craft club, music clubs, movies, dining out. You can bet there's a group of people who share your passion. If you want to get out to go do anything like that, you can go. Do you guys have you? I'm sure you do. You have that meetup down there. Have you heard of that?
Oh, I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's not just for single people to meet up. It's more like, like if you like sailing, there's a bunch of people who go sailing.
People.
Yeah, right. So you could find groups through that meetup. I don't know. It went away during the pandemic. I don't know if it came back. I don't know.
And it is a way to, meet just a friend, for sure. And then, but also, something maybe more than a friend. A lot. People have a hard time with that when you're older, right? You have a hard time meeting people when you're older.
Oh,
if
God,
you're divorced
yeah.
and single.
Right.
And that's a great way to meet somebody because you're like-minded, right? You both love whatever you're doing in that club. So
right.
That's kind of a win-win right there, at least on one level.
Right. Right. Well,
Anyway.
the other thing they say to do is to find your fit. How many times have you resolved to start working out and lose weight? Maybe the motivations of a group fitness class or personal trainer will make the difference. Or just join a gym or whatever, like go to the same place. You'll see the same people all the time, and then you can get to know them that way. Hit the road. Longing to see Alaskan glaciers? Drive Route 66, cruise the Mediterranean. Travel gets you out of your comfort zone and into new adventures. For solo senior women traveling together makes it possible to achieve travel dreams. It's a group of senior women who go on do vacation. They don't know each other, but they're all going alone, but they're going together. It's called Women Traveling Together. You can find them online.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. Yeah, because people, or you might have like a stick in the mud that doesn't want to travel a husband. So then you go.
A curmudgeon.
What is it?
A curmudgeon.
A curmudgeon.
Curmudgeon.
I never heard of such a thing. Spell
a
it.
Curmudgeon.
Oh, a curmudgeon I've heard of.
Curmudgeon.
Yeah,
I'm
for
saying
sure.
it wrong.
Oh yeah,
Curmudgeon.
I know a lot of curmudgeons.
Well, yeah.
Not a lot, but you know,
some.
I'm married to one sometimes.
I'm married to one sometimes too.
Yeah, I know. We all are. I think.
Well,
I think everybody's married to a curmudgeon at some point. Even our husbands might be married to a curmudgeon every now and then, don't you think?
True. Depending on where you.
Yeah. What about sewing a quilt? Have you ever quilted?
No, but I don't have any desire to whatsoever. But sewing sounds fun to me. That
Well,
sounds
you
cool
should do that.
and
Yeah,
frustrating.
you should try that if you've got an inkling. I did try a quilt. It's a lot, man. My sister-in-law.
I know.
Well, both my sister made us a beautiful quilt. She's making every one of her siblings a really nice quilt for Christmas over the years. Linda, the one that's down in Knoxville, she did a great. We have a lovely quilt that she made. But my other sister-in-law, Bill's sister, who's passed, she has made. Oh my goodness, the quilts she's made over the years are beautiful things. Like great stuff. She made Kevin one when he was a baby, and I don't know where it is. We're trying to find it. Still.
Was that Barb or what?
Yeah, that was Barb. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Then this also says if you'd like to try something new, create a scrapbook. Sort through old photos, ticket stubs, greeting cards, or other paper memories and put together a record of special times in your life. Yeah, everything's digital now, so I'm not sure. But yeah, okay. You could do that. You could make one.
You could.
You could do paper if you wanted to do that. Let's see. You know what was nice? My daughter-in-law for Christmas made her husband's, my son's siblings, so made her siblings regular like picture photo albums of all of their with them and Declan for during his first year and a half of life, like any pictures with them in it with him. She kind of put together these, and it's nice. It's really cute that they can like flip through and look at all these pictures as he's growing over the years. Yeah, it's really nice because nobody does paper pictures anymore. It's all digital.
No, I know.
Yep. Let's see. How about if you create, pick up a paintbrush. Paint with watercolors, oil paints, or acrylics is a colorful way to let your creative juices flow. Visit your local craft store for supplies and inspiration. There's always there's the paint and drink stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'm into that big time.
Yeah, I do that. Well, I've done that. I wanted to do this one for Valentine's Day. I just told Taylor about it today, my daughter, because she was looking. Her and her boyfriend are doing couples yoga on Valentine's Day. I know you and Scott might be signing up for that.
We
too.
might be doing that, and maybe not,
and probably not. But I was gonna do. This sounded super fun to me. On Saturday, the 15th, there's this place. I think it's in Libertyville. It's pretty far north, but they do a paint your partner. So you and your partner paint each other. Well, you're swizzling a little bit, but yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, I want to see.
That would be
those
funny.
pictures. Yeah, my husband's got a wrestling meet that day, so he will not be joining me on such
I can't
adventures.
imagine that he would join you on
I
that.
think
Maybe.
if I whined a little bit, I wouldn't even have to whine. He'd go if I made him go.
If you made him go, yeah.
If I made him go, he'd go. He wouldn't be happy about it, but he'd go. Let's see. How about, and I think painting is a great idea to learn it. Take a class, a drawing class, a painting class, an art class. You have any inkling?
It's so soothing. I mean, it's so, well, if you are into it, if you like it, it's so fulfilling and calming and relaxing and it's fantastic. Yeah.
You don't really know if you're into it unless you do it, That's like, and so now you've got all this time and opportunity to go try new stuff.
And
Now
there's so many methods, not just if you take a sampler class at your local studio,
that's a good idea.
a great way. We have a sampler class, which I didn't know about until I took all the separate classes.
Oh,
then you can try charcoal, watercolor, oil.
Well, did you do the sampler class or no?
I mean, I didn't. I've done it all now, but I've already done it all. But I know a couple people that were in the sampler class, and they really found what it was. What aspect of drawing and painting they like, because just because you don't like to, draw, you could, use watercolor or paint. Paint it
oil or whatever. Oil's tough. I think oil.
Everything's different.
Yeah. What's your favorite to do?
Gosh, yeah. I don't know. I love oil and I love watercolor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love both of those. Oil, well, I love graphite. I like it all.
Oil's a little tough for me. I don't know. I think it's just
it's real
too
forgiving.
Thick. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more forgiving than acrylic. So if you've done acrylic and you're frustrated by
acrylic is not forgiving at all.
It's terrible.
But watercolor too is kind of
it's hard to a little bit because you have to have the right balance of water.
Yes, and it doesn't. You can't control where it's going sometimes, so it just kind of travels.
It's hard to do that. But it's fun.
You do. Tell me about the comments.
All right, so we've got the Dutchman saying good morning, girls, and all the first shifters, and Marky B. He says wood turning classes at Fine Line Art Studios. He says
that's a great idea.
That'd be fun. I'd like to do that. I'd like to do that too.
That is a great idea. Where to do it? Where did he say?
Fine Line Art Studios. Let's see what that is.
Huh.
Is that
like a studio, or is he talking like a series of studios are called Fine Line Art Studios?
It's in Kane County, Illinois.
Oh, good. Yeah. Great. Yeah, that's a wonderful idea.
Too.
Thanks for chipping in on that one. Anything else, Mr. Matthew?
That's all for now.
That's what we have now. Well, thanks. We appreciate that. And we're glad you're listening, hanging in there today with us. Let's see. What's our next one on the list? Make your own greeting cards. Have you ever done that? I did that.
I just started doing that.
I used to do it when the kids were little, and then because I'd use pictures of the kids.
Cards.
Yeah,
You'll get one next year because I started after your birthday.
Can't wait. Let's see. Play a board game. Well, you could go to a game night with people. Yes, of course, you could do that. Put together a jigsaw puzzle. Yeah, of course. Play chess. That was one you were going to do, right?
If people would do it with me, but no one ever wants to actually play chess with me.
Oh, you poor thing. Do you beat Scott? Do you beat Scott?
Well, no, I mean, sometimes.
Beat him.
Sometimes I do.
Yeah, okay. Here's one I know a lot of people after they retire, they go do this, build your family tree. They start doing the ancestry stuff and get all that stuff. Here's another one. A lot of people I know, when they retire, get on stage. Open mic nights allow you to share your poetry or your stories or polish your comedy skills or perform music. Look for openings at clubs or venues near you. Open mic nights, that kind of stuff.
We should do that, Tammy. I can go to Chicago, or you two come down here, and we'll do a skit. We'll write a comedy skit.
Okay,
and the three of us.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I think we should.
I think you get that going. Okay, let's see. Try modeling, sharpen your skills, become an instructor is an idea. Answer your creative calling. Join a book club. Take a hike. pick up pickleball.
Take a hike.
I highly recommend the pickleball. Go birding. I like that too.
I like birding too.
Learn to knit. That's a good one. Become a citizen scientist. Paddleboard. Write it down. Ride
Wait
a
a minute,
bicycle.
a citizen scientist.
Yeah, I'll tell you about that one. We got a couple seconds here, but come back after the break and we'll talk about it. We'll be right back after this.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Even with the efforts of hundreds of first responders, Washington, D.C. Fire Chief John Denali says they've yet to see any signs of life following last night's collision between a passenger jet and an Army helicopter at Reagan National Airport.
We are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident.
So far, at least 30 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. American Eagle Flight 5242 broke into pieces before crashing and was reportedly carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members. 3 soldiers were aboard the Black Hawk helicopter. Despite the Trump administration's increase in immigrant enforcement, officials in Florida say law enforcement there has seen an increase in encounters with illegal migrants from China. News Nation's Brian Inton reports.
We're trying to figure out, and ICE too, where they're coming from and where they're going. It's very interesting what's been happening here in Coral Gables, though, because this is a very fancy, wealthy part of Miami. You've got the Biltmore Hotel, the Vizcaya Estate. These houses behind me are tens of millions of dollars. And now, for the second time in 2 weeks, there were these white vans pulled over here in the neighborhoods of Coral Gables, and inside them were dozens and dozens of Chinese migrants.
They, among many smugglers, were all arrested. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Join us tomorrow for Apolitical Talk Show's Free Speech Friday panel.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network. Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org. or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, a decent chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 55, falling to around 48. Tonight, occasional rain showers with cloudy skies and a low around 37, rising to around 40 overnight. Currently, it is 51 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Welcome in, everybody. It's Talk Time with Tammy and friends right here on Fox Valley Afternoons. Thanks for tuning in today. I'm broadcasting from a cold, rainy Nashville, but you guys, you got a little bit better. I guess it's beginning of overcastness happening there. And then we were talking, Nance, you wanted to know about becoming a citizen scientist, right?
I want to be a citizen scientist.
I think this is a great idea. So it's a unique, so if you're interested in science or earth science really at all, you can become a citizen science. It's like a volunteer. The federal crowdsourcing and citizenship wait, let me do that again. Federal Crowdsourcing and Citizen Science Catalog is the name of it. And it lists projects that need volunteer help, such as monitoring air quality, nature observation, or trapping insects. There's also the weather guys that do that kind of, stuff. So if any of the sciences interest you, it's go to the Federal Crowdsourcing and Citizens Science Catalog. Google that, and that'll show you all of the cool stuff that you can volunteer. It's volunteer, and if you're into the sciences,
they're not going to pay me for being a citizen scientist.
No, they are not going to pay you for that. I don't think so. I mean, I think
where do I go? I'm sorry.
Oh, you would. I just put it away. I don't know. I'll text it to you. Citizens. What did I say? Citizen Scientist Catalog. See if that comes up. Citizen Scientist Catalog. Yeah, there's a list on there. I've got a link to it. I'll send it to you when I get back into it. Let's see. Mr. Matt, have you been digging around in that News Nation bin to see if we've got any current events we should be discussing today?
I sure have, yes.
Okay, what do you got for us?
All right. Former New Jersey U.S. Senator Bob Menendez has learned his fate from a judge. News Nation Elizabeth Vargas has more.
Menendez was sentenced to 11 years in prison on a federal bribery conviction. As you may remember, Menendez was found guilty back in July in a scheme where he and his wife both got cash, gold bars, a luxury car, all in exchange for political influence and acting as an agent of the Egyptian government. Now, Menendez's lawyers blamed everything on his wife. The judge says the former senator will not have to report to prison until June so that he's available for her trial.
And that trial gets underway in March.
Ooh. And was he, you said he's New Jersey?
Yep, New Jersey, former New Jersey U.S. Senator.
Yeah. Wow. Well, he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, if you will.
Yeah.
Him and his little wifey there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to them. 11 years. How much of that will they actually serve? You know?
Reed, I'll tell you.
And will it be
catches up with him?
I heard Martha Stewart talking about her stint. She was on the air on, I don't know, some talk show the other night, and she was talking about how she went to this camp. She calls it a camp. So I'm hoping that his is a little bit harsher than a camp. Like,
a camp. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, that he's got a little bit of, there's got to be a little bit of punishment there. I know he's like, living in a jail, but still, no. No. So, yeah, okay. I mean, how many of them? The other question I have when I hear this story is how many others didn't get caught that are taking bribes and doing. And when you talk about and the people always say this, when you bring up something about a politician that you don't like and that they're crooked or they lie or whatever, they're politicians, and you get the blowback, you blatantly know that they're lying or they're immoral or whatever they are, and you always get the blowback. Oh, they're all like that. All politicians are like that. Well, some are worse than others. Let me just tell you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if you get caught, then, I mean, shame on you. You thought you could do it forever and you couldn't. So look at Madigan. I don't know if you know about our guy, Madigan, but he's, he's been for years, there's been complaints about him. And finally he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Mm-hmm. It happens. Unfortunately, it happens. There's not much we can do about that. But
I wonder what the percentage is, Tam.
What's that?
The percentage of crooked politicians.
Oh,
Truly, that are
girlfriend,
truly crooked.
if you can figure that out, you're
I know,
gonna
right?
you're gonna go places, man. I don't know
I'm
where,
telling
jail
ya.
probably.
You know
'cause you're
where I'm going, but
right. But
I just, one does kind of want to ponder.
oh, everybody, I ponder when I hear this, like how many of them are out
Do you
there?
think 30, 40? Do you think,
I think a lot. Yes, I think, and it's the old timers. Like this guy was an old timer, been doing it forever, didn't get caught for a long time, and thought he had a free ride, I guess, till the end. But he did get caught. So there you go. So I don't know. Just don't, you want to be a politician, but don't play no funny games, man. No.
Don't play no funny games.
Funny games, I'm telling you. Can't do it. Cannot do it. Let's see. We've got.
Oh, you want to hear where the United States ranks for crooked politicians?
Oh no, yeah, you got it.
For corruption.
Well, Illinois is pretty high.
When ranked by the score, the United States ranks 24th out of 180 countries. So
24th as far as being corrupt politicians.
Yes,
Who's number one on that happy little list? Nance.
Well, let me. Wow, this is cray. I would never say this ever in a million. Who would you think would be the least corrupt country?
The least corrupt country.
You're just
Switzerland.
Well, close. Yeah, right. Okay, the most corruption is Denmark, Finland, New Zealand, Norway, Singapore, Sweden, and Switzerland.
Are the
all
most
scoring above 80 over the last 4 years?
Oh, wait, are you saying that what are you on, by the way?
Who has the most corruption?
Yeah, what are you on
Wikipedia. Sorry, Wikipedia.
Okay. And so who are they saying? It's
oh my gosh, all the ones I would say
Switzerland,
don't have.
Sweden,
Denmark, Finland, New Zealand, Norway, Singapore, Sweden, and Switzerland.
Singapore, huh?
Wait a minute.
What? Did you misread that, young lady?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, listeners. I'm very sorry, listeners.
We might have
I'm
to
very
try
sorry.
that again.
One
Wait,
might want to read on. Strike everything I just said. My apology,
why?
please.
Well, okay. You want to correct it?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
All right, go for it.
I might need a few minutes.
All right, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a break. Nancy's going to reread her article because I think she's got it backwards. It sounds like it's backwards. Yeah. Okay, we're going to let her do that. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back and do our historic song of the day, and we're going to find out what countries are really corrupt. I think she's got it backwards. So, all right, stick around. We'll be right back. What did I just do?
Attention brides and grooms to be. Your dream wedding starts here. Join the Serendipity Collective, located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, for 2 incredible wedding expos, packed with inspiration, top vendors, and everything you need to plan your perfect day. First, on February 23rd, it's the Love is in the Air Wedding Expo at 1100 American Lane in Schaumburg from 12 to 4 p.m. This free event will connect you with the best in the biz. Discover everything from desserts to decor, and it's open to the public. Then on March 16th, don't miss the Lucky in Love Wedding Expo, located at Camp Big Timber at 37W 955 Big Timber Road in Elgin. Same time, same deal from 12 to 4, and it's for free. Email them at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. Don't forget, you can RSVP on their website or Eventbrite. That's the Serendipity Collective. Get ready to make your wedding day dreams come true.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
If your restaurant's grease is causing problems, don't worry. Hopkins Grease Company is here to help. Since 1947, they've been providing reliable grease recycling, grease trap services, and more for restaurants across the Chicago suburbs. With a full fleet and expert staff, they offer quick professional service. And as a family-run business, they pride themselves on delivering personal service you can trust. Call Hopkins Grease today at 847-458-1010. That's 847-458-1010. Hopkins Grease, the Fox Valley Grease Boys.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. It's Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. We are sitting at about 2:46 on a, rainy Thursday here. You guys have some overcast up there, but hopefully you will recover and be just fine. It's not like negative 25, so we're all happy about all of that. We're going to talk a little bit about this day in music. Let's see. It is currently January 30th. January has lasted forever. It's creeping out of here. I don't know why, but I feel like it's the longest month ever.
Can I correct myself first, though?
Oh, yes, please do. What do you have for us, Miss Nancy?
Okay. So there is an organization called the CPI, and it generally defines corruption as an abuse of entrusted power for private gain. The index is published annually, and this is for 2024, and it rates countries on a scale of 100, very clean, 0, highly corrupt. So based on that,
it's like a Yucca app for countries. Then.
It is a Yucca app. Just scan it. So this is from May 22 to 30 of April 2023. Denmark, Finland, and New Zealand, Norway, Singapore, Sweden, and Switzerland all score 80. Which is, higher on that scale, meaning less corrupt.
Right. Right. That makes perfect sense.
It does make sense. Do you want to hear the company?
Yes, I do. Who's number one?
Don't score so well.
Yeah.
Name one.
What countries that I think are corrupt? Well, how's Russia?
Russia's not in here. It says, let's see. It says that Somalia and Syria, South Sudan, and Venezuela all scoring low.
Yep. I believe all of that.
Yeah, I do too. That makes more sense.
Who's after them? We're 24th on this list?
Yeah.
Who's above us?
Oh, you have to make me go.
Oh, all right. Never mind. I find it interesting. I mean, I don't know what they're really, rating.
Oh, now,
it on.
Okay, the 24th was a different ranking.
Oh. What are
that was the corruption side. That was a different rating by Wikipedia. But the same rating that I was talking about before, we have a score of 69 on a scale of 100. Yeah.
Okay. All 69. Right. Well, Switzerland's at 80, so we're
lower than them. Let's just say that.
Yeah. We got some work to do.
We got some work.
We got a little work to do. All right, let's talk music, shall we?
Okay.
I don't have any good. Well, yes, I do. 1951. Oh, wait, I thought that was his birthday. Never mind. Record producer and actor Phil Collins. Yeah, it is his birthday today. 1951. Phil Collins was born. He's a member of Genesis. We all know who Phil Collins is.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the other birthdays because usually the
My
birthdays not
my
so good.
brother-in-law said that his radio in his car has anti-Phil Collins buttons.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I guess he
unfortunate.
didn't like them.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this the same brother-in-law that only
Yeah.
plays deep cuts
Yeah.
at their house?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
okay.
Yeah.
No comment on
I
any of
know.
that.
I know.
All
Gotcha.
right. So let's talk a little bit about, though, you know what happened on this date in well, I'm going to go to the fun one first. 2010.
Okay.
I was in LA 2010 and and I was at this event and it happens to be listed on here, which it was. I put this down as probably the coolest concert I've ever been to.
Wow.
And I've been to a lot. This was, hold on. Yeah. 2010. Neil Young was named the Music Cares Person of the Year for his influential artistic accomplishments and philanthropic work. A string of artists, including Elton John, Norah Jones, James Taylor, Elvis Costello, John Fogerty, Dave Matthews, Sheryl Crow, and more, all performed his songs as he was honored by the U.S. Recording Academy at the Los Angeles Convention Center.
Oh,
This was,
wow.
yeah, this was, and it was such a cool concert. It was every year, and I've been to a few of these because I had to go because that was my job, and I had to go over to the convention center, which is huge. It seats, thousands of people, and I was working with the Ritz-Carlton at the time, which is right down the street from the convention center, and I've got my salespeople. I asked them to go take our brochures. We got permission to put them on every artist's chair in that room. So, I'm asked them to go do it. Oh, I couldn't possibly. I have to go get dressed and pick up my tux and blah, blah, blah. All right, fine. I'll do it. I take the wagon full of brochures, schlep it on down to the convention center. And I walk in the door in the convention center and I hear music playing, and I'm thinking, well, it's just a background track. It's empty. People are the waiters and waitresses are setting up the tables and stuff like that. And so I'm like, all right, I'm looking around. Where do I go? Look up on stage. Well, it is not a recording. It is Elton John sitting there warming up, doing a rehearsal. And
Are
I'm
you
like,
kidding me, Tammy?
it was
I've
so
never
cool.
heard this story from you.
I know. It was
I love Elton John. Oh,
it was
my
so cool.
gosh.
So I'm like, oh my God, it's Elton John. All right, I'm going to come right up here to the front and I'm going to start passing out these brochures up here. And as it took me, a couple hours to put, thousands of brochures out there. And as I'm doing it, all of these cool acts are coming out and rehearsing. And I saw, it was all of them. Like it was Black Crow, Counting Crows, and the Dave Matthews, Elvis Costello, John Fogerty. They all came out and they all, did their warm up and stuff. It was so cool. And then you fast forward.
That's so amazing.
It was awesome. And then that night, you fast forward because the concert is that night. So every year, let me back up. Music Cares is the music industry's philanthropic arm that every year after the Grammys, either before or after the Grammys, depending on timing. And I think this year, I thought it was after the Grammys because the Grammys have kind of moved later in the year. They used to be earlier in January when I had to go. And so after the Grammys, they do this dinner and they honor somebody who they think want in their name for like they said they called this influential artistic accomplishments and philanthropic work. They look for that and then they honor somebody and then everybody comes. They have all these recording artists come in and they do whoever they're honoring their songs in front of them for them. So I saw Neil Diamond, and there was like 3 or 4 of them that I saw. This by far was the best one because our table was like one from the stage, which was awesome.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was like right there.
So you saw the whole show too?
Oh my God. It was
You saw
so
the before and the show?
I saw the warm up and then I saw the actual show. And
wow.
Bonus, get this. So as I'm watching the show, I'm texting my buddy Mark Bart, our old neighbor down the street, Mark and Patty. Yeah, you know them. They were at the wedding. So Mark is a giant Neil Young fan. So every time
Scott,
they do another song, and I text him this, and they just did this and this did that. He went out and got the DVD of that event, so I can watch it anytime I want now, because they sell it, as a moneymaker for the music cares industry. It was a very, very cool thing. So that happened on this day in 2010. And so let me tell you what he played. So everybody gets up and they all play Neil Young songs, and then Neil Young gets up and it's his turn to play a song, and he plays the song Pants on the Ground. Have you ever heard this?
I don't think so.
I know, it's obscure. Pants on the Ground is a song he made up because he was sick of guys running around with their pants halfway down their heinies, their jeans.
I remember that.
He has a whole song called Pants on the Ground that he made up, and he did that.
Funny.
We were cracking up. And I believe I found it. Hopefully Matt found it. We're going to play it for you now. If you can get to your YouTube, watch the video because it's pretty funny. Matt, did you find it?
Now this is okay. So there's a couple versions. So there's what's his name? Jimmy Fallon did one as Neil Young.
Yeah, no. This is Neil Young doing this was, I believe, the one I saw was the one at the event that we were at. That when he got up and did the Pants on the Ground song with his guitar.
Oh, fun.
Okay.
Well, did you find the Jimmy Fallon one?
There's a Jimmy Fallon one. Yes, I was able to find that one.
Well, that'll be fine. I mean, if that's what you got, that's what you got. There's another one out there, I think, that's just him singing it too. But it's, then Jimmy started doing it with it. Jimmy started doing an imitation of him, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, whatever you got, let's play it.
Okay.
We're running out of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Neil Young.
Hands on the ground, hands on the ground, looking like a fool with your pants on the ground. With the gold in your mouth, hat turned sideways. Pants hit the ground. Pants hit the ground. Call yourself a cool cat, looking like a fool, walking downtown with your pants on the ground. Get it up, get it up. Get it up, get it up. Get it up, get it up. Hey, get your pants off the ground. Looking like a fool, walking and talking with your pants on the ground. Pants.
Well, that was that. Pants on the Ground.
Oh
that was a good
my
one. Huh?
God,
Isn't that funny?
is hilarious. Now I'm looking up Pants on the Ground, and I have things called by
5 seconds till we're out.
Yep.
Oh,
General Larry Platt.
Okay.
And we dedicate a lot of our time to going as
There
fast
goes.
as possible.
Okay.
My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time-to-talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 3 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Even with the efforts of hundreds of first responders, Washington, D.C. Fire Chief John Denali says they've yet to see any signs of life following last night's collision between a passenger jet and an Army helicopter at Reagan National Airport.
We are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident.
So far, at least 30 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. American Eagle Flight 5242 broke into pieces before crashing and was reportedly carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members. 3 soldiers were aboard the Black Hawk helicopter. Despite the Trump administration's increase in immigrant enforcement, officials in Florida say law enforcement there has seen an increase in encounters with illegal migrants from China. News Nation's Brian Inton reports.
We're trying to figure out, and ICE is too, where they're coming from and where they're going. It's very interesting what's been happening here in Coral Gables, though, because this is a very fancy, wealthy part of Miami. You've got the Biltmore Hotel, the Vizcaya Estate. These houses behind me are tens of millions of dollars. And now, for the second time in 2 weeks, there were these white vans pulled over here in the neighborhoods of Coral Gables, and inside them were dozens and dozens of Chinese migrants.
They, among many smugglers, were all arrested. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green. Join us tomorrow for Apolitical Talk Show's Free Speech Friday panel.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. An accident in South Elgin has cost a man his life after his SUV collided with a traffic signal pole at the intersection of Stearns Road and South McLean Boulevard. The accident involving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe occurred around 5:20 p.m. on Tuesday, with the driver reportedly speeding at the time of the crash. The accident remains under investigation. In Elgin, Jose F. Molina Acevedo, 45, has been sentenced to 12 years in prison after pleading guilty to predatory criminal sexual assault of a child. This marks him as the 6th resident of Elgin since March of 2024 to be convicted of similar crimes. The Elgin Police Department gearing up for an accreditation review by the Illinois Law Enforcement Accreditation Program happening on February 5th and 6th. As part of the evaluation, trained peer assessors from across Illinois will conduct a thorough examination of the department's operations. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, a decent chance of rain showers after 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 55, falling to around 48. Tonight, occasional rain showers with cloudy skies and a low around 37, rising to around 40 overnight. Currently, it is 51 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-234-0316. 800-234-0316. That's 800-234-0316.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service.
Welcome in, everybody. It's Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. We've got 3:06 on a Thursday afternoon. We appreciate you joining us today. We've got weather happening for you here. Just a quick 10-day. No, I'll do a 7-day, 10 days. Way too much. Today, you're getting 52 degrees. I think you probably already hit that. Partly cloudy this morning and then becoming cloudy during the afternoon. There's a slight chance of rain showers. And that high is going to be 52. Tonight, you're going down to 38 degrees with rain showers early, and they'll evolve into a more steady rain overnight. That low, again, is 38. Chance of rain tonight, there is 90%, so count on it. Looks like rainfall will be around a quarter of an inch or so. I heard we're getting 3 inches down here. That is a lot of rain. Let's see. Friday, we've got a high of 41 in the Elgin area with rain ending early. Breaks of sun in the afternoon. And then Friday night, a few clouds from time to time and a low of 28 degrees. Saturday on the 1st of February. 37 degrees is going to be your high with cloudy skies. And then Saturday night, only 34 for a low. So not much difference there. On Sunday, happy Groundhog's Day to you. Hopefully that bad boy finds his, or doesn't find his shadow. Isn't that what we want? We don't want him to find his shadow because we want less winter, more early spring. That's what I'm pulling for, Mr. Groundhog. Let's see. It is 52 degrees forecasted for Groundhog's Day in the Elgin area. Mostly cloudy skies and winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles an hour. And then Sunday night, mostly cloudy skies and a low around 30 degrees. 52 is pretty good for that groundhog, though. He's got a big old winter coat on, too, doesn't he? He's just waking up. Let's see. And then Monday, the 3rd, mostly cloudy skies and a high near 40. Monday night, partly cloudy skies and a low near 25. And then Tuesday, that would be February 4th, we've got mostly cloudy skies and a high of 34. Tuesday night going all the way down to 28 degrees. Same cloudiness happening there. And then Wednesday, a variety of wintry precipitation types in the morning will become mainly rain and snow showers in the afternoon. The high on Wednesday is 37 degrees. That chance of precipitation is sitting at 60% right now. But it looks like Looks like they mean business on that one. Now, Wednesday night, variable cloudy with snow showers. Great. I'm coming back to snow. Snow showers, a low of 27, winds west, northwest, 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of snow is sitting at 40% right now, and snow accumulations of less than 1 inch on Wednesday night. And then Thursday, we've got a high of 30 degrees, considerable cloudiness, and Thursday night, partly cloudy. Early with evening increasing clouds overnight. 16 degrees is going to be your low on Thursday. Yeah, it's getting down into the cold there after that. The rest of the week is sitting at the 30s, low to mid 30s as your high, and teens is your low. So not a lot of precipitation, though. It doesn't look like. Maybe a week from Tuesday on the 11th, you might get some snow showers in the afternoon, but there is no guarantee. You know how this weather is, right? And especially up there in Chicago, it could change on a dime, and it does most of the time, right?
Yep.
All right. Let's see. That was, did you have something that you were going to clarify, Nance, or you already did?
I already clarified the countries with the.
You're as clear as you're going to get. Is that what
I'm as clear as I'm getting on that.
On that one. But you do have something else to share with us. So Nancy's daytime job, or her before she retired,
yes,
it is a occupational therapist, and you work with autistic children in the school systems, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you, what do you look for? I mean, if you're a parent and you have a kid, what do you look for if you are looking to see? I wonder if my kid has autism. What are you looking for?
Well, okay, so yeah, I've been on diagnostic teams for 20 plus years, looking at children with autism. Mm-hmm. And there is a wide range of kiddos. That's why it's called a spectrum disorder, because there's such a wide range of abilities and disabilities. Let me just kind of tell people what it is. It's a condition related to brain development, and it impacts how someone perceives and socializes with others, causing problems usually in their lives. It includes also limited repetitive actions that can be, hand flapping is that's what people think of, but it can be any physical repetitive action, also verbal repetitive actions as well. It includes, so autism, like I said, is a spectrum. People talk about Asperger's syndrome, childhood disintegrative disorder, and unspecified forms of pervasive developmental disorder. Those were all different diagnoses. Now those are all encapsulated in autism spectrum disorder. So autism, the rate of autism is has gone up like crazy. And the rate currently in 2024 is 1 in 36 kiddos are diagnosed with autism. 1 in 36 persons. It's crazy.
At what age do they diagose that? 1 in 36?
Well, all different ages, but usually after 2 and 3 is 3's pretty young. We see kids in the school district anywhere between, kinder. Usually they're diagnosed by middle school, but we also have kids in middle school and high school that are getting their first diagnosis. Those kids tend to be kiddos that function better in society, and they're able to hold it together to complete their schoolwork or to get along with peers their age, but there are differences. So the rate is actually risen 312% since 2020. 300.
Wait, so let me back up. So I used to hear it was 1 in 6. 1 in 6
no.
is be that's crazy, right?
That's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not.
You're currently telling me though that the current statistics are 1 in 29?
1 in 36.
36.
1 in 36 persons. Mm-hmm.
That's still
well, it's insane. I mean, it is. It's crazy.
And so, wait, let me back up on what you just said. So, the rate of autism has increased since 2020 by how much? What was the percentage?
312%.
What the heck?
312%.
Is it that it's gone undiagnosed and now it's being diagnosed, or is it that it's actually more prevalent?
So what they're saying about that is that it's diagnosed more. There's a lot more awareness about autism. First of all, remember I told you about the spectrum, how people used to say, oh, he has Asperger's. Well, he has we called PDD, pervasive developmental disorder. Now it's all lumped into one. So all those diagnoses that used to be separated, they're all together now. So in this statistic, statistics.
I see. Okay.
So that's number one that makes it higher. Number two is definitely more identification. More identification is because people are becoming now more aware of what autism is and what autism isn't. Also, we know as teams that sometimes people are overdiagnosed. So, everybody's not autistic. Some places tend to diagnose more easily than others. The diagnosis is not definitive. It is based on observation. So it's based on observation and
so it's objective.
Parent report.
Is it objective?
It's subjective.
Okay.
But if you have a trained eye, you definitely know what you're looking for, and so you know what. But there are all kinds of teams that diagnose kids, right, and adults. And if your team is good, then it's more accurate. If your team is not, it's like anything. Right?
Yeah, but if you're getting tested, you don't know if your team's good or not.
No, you don't know.
No. So that's like going to a doctor. You don't know if they're good. All you do is take other people's word who have been to them. But the question I've got though, Nance, about that is that there are probably a lot of adults out there that have never been diagnosed and are just living their life, and what would they do differently, I guess, if they were diagnosed? I don't know.
Well, if you're struggling, if you're not struggling and you're fine, you're able to adapt, you're just a little rigid and so forth.
I struggle with some things, Nancy. Come on.
Well, I know. No, you don't. Come on. No, but if you are an adult and you're struggling to maintain your jobs, if you're having difficulty holding on to jobs and keeping jobs, if you're having difficulty getting along with people at work, or maybe even having difficulty with social relationships at home, maybe you can hold it together at work, but at home you're having difficulties. If you feel like you just have a hard time in the sensory environment, just going to the grocery store and, with all the sights and sounds, the reason why you might want to seek out and see if you do have a diagnosis of autism is that there are strategies that you can use. So in other words, if you have difficulties at work, often the perception is that you're doing everything right and someone else is doing things wrong.
It's always somebody else's fault.
You're persecuted, right?
Yeah.
And you're because you're misinterpreting perhaps those signals that you're getting, and you're taking them personally when you shouldn't take them personally. And so it's so important that people do identify that, especially if they're having trouble keeping jobs, because that could be the reason why. We all have our things, right? We all have things that we have to work on, that we have to, improve upon it in and of ourselves. But if you don't understand why you do something or why you feel a certain way, then it's hard to overcome those obstacles in your life. Yeah. And if I am on the spectrum, and it's even helpful for people to know that you are. Right. If I know a colleague is on the spectrum, I'm going to present my information in a more concrete way.
Yeah, but adults don't announce that. Like
some
if I'm
do.
an adult and I'm on the spectrum,
in our field,
not like I'm. Yeah, well, maybe in your field, but as like somebody at the grocery store or something, they're not.
No,
you're not going to know.
No.
And your friends might not even, you might not ever know that they're on the spectrum.
But your employer, it would help. it would help if your employer knows that you're on the spectrum.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Although
people might,
it helps a lot if your employer knows that you're on the spectrum, because then when you mistake when you take things literally, or have a hard time because it's extra loud in there today, or whatever your personal issue is, your sensory difficulty, then it helps, because you can say I'm having a hard day because, not. But you were asking about
kids.
Yeah. About kids and how you might want to look at that. If you have a
how would
child.
I know if my
How'd
kid
you know?
should be evaluated? Yeah.
Well, younger kids, a hallmark is failure to respond to their name. So when you call their name, it's like you're not saying anything personal
and
to them.
At what age are we looking at for that?
Well, they have to be aware enough to know their name.
Yeah.
So, 1-year-old, even
one or two,
even whenever a typical child wouldn't learn what his name, we don't see them until they're 3.
Yeah.
So of course they should know their name, but I know, I'm trying to think of how many months, to break it down by months. I don't have that, readily available, but it would be, under 1, they knew their name, right? They know their name. And then another one is resisting cuddling. So, typical babies, they like to be hugged and cuddled, and you might see your little kiddo just, like arching his back and pushing away. Another very, very early sign is called writing. And so, how you want to hold your baby up and you tilt your baby to the right or to the left or to the forward or backward? Even by 6 months, they should do this. They'll right their body. So you tilt them, to the right, they're gonna move to the left, to the right, their body. And that's actually can be a sign, because it's that vestibular center that is not developed, and that oftentimes is a problem with these kiddos is their sense of vestibular, where they are in space. Poor eye contact is a hallmark as well.
Yep.
Also, just lacking a range of facial expressions. So I have a relative who is actually not diagnosed, but probably would be helpful. And when he smiles, he does the
fake
smile, and it's got this, because he doesn't understand.
He doesn't naturally
the
want
nuance
to smile.
Of
you're saying
it's kind of either this or
or the fake one,
the fake, the over smile. I call it the over smile. But that's another one. Also, delayed speech is one. If they're not speaking, if they're not saying 1 word by 1, 2 words by 2, 3 word sentences by 3, that's another hallmark. And they can't start a conversation. So you can ask them questions, but they can't say to you, hey, hey, mommy, I saw a blue train, they'll answer your questions, but starting them. And another one with high functioning is that if they're very, very bright, they'll micro focus on something, right? So they'll talk about trains, if they like trains, if they're into trains, and they'll talk about them to you, but not understanding if you're bored. So
they're obsessed with it. So they don't
obsessed with it.
Pick up cues,
and they don't pick up cues that, what, my listener doesn't want to hear this anymore. That's a tough one. They also repeating words and phrases from movies. So they watched, they watched Disney movie, and they're constantly repeating these phrases that they heard in the movie.
No, I've never heard that before. Okay.
Lots of phrase repetition instead of complex language is also a big one. Let's see. Even understanding commands like, hey, can you go get a sock out of your drawer and bring it over to dad? A couple directions at a time.
Yeah.
A lot of times these kids have a real hard time with that organization and that higher level functioning is difficult too for some kids. And then another one, and this happens in grade school and middle school, definitely, and why we get called in, is they're just inappropriately touching people in social interactions, with girls or guys. shoot.
Uh-oh. What happened to Miss Nancy there? You froze, Nance.
It's too much.
There she
Because
comes.
and
You,
you know, it's
hey,
funny what
Nance,
we do
you
with the
just
kids
cut out for that
sometimes
last sentence. You cut out. So can you say it again? Sorry.
Oh boy. I don't know
Just
which
the
one that
last
was.
sentence.
Well,
or thought.
One thing that we noticed is when we make, touching people too much in
Right,
school,
after that, we
being all
catch
over
up, yeah.
somebody. Well, and then what we do is we make faces to the kids. Can you make, show me surprised, show me happy, show me sad, but something that's a little nuanced, like surprised. Happy, sad is a little bit easier, but shocked, show me shocked, show me scared or angry. And a lot of our kiddos, they cannot do that. They cannot.
They can't.
They just kind of have that same face,
So is it that they can't relate to the emotion, or they can't express the emotion?
That's an excellent question that people really get confused with. These kiddos, they have feelings. It's not like they don't have feelings. They do. They cannot express them.
Yeah,
the way that we can.
So they have the same
don't
feelings,
understand some of ours. Absolutely.
So when you say act surprised, they know what surprised is.
They might
just
know
don't
what
know how to express it.
To put it in their face the way, because it doesn't. Yeah. Things don't. Yeah, they feel surprised exactly, but they don't. We can't tell they are because they're not manifesting it the way we would do it.
Right.
Where neurotypical people would do it. I wanted to talk about risk factors, okay? And I wanted to talk about causes. And
what about causes? Because I think that's the big fat question that nobody has an answer to, quite frankly.
They don't, but they have a lot of theories. They do have a lot of research, and they know what it's. They're pretty sure they know what it's not. And I'm going to say, and a good website to look at, a very good, trustworthy resource is called autismspeaks.org.
Yep.
Autismspeaks.org. Please do not look up all these these
you can find anything you want to find out there if
you can.
Yeah. So go to a trusted site that's real. And that's what you're saying. Autism Speaks is real.
Correct.
Yeah.
There is currently no cure. There is no cure.
Right.
So if someone on a site acts like they can cure your child or touts that they can do that, that is suspect. Please know that.
Yeah.
Now, early intervention is your friend.
Yeah.
That can make huge difference.
How early and what's the intervention? How early and what do you do for intervention? Like, what do you do?
2 years old, as soon as they're diagnosed. We diagnose them at 3, but some you can diagnose at 2. And early intervention, it depends on the student, right? It depends on the child. If the child has sensory differences and sensory sensitivities, you can put them into a therapeutic program with OT, occupational therapy, and physical therapy, and speech therapy, and they can work on different aspects of their individual targeted needs. So if a kiddo has auditory sensitivity, what I would be doing is, starting with music and playing music, softly or whatever he or she can tolerate, and then moving it up a little bit, because we do live in a world with sound. We do live in a world where we have noise. And so but everything is gradual. And that's what I would say to people as well. So another hallmark for this diagnosis is, of course, speech and language difficulties. So, language difficulties. So language therapy is amazing. And very, very important. Also, play skills, learning how to play with objects. Another thing that I didn't mention is when your child is not able to play with pretend objects or pretend with an object. So you have your little character.
Right. They don't do pretend play like that.
Not
right?
as much.
Yeah. Okay.
And so maybe they'll just take it and maybe they'll just put it on something, but they don't have elaborate
They won't have him walking around or, talking to somebody else or
socializing.
Whatever. Yeah, right.
So, or they'll do odd things with toys, like this is a typical turn it upside down and spin the wheels.
right. Yeah.
Instead of rolling the car.
Right. Upside down, spin the wheels. Got it. Yeah.
Or something like that. But, okay, causes. There is no link. I hear the music. There's no link between vaccines that have been found. Zero link between vaccines and autism. I just want to say that. What we have found is genetics. Genetics. These kiddos tend to run in families.
Yeah.
They usually have if you have a child with autism, your chance of having another child with autism are much higher.
Is that right? Oh,
yes.
Wow.
Yes.
But by the time they're diagnosed, it's too late. You already got them.
Well,
the other guy's there,
Possibly, right? Unless they're done early. Yeah. Environmental factors is another one. Tell me when I have to quit.
10 seconds.
Okay, environmental factors, that's pollutants. Yep. Also, viral infections that the child could be, and complications in pregnancy. These are all being studied. Okay.
All right.
I'm out.
Sky Rizzi. Naperville Crime Stoppers encouraging locals to report information about crimes that occurred in the area by calling 630-420-6006. Citizens who provide anonymous tips can be eligible for cash rewards if that tip leads to an arrest. Kane County calling on residents to step up as volunteers to assist in emergencies and community safety operations. The Office of Emergency Management set to host a new volunteer open house offering 2 opportunities for engagement. The first session is scheduled for February 4th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. and the next one on March 1st from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. The Kane County Sheriff's Office making residents aware of a jury duty scam that's going around. Scammers posing as local law enforcement or court officials are falsely informing individuals that they've missed jury duty and face arrest unless they pay a fine right then and there over the phone. The Sheriff's Office reminding everyone that no law enforcement agency will request that you pay anything over the phone and that you should hang up on these scammers. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, a chance of rain after 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 52. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, rain likely before 9 p.m., then rain and patchy fog with a low around 39. Currently, it is 49 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Talk Time with Tammy and Friends on a fabulous Thursday afternoon, 3:34-ish around here. Might be 3:35 where you are. I don't know. It's close. But welcome in, everybody. And Nance, did you want to finish up any of that, or you're good? You got cut off kind of at the end there.
Well, I could do a little bit about autism risk factors that they have identified.
What's that?
Which are not vaccines.
Yeah, we got a couple minutes before we have to do the clip. So what are the risk factors? Yeah.
So different risk factors can be, like I talked about before, your family genome.
Right.
What is that looking like? They talk about gene switching on and off. It can be interconnected with environmental toxins, right? So it doesn't have to just purely be the gene. It can be a combo. Maternal immune system disorders is another one. Prenatal pesticide.
Say that again. Maternal immune system disorders causes autism?
Okay, so these are just risk factors. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it causes them. It means that they're just
what does
what
that
they
mean?
call
Maternal. Say that again. Maternal
immune system. So if you have an autoimmune disease and you're pregnant.
Give me an example, like lupus is an autoimmune.
Lupus is an autoimmune disease.
So those.
What's the other one that your body aches all the time?
I don't know.
One called
hangover? No. Wait. So if the mother has an autoimmune dysfunction of some sort, the baby has a higher risk of being autistic? Is that what you're saying?
Possibly.
Wow. I didn't know
These are all possibilities.
Yeah, I gotcha. What other risk factors are there?
Just the communications of the neurons within the brain, within the developing brain. We do know that what happens oftentimes in the brain in a kiddo with autism, a person with autism, all your cells, all your like Purkinje cells and all your neurons, they're all honed. So when you have an experience of this is soft, you're touching something soft, or you're hearing something, all your neurons, they're honed to make sense of that sound or that feeling. And so then your brain remembers it. So they're pruned, if you will. They prune them off. Boom, 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 boom. This sounds okay, right? Well, one theory is that they're not pruned enough, and so that's why kiddos are so sensitive to stuff, because their neuronal system has not matured enough in that area to filter out what extraneous sounds and noises. So it's kind of like ADD, right? You know, you hear everything.
There's no fix to that. I mean, there's no fix to it. You can't take a pill or do an exercise or drink something and it'll fix that. I mean,
but you can. But therapy helps, because therapy helps desensitize.
Yeah, right. So that's the only way.
It later on helps those neurons realize that sound is okay, and it's not. What happens is when your system hears that and you don't have that system isn't mature, it goes into fight or flight.
Yeah.
So the fight or flight says, and they can't take it. It's not their fault,
Yeah.
So again, genetic disorders, Fragile X syndrome, prenatal pollution exposure, very low birth weight, very, very premature, Rett syndrome, and oxygen deprivation during the birth process.
Oh, wow.
So those are all considered.
Interesting, though, that those and genetics play the big role.
Yeah, that's what it appears.
Yeah. Well, thanks for clarifying that and finishing up on that one, because I know we got cut off during the break sometimes.
No worries.
We'll babble through. Now the YouTube clip will keep going, but the audio on the radio will shut off. So
okay.
So away we go. Let's talk a little News Nation. We got another news clip hanging around. I think Matt's been digging in the bin again, trying to find a little something that's relevant. What you got for us, Mr. Matthew?
All right. The investigation is underway into what caused last night's mid-air collision between a passenger jet and a military helicopter at Reagan National Airport. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says he expects to learn quickly if the chopper deviated from its flight path.
It was a fairly experienced crew, and that was doing a required annual night evaluation. They did have night vision goggles. The 12th Aviation Battalion, as of now, is granted a 48-hour operational pause on contingency missions as what happened is reviewed.
Hegseth says he issued a 48-hour operational pause for the Army battalion involved. He believed all 67 people, 64 aboard the plane, and 3 soldiers on the helicopter were killed in the crash.
God, how
Super
tragic.
unfortunate, man. And it's been a while. We've been pretty lucky. We haven't had. Is the last one 2009 was the Sully guy, right? When he landed in the Hudson and had people hang out on his wings. Well, you know, it's super unfortunate. And you think, you know,
scary.
It is scary because you think when you get to that point where you're landing and you see the runway and you're there, you know, but you're over water. So good luck with that.
And they blew up before they hit the water. Is that
Did
correct?
they? Well, they
I think
collided in the air, but I don't know.
In air. I mean, they collided in air like that was the collision.
Yeah. It's just, it's super unfortunate. I'm sure that they'll eventually get to the bottom because there is video footage of it. You can see, you know, the helicopter coming in from behind. And so they'll have to figure out what happened and make sure it doesn't happen again. It's just super unfortunate.
I know the radio tower. I heard something this morning about the radio tower. They were radioing the chopper,
right?
And the chopper said, "I don't see anyone currently. I think we're fine." And then so I don't know.
Well, he missed him.
He missed him. He missed him.
He missed it. Now, and then I heard, but they haven't come out with the names, I don't think, but I haven't been paying attention, like of who is on this. I'm sure we'll hear all about it. But I did hear a snippet that it was a skating team, like a pro skating team.
Yes, it was a skating team.
Was it Kansas or somewhere in I don't know. Was it somewhere in Kansas?
It took off in Kansas City, right?
Wichita, I think, or something. And or I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was where it was landing that they were from, or like it was. I thought they were Boston for some reason. Maybe not. I might have that all screwed up. But it was some sort of skating team that they said some people were on there. I don't know who. I don't know what they said. They haven't notified all the family members of all the people yet. So we'll hear about it when they do.
Yeah, it was a skating club in Boston.
Boston. It was Boston.
Skating Club of Boston in Norwood, Massachusetts.
Okay. All right.
Skating club from.
Yeah. I did hear something about that, but it super unfortunate, man. It makes you, you know, as a girl who's getting on a plane next week.
I know, right?
You know, you just got off one. You know, I'm on a lot of planes, and they're short little flights like that. You know, not big giant things, but you never know. You never know. You're taking a chance every time you sit on a plane. It is what it is. It's how, you know what, you're taking a chance every time you get in a car. You're taking a chance when you ride a bus. You're taking a chance when you walk out the door. You know, you could get hit by a bus. Who knows?
I just looked at CNN and there's an update just now about the recovery effort has found 28 bodies so far.
Yeah, I heard that this morning.
Okay.
But they're still digging. You know, they're still. I mean, I guess that water in the Potomac, it's only 8 feet deep, so it's not like it's deep water. It's cold.
Oh, really?
Water. Yeah, it's not very deep. They said parts of it are knee high, but the problem is it's really cold water, and I think the impact was probably a problem. You know, I mean. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how everything went down. I guess we'll find out because I'm sure we're going to hear more and more about what happened there.
And it's the U.S. figure skating. I guess they were good. You know, out of
Boston, or it's a Boston U.S. figure skating. Yeah, super unfortunate. And we'll keep listening to see details, and just hopefully nothing like that can happen again. I know they have a lot. Reagan is. Have you ever been to Reagan? It's got the people movers.
I can't know if I have or
There's
not.
2 airports. There's Dulles and there's Reagan.
Or no.
And Reagan is the one that's closer to, if I'm remembering it correctly, I've flown into both of them because I did some properties in the DC area. And the Reagan one has the people movers that they're like these big like bus kind of things with these tready tires, and it moves you. It's almost like, like some airports you get on a train and you go from here to there to get to the next terminal. This is a people mover. You get off and you have to take that people mover to get to the next step in your journey, which, I found to be a pain in my hiney when I was traveling for business. So I avoided Reagan because I didn't like to deal with that. Congress uses it because it's the closest one to DC, and so they come in and out. A lot of DC people use that Reagan, and it's and they also have a training facility there, obviously a military facility, and so there's a lot of military action going on around there as well. So, and then there's that whole no-fly zone over, the Washington D.C. and the Capitol and all that, the White House.
Wow.
And so it's like kind of a restricted little space that they have over there, but maybe they're going to have to look at how that's operating. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on it. We'll keep watching the story and see how it develops from there. Right now, we're going to take that last break of the program. We're going to come back and we're going to play a little game, Nancy. We're going to play.
Oh, no.
Yes. Name that tune. Coming your way. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Looking to stay informed on the political issues that truly matter? I'm Dennis Sonar Green, inviting you to join me every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town, is where you'll find clear, balanced analysis of the day's biggest news. We dig into the headlines, cutting through the noise to deliver the facts and insights you need to stay informed. Whether you're deeply into politics or just want to understand what's going on, this show offers the depth and perspectives that matter. Tune in every weekday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on WRMN and be part of the conversation that's shaping our community. Let's navigate today's political landscape together on A Political Talk Show, only on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Don't come any closer, don't come any nearer. My vision of you
No, it's muffled.
Wait, hold on.
Now I can.
Technical difficulties. I think I'm better, yeah?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Yes? No?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Matt, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All righty. Everybody can hear me. We're all good. I don't know what just happened there, but it's over. Welcome in, everybody. I just got... hold on. I got to get rid of that. Oh, come on. I just got a notice of a concert tonight, a benefit to for the wildfire folks out in California. There's a concert happening tonight. Let me see if I can find it here. It's called
indoor.
It's called Fire Aid, a benefit for LA wildfire relief, and it's almost here. Let's see. How to watch and listen to the Fire Aid benefit concert. This came out 2 hours ago on People magazine. Concert will feature Stevie Nicks, Billie Eilish, Green Day, and a No Doubt reunion among other artists. They have pictures of Rod Stewart, Lady Gaga. I don't know who else is involved in this. Those looking to tune in for the Thursday, January 30th concert event, which will be happening in Los Angeles, have many options to watch or listen to Fire Aid, a call to action to unite people in recovering and preventing the devastation caused by wildfires. How can I watch and the concert? The benefit concert. Oh, for cry! I hate when these things pop up. The benefit concert starting at 6 p.m. Pacific time is available for streaming on Apple Music, Apple TV, DirecTV, MyFree, DirecTV, DirecTV Stream, and DirecTV for Business, Disney Plus, Hulu, FanDuel, iHeartRadio, KTLA. Max, Meta, that's Facebook and Instagram you can watch it on. Netflix, boy, there's lots of ways you can watch this. Paramount, Pluto TV, Peacock, NBC News Now, Prime Video, and the Amazon Music Channel on Twitch, Sirius XM, exclusive Life with John Mayer channel. That's a weird one to do it on.
That's funny.
And SoundCloud, TikTok, Veeps, X, and YouTube. Those are all the places that you can watch this concert. Oh, Jelly Roll will be there. Let's see. Another option for those wanting an in-person viewing experience is to watch the concert streamed live at select AMC theaters and Regal Cinema locations throughout the country. That's actually pretty cool if you could see the whole thing from there. To listen to the concert, iHeartRadio's massive network of over 860 radio stations, digital platforms, and the iHeartRadio app will be live streaming the audio. And if you wanted to buy tickets, well, for those who wish to see the benefit event live and in person, you can purchase tickets for the Kia Forum and Intuit Dome shows at Ticketmaster starting at 6 p.m. And let's see. Here, now I've got everybody that'll be there. Who will be performing? Alanis Morissette, John Mayer, Graham Nash, Green Day, John Fogerty, Joni Mitchell, No Doubt, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Stephen Stills, Stevie Nicks, and the Black Crowes are in the first half hour, 6 p.m. Oh, no, 6 to 7:30. Meanwhile, Billie Eilish, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Jelly Roll, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Olivia Rodrigo, Rod Stewart, Stevie Wonder, Sting, and Dave Matthews was originally slated to play but no longer. Oh no, Dave has a critical illness in the family, so he will not be playing. Geez, I hope that doesn't mess with his. We just booked our Jazz Fest that he is going to be playing at in April. So then you can donate. FireAidLA.org if you want to donate to the cause. FireAidLA.org is the website to do that. So that's happening tonight at actually 4:00, I believe. Central time, right? So that's LA time, 6:00, right?
Well, so 4 o'clock our time?
It's 2 hours, right? Is it 3? I can't remember.
LA's 2 hours behind us.
They are. Okay, so yeah, so 4
o'clock,
so our
that's
6
early.
o'clock, right? So it would be our 8 o'clock, right? It'd be on at 6 o'clock. Yeah. They're 2 hours behind us. So if it's 8 o'clock Central Time, it's 6 o'clock LA. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. Now, Let's play a game, shall we?
So wait. So
yeah.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
What?
What time is it in LA? It's starting.
6 p.m. 6 p.m. Pacific time.
Does it start at? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So 8 o'clock our time, 6 p.m. Pacific time. Is that your door or mine? That ringing, is that you or me?
Not mine.
Oh, it must be me. I don't even know where the heck
me.
it's coming from. How about that? All right, Mr. Matt has a game for us. Are you ready to play? We only have a couple minutes left to do it. So let's do it.
Okay.
All right. It's a Name That Tune game. Can you put it on the screen? There it is. Oh, I'm going to need glasses for this one. All right.
All right, here we go. Let's see.
Okay.
Take a listen.
All right, Nancy goes first.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You know the song.
Yeah, but I don't know. I can't.
SATURDAY.
Is that Saturday night? Saturday?
That's
Saturday?
what I think it is. I don't know. That's what I say, Matt. Let's see what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, Bay City Rollers.
Oh, Bay City Rollers.
Yeah.
Saturday night.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
job, Tammy.
All right. Okay, what else we got?
Sweet and...
What is it? What do you think it is, Nance?
Something sweet. Is that all I get?
Who was it?
Sticky and Sweet or something?
Who? Rock of Ages. Not even close. What's this?
I know it, but I just don't know the name of it.
It's Lenny Kravitz. It's
Lenny.
what's the name of it? I can't. My gray matter's not working, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not good with names.
Oh my goodness.
Holland America. All right, get rid of that. ad.
Okay.
Goodbye. Hold on, we got to get rid of the ad. There we are. Hello. There's some.
Tammy's gonna win this.
It was a Fly Away.
Fly away.
Fly
Lenny Kravitz.
Away.
I didn't. I got half. I got half a point because I didn't know the name.
Yeah, you do get a half a point for saying it was Lenny.
Okay. You know this.
Better than I see.
Let love keep us together. That's Captain and Tennille.
Captain and Tennille?
Yeah, let love keep us together.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think and let love.
There you go. All right, here's another one. Ugh. I have the slightest idea what that is. Do you?
No.
No. Well, we'll just hang around here until we get an answer. Scandal the Warrior. Never would I have gotten it.
I do know it now, but
okay, here we go. Oh my.
Oh, this was hilarious.
Yeah, that one I don't know at all.
I've heard that one before.
That's a rap of some sort, and you know how we are with rap.
Yeah.
No clue. Good Vibrations. Marky Mark and the
Good
Funky
Vibrations?
Bunch. Yeah, that's the name of that song. How about that?
Okay.
Well, there's our happy little music. I recognize that.
Well, good.
All right, we'll have to work on that one a little bit.
Yeah, the titles of songs is not.
Yeah. Well, plus it was like some genres that I don't play in very well. So, there's that. All right, well, I want to thank everybody for tuning in today and listening. Make sure you stick around for Sonar and Ben following our show today, and we will be back on Monday. Listen to Dino's Night Out tomorrow, and we'll see you Monday. Make good decisions. Touchless Car Wash.
Bye, everybody.
They know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's touchless car wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400.
now for your free car wash and see why Britain's touchless car wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 4 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. A St. Charles man has been sentenced to prison for grooming a child. State's Attorney Jamie L. Mosser announced that Judge Barsanti has sentenced 38-year-old Edward T. Eisenstark of the 1100 block of Geneva Road in St. Charles to the maximum sentence of 5 years of imprisonment in the Illinois Department of Corrections. On the 12th of December, Eisenstark pled guilty to the offenses of indecent solicitation of a child, traveling to meet a minor, grooming, and solicitation of a sexual act. Assistant State's attorneys presented the following facts in court. On August 12, 2023, about 10:20 p.m., the defendant drove from his St. Charles home to Epic Air Trampoline Park in South Elgin to perform sexual acts on a juvenile in exchange for money. After the defendant confirmed he was in the parking lot, the child called 911. The defendant began communicating with the minor July 8th of 2023 via FaceTime, phone calls, and texts. At the time, Eisenstark was president of the Thompson Middle School Parent-Teacher Association in St. Charles. In other Fox Valley news, a man was killed Monday afternoon when an SUV he was driving hit a traffic signal pole in South Elgin. South Elgin police said the man, who was driving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe at a high speed, was headed west on Stearns Road about 5:20 p.m. when, for unknown reasons, he hit the signal pole at the intersection with South McLean Boulevard. The driver, whose name has not been released, was the only vehicle occupant pronounced dead at the scene. The accident remains under investigation by the South Elgin Police Department. Anyone with information is asked to call police at 847-741-2151. I'm Marky B. This is the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Expert shows speed in dressing birds. Clarence Hawkins, world champion picker and dresser of chickens, who is the present star attraction at the Elgin Poultry Show, is a man who became champion in his own line of endeavor through necessity. Hawkins startled the patrons of the Elgin Show by preparing a chicken for the oven in 17 seconds. He owns a summer resort in Burlington, Wisconsin, and also runs a small poultry farm. He set a record of 10 seconds flat for a young broiler at a recent National Poultry exhibit in Chicago. In other news, sprains ankle second time during winter. Fred Kimball, 316 Ann Street, sprained his ankle for the second time within 2 months when he slipped and fell on the icy walk in front of the local YMCA last evening. Mr. Kimball first injured his ankle on Thanksgiving Eve, and last night's fall served to further strain the injured member. And finally, tonight's snowy forecast recalls this familiar poem. The happy, joyous days have come, the gladdest of the year. Willie's snowball finds its mark on Old Man Wilson's ear.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, a chance of rain after 4 p.m. with cloudy skies and a high near 52. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, rain likely before 9 p.m., then rain and patchy fog with a low around 39. Currently, it is 49 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Now Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 113 through 115. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
Tune in to Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN. Join Eric and his expert guests for a fun and informative journey into the home improvement and healthy living lifestyle. Whether you're tackling a DIY project or thinking about your home's wellness, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to stress and hello to solutions that save you time and money. Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m.
Hello, America, and good day to our friends around the world. This is a political talk show here on WRMN, WRMN 1410 AM if you are on that AM dial over there, or you can always find us at WRMN1410.com. That's the place to be as well. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'll be walking you through the most generic political talk show that's out there in the world. All peoples are welcome from any side of the spectrum. Make sure that you get in on that text line, 505-926-1410, 505-926-1410, or give us a call in that second hour where we open up the phone lines and drop down the headlines. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show. Again, my name is Dennis Sonar Green on the ones and twos over at WRMN Studios in Studio 14. That is Ben Demonium Boquest. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Absolutely. Hey, looking forward to tomorrow's Free Speech Friday panel. And also, I guess, being on the show today. Enjoy where you are. Enjoy what you got.
It's fun. It's a fun day. It is Legislation Thursday, so we are going to break down some legislation. If you want to be a part of the show, go ahead and jump in on YouTube. There's a lot of people in chat over there. I've seen the Dutchman going back and forth through Tammy's show. He is in Hawaii, which is a lot better weather than what we've got here. At least I hope it is.
Yeah, right. I mean, you would think the tropical climate, man. Yeah, no, been there for a minute. So, Dutchman, go ahead and think about what you want to talk about the second hour. We'll be opening up the phone lines. And as always, text in the text number.
And one of the biggest headlines, of course, are some new legislation. So today, we're going to dive into one of the most controversial pieces of legislation in American politics. A law that expands federal power, allows the government to detain non-citizens, and has sparked fierce debate over national security and individual rights. Some call it necessary for public safety, while others fear it goes too far, giving the government dangerous authority over those it deemed a threat. Sound familiar? You might be thinking of the recently passed Lake and Riley Act, but that's only because you read the news
and don't read all of the news. What we're going to talk about today is we're going to talk about a law that has been around for over 200 years. I don't think they necessarily implemented it, but it has been brought up a few times. The act that we are talking about today in Legislation Thursday is the Alien Act, the 1798 Alien Act. 1798, during a time of war, fever, and political division, Congress passed the Alien Act, granting the president the power to detain and deport non-citizens without trial. It was part of a larger effort by the Federalist Party to silence opposition. But one man saw through all of the hysteria. One man 200 years ago. Person that I respect, at least in his writing, maybe not necessarily his lifestyle, of course, because nobody liked anybody's lifestyle in the 1800s. That would be Thomas Jefferson. So we're going to go into a little bit of what Thomas Jefferson and John Adams and another John Taylor, and how these three men, mostly Thomas Jefferson, viewed this. Thomas Jefferson called it a reign of witches, a government gripped by fear and deception. And in his letters, he warned that such abuses of power would not last forever. Doesn't matter what is going on in your life. There's a great Bible verse that I like. It came to pass. That's it. Full stop. It came to pass. It's not here to stay. Everything that happens, what is it? The only constant is change. So it came to pass. Whether you like what's going on, not like what's going on, it isn't here to stay. And just like Thomas Jefferson feared that the Federalists were taking over, and the Federalists feared that the Republican Democrat Party was taking over. Yeah, we have this. It's a cycle. We test the sides, but spoiler alert, Thomas Jefferson says principle will prevail. And is that a little bit of hopium for you? I hope it's more than that. I hope it is a goal for you. I hope it is something that you hold fast, and it's something that we can instill into America, that idea of principle and that idea of community, the idea of America being a giant melting pot. So we're just going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about Thomas Jefferson and how he kind of put together what he called the reign of witches, which he thought the Federalists were doing a big grab of power because at the time, French immigration was on the rise. It's weird to say the European side of everything, because we've lived in such a skin color type of racism in at least our era of life. But to turn around and be like, no, that's from that direct country, even though they may look like me. It's a great, intriguing thing to discuss today. I hope you will join with us. More Apolitical Talk Show right after this.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
My name is Maggie Beyer and I'm running for Elgin City Council. I am someone who spent a career in healthcare, helping patients find solutions to their problems. And now I want to help Elgin find common sense solutions to the issues facing our city. I'm an active volunteer and a concerned resident for over 30 years. I love Elgin, and that's why I'm running for office. I'm respectfully asking for your vote, and I promise to serve you and be your voice for the community on the Elgin City Council. Paid for by Citizens for Maggie.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Gennard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. We welcome you into the 1410 airwaves. That's 1410 on your AM dial. We've also got the app that you can download from your favorite app store, whether that is Apple or the Google. You go ahead and go there, type in WRMN Radio. Tune In is a great app if you are a radiophile like me and just like listening to talk radio and podcasting. The TuneIn app is there. You can find WRMN on that. You can always listen live or watch live. Those links are directly in the 1410 WRMN website, which is the opposite of that, WRMN1410.com, where you can find the live stream just on your browser, or you can hit the tab and it'll take you right to YouTube, so you can watch us there as well. We want to welcome you in, and thank you very much for being a part of the show. Those of you that are in the chat line already, jumping in to YouTube chat, WRMN Radio is the place to go to find that. And then we've also got the text line 505-926-1410. Okay. Let's get into what we are going to talk about today. This is, of course, Legislation Thursday. And if you have a piece of legislation that you would like us to go over, then we will definitely do that. Send it on over. We will grab not only the legislation, how it was written, we'll try to get some of the context that's around it and some of the quotes that are there. Luckily, I was able to find Thomas Jefferson writing a few letters about the Federalists and some of the times that we're going there. The times that Jefferson talks about, he refers to as the reign of witches, of just how the people of government took over and started just purging the people that stood up to them and started just large power grabs for things. And towards the end, of course, I'm going to give you the happy ending and how Jefferson tells us to kind of protect liberty. It comes with a tree, but we don't need to get to that point, is where I think our discussion is going to end up today. So let's talk a little bit about the historical context. During the 1790s, the United States found itself in a diplomatic crisis with France known as the Quasi-War. It went from 1798 all the way to 1800. Okay, yeah, the 2 years. This was an undeclared naval conflict, which sparked tensions over the U.S.'s neutrality over the British-French War. The XYZ affair, which happened in 1797, in which French officials were demanding bribes from American diplomats. This infuriated the U.S. government and increased an anti-French sentiment. In response, the Federalists, led by President John Adams, sought to suppress pro-French voices in America. And those pro-French voices in America, they feared, were linked to Thomas Jefferson's party. And Thomas Jefferson is so great, he was a Republican and a Democrat at the same time. Democratic Republican party. So he was both of them at the same time. As part of his effort, Congress passed the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798. This is a series of 4 laws designed to weaken opposition to the Federalist policies, and among them, the Alien Act, also called the Alien Friends Act, directly targeted French immigrants and other foreigners deemed dangerous to national security. When did the Alien Act, what did it do? Well, after it passed June 25th, 1798, it allowed the president to detain or deport non-citizens suspected of being a threat to national security, targeted mainly French immigrants, mainly of whom supported Jefferson's Democratic Republicans, had no requirement for trial or due process. Whatever the president had decided was final, and it was set to expire after 2 years, indicating that it was meant for an immediate political crisis. So that is what it essentially put together. And so when everybody pulls this up and says, well, we're going to enact the Alien Act of 1798 is there, that's what they mean. They mean that the president will be able to detain anybody that they want to without due process or trial. Now, there's a little bit of a difference with this newest act of the Lake and Riley Act. Due process is baked in because we have due process baked into those that are governed in the United States. Citizen or not, you are still governed by the United States when you are here. And this is the argument that I think the administration right now is putting out, is who is governed under the United States. So, okay, I think it is, what is it, Portugal? I think Portugal, every single drug is legal in Portugal. So if I was Portuguese and came over here to America and just started doing all of the drugs and you threw me in jail, I would be mad because I'm not, quote, under the jurisdiction of the United States. You see how ridiculous that sounds? That somebody could just come over here and do whatever they want to if it's legal in their country?
You go by my laws here. Yeah.
Exactly. You're under the jurisdiction of the United States. Unless you are a literal uniformed person from somewhere, who has special permission to be here, that's usually an ambassador, or you don't have permission to be here and you are a person of the military or a organized invading force, then yeah, those are the only two that aren't under our jurisdiction, because I can't arrest an invading soldier. That's what a war is, right? So it's the jurisdiction of. So it's the same kind of thing when I travel to Indiana. There are different laws there than there are here. I'm under the jurisdiction of Indiana when I am over there, even though I am a citizen of Illinois, the state in which I reside. I don't know where this argument comes from. I understand what they want to do with the argument, but I don't understand where the argument stands up. And this is where where John Taylor, who received the letter from Jefferson, had actually written the letter to him first. Jefferson wasn't just like pulling names out of a hat. You know what, John Taylor, I'll write a letter to him. Wonder what he's up to. John Taylor had written something back, and he was from Caroline, north or south, doesn't matter. Was a leading Republican and a critic of the Federalist overreach, which saw the Alien Act as an unconstitutional expansion of federal power. He believed it violated the principles of state sovereignty, individual rights, and limited government. First off, the violation of states' rights. Taylor argued that immigration and law enforcement should be handled by states, not by the federal government in a giant sweep. In his view, the Constitution did not grant Congress the power to expel immigrants arbitrarily. Which again, this was with the Alien Act, where there was no due process. So this was what he was mad about. There was no due process at the federal level, and it should have been due process at the state. So this is different than what's necessarily going on here. We're just pulling comparisons. He said it was also an unconstitutional executive power. Taylor saw the act as an attack on the Constitution, since it allowed the president to deport individuals without a trial. He feared this set a dangerous precedent for authoritarian rule. And the other thing that he brought up was he thought it was aimed at political opponents. He believed the law was not truly about national security, but about silencing political opposition. Many of those affected were Republican-leaning French immigrants, making it clear that the act was politically motivated. Taylor's writings in a particular book, The Inquiry into the Principles and Policy of the Government of the United States, he wrote that in 1814, after the Aliens Act of 1798 was already expired and put together. He wrote in there, consolidation is death of republicanism. He also wrote to Jefferson, let the general government be reduced to foreign concerns only, and let our affairs be managed by the states. And this is where that state sovereignty, that 10th Amendment comes in. And honestly, to walk it all the way back to what we talked about, I think it was maybe last Thursday or Monday, where we talked about the Trust Act here in Illinois. There's a reason why the police are not getting involved with this. The biggest reason why they are not doing it, because I don't want to put words in any department's mouth or anything like that, is it's illegal to do that. It's illegal to hand over the information. It's illegal to follow them there. It's illegal to assist. So if you want them to help talk to your elected officials. Don't beat up on the law enforcement that you think should be doing something that they're not allowed to do. We thank everybody out there who is doing their job to keep us safe here in America. And Apolitical Talk Show will be back after the bottom of the hour.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzi. In Elgin, Jose F. Molina Acevedo, 45, has been sentenced to 12 years in prison after pleading guilty to predatory criminal sexual assault of a child. This marks him as the 6th resident of Elgin since March of 2024 to be convicted of similar crimes. The Elgin Police Department gearing up for an accreditation review by the Illinois Law Enforcement Accreditation Program happening on February 5th and 6th. As part of the evaluation, trained peer assessors from across Illinois will conduct a thorough examination of the department's operations. An accident in South Elgin has cost a man his life after his SUV collided with a traffic signal pole at the intersection of Stearns Road and South McLean Boulevard. The accident involving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe occurred around 5:20 p.m. on Tuesday, with the driver reportedly speeding at the time of the crash. The accident remains under investigation. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Attention brides and grooms-to-be. Your dream wedding starts here. Join the Serendipity Collective, located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, for 2 incredible wedding expos, packed with inspiration, top vendors, and everything you need to plan your perfect day. First, on February 23rd, it's the Love is in the Air Wedding Expo at 1100 American Lane in Schaumburg from 12 to 4 p.m. This free event will connect you with the best in the biz. Discover everything from desserts to decor, and it's open to the public. Then on March 16th, don't miss the Lucky in Love Wedding Expo, located at Camp Big Timber at 37W 955 Big Timber Road in Elgin. Same time, same deal from 12 to 4, and it's for free. Email them at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. Don't forget, you can RSVP on their website or Eventbrite. That's the Serendipity Collective. Get ready to make your wedding day dreams come true.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, a chance of rain with cloudy skies and a high near 52. Tonight, rain likely with patchy fog, cloudy with a low around 39. Tomorrow, patchy fog with showers and thunderstorms in the morning, then rain and patchy fog in the afternoon. Currently, it is 45 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Welcome back to a political talk show on WRMN. That's WRMN 1410 AM and WRMN1410.com. Those are the best places to listen, the best places to get involved and be involved with the Fox River Valley as WRMN travels through the world here on this big, giant blue marble. We really appreciate you being here with us on this journey. Rotating at what, like 90 miles a minute or something like that? It's craziness. Anyway, I appreciate all of the information that's been coming in to us. You can always send us info through info@WRMN1410.com. We get praise, critiques, suggestions, everything that you would like to let everybody in the staff of WRMN know. You can send us a email right there, and most of us will get that email directly to us. If you want to send something directly to a person, take anybody who is over here, Ben, Matt, Mark, Dean, me, Elliot, anybody like that. You can go ahead and just type our name at WRMN1410.com. You can find us there and some of our bios for that as well. We are talking a little bit more into Thomas Jefferson and the Aliens Act of 1798 and how that kind of compares to now, because I didn't bring it up. It wouldn't be necessarily one that I would deep dive into to pull it up and go for it. But when our elected leaders bring up a 200-year-old piece of legislation, I would probably look into it a little bit. A lot of things have happened in the last 200 years. So just to see what's going on with it. And we talked a little bit about how it was kind of viewed as a power grab by the Republican Democrats, or Democratic Republicans, rather. Sorry, 200-year-old party that doesn't exist anymore. Anyway, then that was Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was on that party, while Adams was the Federalist side. And like most things here in the 1800s, it took years and years to get things done. It wasn't like, oh, let's send something over and then 48 hours, Columbia's already agreeing with us. Like, there's no possible way that the communication that we are having today would be possible to do in even weeks' time. So that's where I think some of the things that we look back at the founding fathers and you look at it and go, my goodness, why did it take 25 years to get this concept across to everybody? Well, it took an entire generation most of the time to get something substantially done. Let's talk a little bit about Thomas Jefferson himself and this letter that he wrote to John Taylor of Caroline. And Jefferson was in the same boat that Taylor was. The key themes of the letter to it were back to being against this act. A lot of it was the same side of the opposition to consolidated power. But because Thomas Jefferson is a bit more grandiloquent than John Taylor, I got more quotes from him because, I don't know. Do you know who John Taylor was? Not me, until I figured out what this letter was. Opposition to consolidated power. Jefferson warns against the accumulation of power by the federal government. Most of us, I think, can agree on that one, because he argued that it leads to corruption and tyranny. Were we directed from Washington when to sow and when to reap, we should soon want for bread. And so he agreed with the Constitution when they were saying state sovereignty local is really where most of the information goes. The metaphor that he used highlights his belief that centralized control over local affairs would lead to the inefficiency and oppression. We kind of had a offshoot of Word Wednesday yesterday being nuance. And that's where most of the nuance comes from. The other thing that Jefferson brought up was the role of the people in the government. The principle of the people being the only legitimate source of power. The Republican system was founded on this basis. If you remember our show when we went over the word republic, it is a group of people who agree on laws. It is not a single consolidated power of government through a monarchy, oligarchy, etc. He feared that without vigilance, political elites would strip power from the people and consolidate it for their own benefit. We're starting to see a Republican Democrat party, right? I think some people call it the uniparty. That's what happens when you elect the same people for 20 years. What do you think is going to happen? Corruption and banking interests were the other thing that was on the docket for this letter. Jefferson writes, I sincerely believe with you that banking establishments are more dangerous than standing armies. He saw banks as tools for the wealthy that could manipulate the economy at the expense of ordinary citizens. But let's bring that into today's economy. There's something that we have that Jefferson and the economy in the 1800s did not have. First off, credit cards. I mean, listening right now, that happened in your lifetime of credit cards just popping up. Boom, here he is. The other thing that they don't have is the stock market. So you want to talk about centralized wealth, not necessarily in a consolidated bank. Looking at you, Federal Reserve. I've got my eye on you too, buddy. But you have to look at the consolidation of wealth, though, how people judge the billionaires' wealth isn't on the dollars in their account, because we don't tax them on the dollars, or we only tax them on the dollars on their account. It's the assets of their stocks. The consolidation of their wealth is in the perceived value of the companies in which they invest, and then turn around and say they monopolize or duopolize or the old over oligarchical side. And this is where Jefferson comes in for the need of decentralization. It is not by the consolidation or the concentration of powers, but by the distribution that the good government is effective. And we all can agree that we want small government, but we want small government at the meddling level. Nobody wants small government for roads. I want big government for roads and infrastructure, please, because you won't let me build them. And so that's again the argument for privatization, but I don't believe that we should privatize public access to things. Jefferson's concerned about centralized authority, financial influence over politics, and the erosion of states' rights remain relevant even today. About federalism, government overreach, economic regulation. His insistence on the distribution of power aligns with the ongoing discussions of states' autonomy versus federal mandates. Now, we can get into how Jefferson's words were, I wouldn't necessarily say twisted, but were used for that states' rights argument of the South. And we can get into that one. I mean, if you want to get into states' rights, is the reason that that we had the Civil War. The only question I have for you is states' rights to do what? The state right to do what? What did they want to do? Okay. So yes, two things can be right. That the Civil War was both about slavery and about states' rights because the states wanted slavery. Before we go, I promised you we would give you some Jefferson hopium. And that's what we're going to jump into. We're going to give Jefferson some quotes, some of his famous things that are out here. In 1816, in that letter to John Taylor, he's got a few different things in that. But this is the hope that Jefferson gives us in a lot of his letters. Dutchman says, the money is the root of all evil. How many of you have money from your IRA or SEPs or financial company? How many of our companies are in stock? Yeah. Us here in the little town, I believe we only control 6% of the stock market or hold 6% of the stock market. Everything else after that is the 10% or above. They own the rest, the other like 94% of the stock market. Let's talk to Thomas Jefferson, though, because he didn't have a stock market. He just had stock and a market. Throughout his political career, Thomas Jefferson faced a tense opposition, political crisis, and moments where the future of the American Republic seemed uncertain. Sound familiar? Despite these challenges, he remained optimistic about the resilience of people, the power of the Republican government, and the ultimate triumph of liberty. Now, I'm using the word Republican not as a party, but as a system of government, the Republican government. Just as a clarification on that side. First one, faith in the people, and of course, the self-governance. Jefferson's greatest source of hope came from his belief that ordinary Americans, if educated and informed, could govern themselves wisely. This is why this is my number one quote. Whenever the people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government. That's the issue with everything that we're seeing here. During times of political division, such as the bitter Federalist Republican battles of the 1790s, Jefferson believed that if the people understood the issues at hand, they would reject tyranny and choose liberty. His trust in the common farmer and worker rather than political elites reassured him that democracy would survive turbulent periods. And you notice he didn't just say the citizens in general. Just being a citizen will let us happen and it'll work. Informed and educated. When you know what is going on, when you understand the levers of power, then you understand the pieces. I'm not talking about 4D chess, but I am talking about chess. If I don't understand what each position does, their ability within the entire system, how can I be effective in manipulating the board? Me as a citizen, I'm the one who puts those people there. And if a pawn strives to be a queen and tries to move like a queen, then you turn around and you say, hold on, I've already got one of those. If you want to be one, then march your happy butt to the other end of the thing and let's change some rules. But you have to follow the rules to get the things done. You cannot just rip up the Constitution and say, everything's broken, I'm just going to put it back together real quick. It doesn't work like that with people's lives. No matter how much everybody wants it to happen. I need this change to happen. It needs to go through. Okay, then let's make some change. Let's set a goal. Let's set a destination. Let's not smash the thing to pieces and rebuild it. Because what happens when it's broken? How long will it be broken? If it's broken now, okay. But it is working and people have expected this brokenness. You have to give people time to acclimate. Like I said, even back in the 1700s, you could not just all of a sudden arbitrarily do a thing and say, hey, next Tuesday at 5 p.m., the whole world changes. You have to go through the checks and balances. And the only way that us Americans can understand them is if we are informed, educated. I do not like the poorly educated, despite what some people say. I respect people, but at a certain point, you have to be at least self-aware as a citizen. Hope in the Constitution and the checks on power. This is where one of the most famous quotes of Thomas Jefferson comes in. And it's one of the quotes that I wish Marjorie Taylor Greene would have actually used on the stand. If you remember, she was brought to trial on threats about Nancy Pelosi. And she was asked, did you say this thing here? I would have turned around, slammed my desk or my hand on the podium or lectern, I guess it would have been. I would have slammed my hand on the lectern and said, dang right, me and Thomas Jefferson said it. You going to go arrest him too? And see, this is where some people use this quote and they don't understand what it means. Here it is. And please, disclaimer, this is not a rise to go get your guillotines and your machetes and your torches and whatever else. This is Thomas Jefferson 200 years ago. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. And what I like about this first is patriots come first. When you read this quote, everybody turns around and says, oh, the tyrants, we need to take down the tyrants. You're first. What sacrifices have you made to water the tree of liberty, to prevent tyranny? Do you remember some of your 8th grade social studies enough to remember what the checks and balances are? Or do you just social media your way through life all day? I don't care what age you are. All of you do it. I do it. Come on. What if the picture, man. Social media pictures. But that's what I'm trying to say here is the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. What have you sacrificed? Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. This is just a bit more hardcore. Did you stand up against tyranny How did you do it? Did you buy a flag and put it on your car? Good job. Congratulations. Did you put "We the People" on the back of your hatchback in cursive? Thanks. How about you continue the rest of it? How about you know what amendments are? At the very least, please, the three branches of government and their function. Here's the optimism during the election crisis of 1800s. Of course, the election of 1800s wasn't like everybody else. Often called the Revolution of 1800, was a moment of great uncertainty. After trying with Aaron Burr in the Electoral College, the election was thrown to the Federalist-controlled House of Representatives, which debated for 36 ballots before finally electing Jefferson. Despite his chaotic process, Jefferson remained hopeful that the system would work. He later reflected, "The will of the people is the only legitimate foundation of any government, and to protect its free expression should be our first object." Free speech, free press. I think there's even a quote that says, if we had to have newspapers or the government, I would choose the former. And so in his speech, he said, we are all Republicans. We are all Federalists. But let's take that in today's duality. We are all Republicans. We are all Democrats. We are all Americans. And so what I hope to see, if you truly think that we are in crisis, if you truly think the sky is falling, the world is on fire, I want you to remember Mr. Rogers. So you thought I was going to say Thomas Jefferson. Mr. Rogers told us to look for the helpers. Look for the people who are helping. The world is on fire. Look for the people with extinguishers. Don't look for the people with gas cans. Don't hope the people with gas cans will put down their gas cans and pick up fire extinguishers, especially after they've already thrown gas the first 100 times. Look for the help. Look for those that are striving for better. Look for the patriots that are spilling the blood for liberty. The ones that are standing up to tyranny. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Everybody leans on that last part. Give of yourself first, then we'll see what everybody else can do. A Political Talk Show will return after the top of the hour news, where we will break down some headlines and open up that phone line, 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 5 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. A St. Charles man has been sentenced to prison for grooming a child. State's Attorney Jamie L. Mosser announced that Judge Barsanti has sentenced 38-year-old Edward T. Eisenstark of the 1100 block of Geneva Road in St. Charles to the maximum sentence of 5 years of imprisonment in the Illinois Department of Corrections. On the 12th of December, Eisenstark pled guilty to the offenses of indecent solicitation of a child, traveling to meet a minor, grooming, and solicitation of a sexual act. Assistant State's attorneys presented the following facts in court. On August 12, 2023, about 10:20 p.m., the defendant drove from his St. Charles home to Epic Air Trampoline Park in South Elgin to perform sexual acts on a juvenile in exchange for money. After the defendant confirmed he was in the parking lot, the child called 911. The defendant began communicating with the minor July 8th of 2023 via FaceTime, phone calls, and texts. At the time, Eisenstark was president of the Thompson Middle School Parent-Teacher Association in St. Charles. In other Fox Valley news, a man was killed Monday afternoon when an SUV he was driving hit a traffic signal pole in South Elgin. South Elgin police said the man, who was driving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe at a high speed, was headed west on Stearns Road about 5:20 p.m. when, for unknown reasons, he hit the signal pole at the intersection with South McLean Boulevard. The driver, whose name has not been released, was the only vehicle occupant pronounced dead at the scene. The accident remains under investigation by the South Elgin Police Department. Anyone with information is asked to call police at 847-741-2151. I'm Marky B. This is the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Expert shows speed in dressing birds. Clarence Hawkins, world champion picker and dresser of chickens, who is the present star attraction at the Elgin Poultry Show, is a man who became champion in his own line of endeavor through necessity. Hawkins startled the patrons of the Elgin Show by preparing a chicken for the oven in 17 seconds. He owns a summer resort in Burlington, Wisconsin, and also runs a small poultry farm. He set a record of 10 seconds flat for a young broiler at a recent National Poultry exhibit in Chicago. In other news, sprains ankle second time during winter. Fred Kimball, 316 Ann Street, sprained his ankle for the second time within 2 months when he slipped and fell on the icy walk in front of the local YMCA last evening. Mr. Kimball first injured his ankle on Thanksgiving Eve, and last night's fall served to further strain the injured member. And finally, tonight's snowy forecast recalls this familiar poem. The happy, joyous days have come, the gladdest of the year. Willie's snowball finds its mark on Old Man Wilson's ear.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, a chance of rain with cloudy skies and a high near 52. Tonight, rain likely with patchy fog, cloudy with a low around 39. Tomorrow, patchy fog with showers and thunderstorms in the morning, then rain and patchy fog in the afternoon. Currently, it is 45 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hello, America, and good day to our friends around the world. This is a political talk show. That's a political talk show on WRMN, WRMN 1410 AM, and simulcast live at WRMN1410.com. You can also follow us, subscribe, hit that alert bell on the YouTube, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. I'd give you the full URL, but people said it was confusing. Here it is real quick. You ready? www.youtube.com/@WRMN Radio.
HTTPS://
You could also do maybe a /about or some of the other things that are out there. All of your links, all of the information, every single question that's popping into your head right now can be found at WRMN1410.com or some other search engine, because maybe not every single thing is on WRMN 1410. We appreciate you being here. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. That over there in the studio is Studio 14, and Ben Demonium is driving it perfectly today. I sound wonderful, sir. Thank you very much for doing that.
It's fun to be able to be given a lump of clay and just mold it into a perfect creation. It's great. And also, just wanted to throw out there, you can see some live radio this very weekend at the Old Republic Bar. We'll be doing a live remote there.
Ooh, that is going to be fun. I'll be there. I think you'll be there. Marcus will be there. All kinds of stuff there. Sammy Sosa will be there. All kinds of great things there on Saturday. And then I believe Dean and I are actually going to do some Groundhog Day shenanigans. Nice. So I don't know if we're going to go live with it necessarily. I think what we're going to do is do a whole bunch of little Facebook lives for things, or a couple YouTube lives here and there, not maybe a full broadcast. I think we're going to run around on Sunday. Do you know in Groundhog Day where they've got the top hats and the fancy coats?
Of course, yes.
So Dean and I are going to go all around the Fox River Valley interviewing people about Groundhog Day.
Love it. Yes.
It's gonna be fun. And we'll ask people if they saw their shadow.
Got to stop by Woodstock. Got to get out that way.
It definitely will. We're going to be driving around quite a bit starting early too. He called me up and was like, "Hey, buddy, get some good sleep Saturday night." So we'll see how it goes, but stay tuned to our social media. You'll see a couple things here and there about that. We tried to get the mayors involved. I think what we may do is go visit Mike Reed. Go visit Mayor Reed, maybe.
Yeah. Hey, he was just on this morning talking about bingo.
That's right. First Shift with Marky B is a great place to listen. If you're watching this stream right now, look down and you're like, my goodness, this is a 10-hour stream. How did Sonar do all of this? It wasn't me. It wasn't me this whole time. Like I've been over here at IMS in O'Hare, a great place to go if you want to learn about some media. Be On Air Media Network, beonair.com. So yeah, man, it's kooky. I did give out the phone number. That is 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410. This is where we open up the phone lines and get to talking about some headlines. Go ahead. Who's first up in the old docket there, Benjamin?
We actually need callers right now. So
what?
847-931-1410.
The Dutchman said he was here.
I see. Yeah, I don't see him calling.
That's okay. He'll call back in a second.
It might be a weak cell signal or something. Who knows?
That's okay. Especially over in Hawaii land that he's sitting in. So let's talk a little bit about one of the headlines that came up over I guess the last couple of days or so. Of course, is that Lincoln Riley Act as well. Laken Riley, sorry. Apologize. And some of that is what we talked about even in the first hour, where it has some connotations, a lot of what the Alien Act of 1798 had in it. But what's different about the Laken Riley Act is the due process side of it. The Alien Act lacked due process projections, allowing for detention and deportation without trial or judicial review. The Laken Riley Act, while mandating detention for certain offenses, operates within the modern legal framework that includes due process rights, although the mandatory nature of detention has raised concerns among the civil liberties advocates. And what that says is after you are detained, how long? How long do they keep you? The mandatory detention is the other side of it, which goes again back to the Trust Act with a lot of that side. Have you heard any other scuttlebutt about this act, Ben?
Really, that's the most the meat of it. Really, like that. It's just basically making it so it's easier to not go through that process, which is you just have to ask yourself why. If you look at the history of immigration in this country, including during the 90s, during Clinton's administration, somewhere near 12 million immigrations, and it didn't necessitate any extra acts or anything like that. So it just it really seems like a scary setup for potentially something beyond immigration. And even where my head goes.
Even then, President Biden, or former President Biden, let's be fair, former President Biden actually deported more people than President Trump did in his first term. There's, and of course, I hate to defend statistics in this day and age, but yeah, it's you saw a tweet that went out where they didn't post Biden's. I think it went from Clinton, Bush, Obama, and then ended with President Trump's first first side. There was something that was retweeted by the Trump administration about that, and they made sure that they didn't put in the deportations. But former President Biden has had more deportations than any other president.
Right. Yeah. In one term too. Hey, those phone lines populated pretty quick. We have David.
Oh my goodness. See, I just gotta feel bad.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Welcome
David.
aboard, caller. What would you like to talk about? Hello, David.
There's David.
Hello.
Who was? Hey, David. How are you, buddy?
Hi. Good. How about you?
I'm doing well. You know what? As Dave Ramsey says, better than I deserve. Right?
Yeah, I agree. And in our past, everybody, we wish we could have done some things different. I wish I could have met my wife, my current wife, number 3, when I was way younger. But you know what? We got to take what we can and learn and move forward.
That's it.
Never backwards.
What would you like to talk about, David?
So, just with all the news about Tiffany Henyard, I mean, and Lori Lightfoot's scathing report, I mean, who is the supervisor of the mayors of the cities? Not that they have any, but is there some higher being on the earth here? I mean, not in heaven. That's another discussion. We're not going there. But that like would oversee, disobedient. I'm sure there's going to be all kinds of fallout coming from Lori Lightfoot's scathing report, and she's not doing it to be mean or, oh yeah, because they got paid. Oh, okay, they paid me. The opposition found all this dirt. Here's a bunch of dirt. No, it's because she's a straight shooter, and this is what she found. So could the town keep bleeding cash? And I'm just, where to?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the brawl, you've got a quote. You've got a quote of "You gone, B." Like I don't know. With a lot of where our politics goes, there's a lot of passion behind it. I think that it is not bad. It's not bad to have passion behind what you do. It's the actions that you take from that passion. If my passion drives me to punch people in the face, maybe I should bring some of that passion down a notch. And so, honestly, I think where we hold people accountable like this is you turn around and you say, look, I was assaulted. You press the charges, you follow through the same way as if I had walked into that meeting and punched somebody or got into a fight. We have to start holding everybody accountable to the exact same laws, not just the ones that are in the out. We need everybody. If you're not going to follow the laws, then maybe we enforce them equally. How do you feel about that? Where should the oversight come from?
As far as, there's certain givens. Okay, there's a public meeting. There's a certain code of conduct that, okay, if somebody does call someone a name, that's unfortunate. That shouldn't happen either. But two wrongs don't make a right. You don't turn into you show. I mean, even though it's upsetting, you show your extreme desperation and immaturity. Well, they call my girlfriend a name. No. Bang.
Yeah, well, that's how the
you.
thing. If it takes words for me to force you to do something, like look what you made me do type of stuff, I just use my words, man. Like, what can people do anything higher than that? Like, the way I see when somebody gets into a fight like that, especially over a debate or anything of just policy wise, well, I'm going to punch you in the face, or, like just someone who just gets physical with it. What that tells me is you ran out of words. You could not articulate your own argument, and you needed to fight me. That's the way I look at it. Now, I may be at an advantage. I use words for a living, but that's the way I look at it. If we're getting to the point where we have to come to blows about an idea, I would rather use my energy to walk away than sit. If I ran out of words, okay, ran out of words. See you later. Bye. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. As opposed to I ran out of words, but I still want to win this fight. That's when you start getting dangerous with it, because you ran out of words and the only thing you have are your fists, which you rated E for everyone.
Right. And then, but they should, what he should have done, rather than call, you know, okay, he's expressing frustration. A lot of people are frustrated, but what he should have done is, you know, this fact, the people, Lori Lightfoot has spoken. Let the chips fall where they may, but you're done. Mm-hmm. Rather than no need to swear, no need to do personal attacks. Let your words be powerful without being derogatory, racist, defamatory. Because then the other side could just see. He's using the racial card. See, he's using personal attacks. So anybody in their right mind would fight back. Don't you know who you against? You talk against Supermayo.
Yeah, well, it breaks down your argument. No, I absolutely agree with you. Violence has no place in a discussion or even pejoratives for the most part. I don't need to call you names to prove my point. It's just look at it this way. I can do two things if you say something dumb to me, and which you never do, David. You're a very astute person that says lots of brilliant things. I just want to get that out of the way. Don't think I'm attacking you in any kind of way, bro.
No.
If somebody says something dumb, to me, I can do two things. I can just look at them and say that was the stupidest thing that's ever. You're an idiot. Why would you ever tell you those things? Or I can challenge that idea. Okay, let's play your game. If you say this idea is the truth or this thing is here, okay, let's logically walk it through. I would much rather show you you're an idiot than tell you you're an idiot. Now it's a slower burn, but you know I got time.
Right, and then they'll go on. Then it would be interesting to see them spin out of control.
Because the issue
get tripped up in their words and.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the issue is, David, my goal is I don't want you to be an idiot anymore. If my goal was to just make fun of you, well, then, okay, game over. I all kinds of different things I can call somebody to make you cry. I was in the Navy. Trust me. The other thing that we have is I want to show you the things that you may have misconstrued, and therefore you're not an idiot anymore. Because trust me, I say idiotic things all the time. And I appreciate it when somebody walks me through the logic instead of just calling me an idiot and hanging up on me, right? I would much rather have this conversation, David. And I appreciate your time, buddy. I got to get to the rest of the phone lines, but I appreciate you calling in, man. This was definitely something that needed to be brought up, and I appreciate you keeping an eye on the city's news.
Yeah, and I wish Tiffany and everyone else true justice, and it will come, even if they think they're above the law. Time will show they're not, and we all get reset buttons. Too arrogant, too proud, you get a big setback. So, anyway, all right, take care.
Thanks, David. Appreciate your time.
All right, bye.
If you, listener, would like to call and get in line for some headlines and phone lines, 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410. What's on your mind? What would you like to talk about? We got another caller, Ben. Dutchman, welcome aboard, sir.
I think I get the headache from all this. No,
What was that? You broke it up a little bit.
No, you're doing a darn good job of explaining things to people.
Thank you.
But the problem is, the reality is, and when you're going through the financial situation, how come is it that I spent time, when I was first got married, well, in fact, before that, but I was smart enough to save money, put it in the bank and not into booze or drugs, or to partying, or to going to place. I went to college. When I first got married, my wife for at least 15 years. We both went to school. We were never home. We were busy going to school. I didn't go to university. I went to took me 6 years to get a 4-year to get a 2-year degree in associates at a junior college, and we saved money. All right, every time especially our anniversary came up, we went out one time a year. I had no alcohol in my house. I had no pop in my house. I basically drank water or sun tea. Okay, so here's my point. All right, and I know people say, well, you got to shut up, but here's the problem I have with today's generation. Even with credit cards, you have a responsibility. Everybody seems to think that you can charge it now and not pay for a month, but when the month comes up, if your rent is more than that card's, you got to understand that the charge cards has extremely high amounts of interest on it. If you're not smart with your money, then you're the one that's going to be in problem, aren't you?
That's very true.
My point is, you're talking about banking systems and all this other stuff. Don't blame the rich, okay? Yeah, they run the country, they run the world. But just think of it this way. Well, what happens if, Dennis, you're a rich person. Let's say you get the $1 million check or something. You get a job that makes you, 3 times more or 10 times more what you're making now. Okay, so now you're at the top of the list. So all those people you're talking about at the bottom of the list, you're not one of them anymore. See what I mean? And
Do I have billions of dollars? Am I a millionaire or a billionaire? How much money are you giving me, Dutch?
Well, I'll give you. I'm just whatever you want.
How much money am I giving? Can I have at least $10 billion?
Hey, sounds good to me. I don't
right?
care.
Let's say I'm a 10 billionaire, right? I'm a 10 billionaire. But first off, that's not in actual dollars. That's in the stock market itself. So I would have to pull that $10 billion out of the economy somewhere if I was to get that $10 billion to give it away.
Not necessarily.
Well, if I wanted the actual $10 billion, I have to do it. Otherwise, I have to do what you said is I have to get into credit and I have to borrow against my $10 billion.
No, but here's the thing, okay? You invest it. People can invest it in other things than just the stock market. All right, so
of course, but I have to take it out of the stock market, or I have to sell my company to pull that capital out of my asset.
Well, I don't want to get technical on it. You could talk to an IRS.
Well, let's say I own. Well, let's say I own a rock that's worth $10 billion. Right, the stock market, a business, whatever it is, an asset worth $10 billion, a hunk of gold worth $10 billion. To turn that into things I can use, I have to either go out and borrow money and say, hey, yeah, that $1 billion or $10 billion rock I have is my collateral for this. Or I have to sell my $10 billion rock and now have capital with it. So my issue is with the stock market aspect of it is when $600 billion disappears from the stock market, where did that money go? Well, and so if you can arbitrarily increase or decrease your money based off of a tweet, based off of a memo, based off of a new company, based off of a what have you, what really is the value of it? I mean, it's the same thing that Beanie Babies do, right? Beanie Babies hold a value and go up or down.
But you see what I'm getting at, though. See, Dennis, there's people out there that work in the radio business make less than you. So
Absolutely.
well, I'm just saying this. I'm using this for,
if I was a 10 billionaire, I'd give it all away.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I would.
But my point is,
I'd rather have $10 billion worth of friends, I think. Go ahead.
My problem with people nowadays is I spent a lot of time and a lot of effort between myself and my family trying to grow a family and being smart with my money. All right. Now, I know. I
appreciate you doing that. I got to head out. Stick around for the bottom of the hour real quick. I'll carry you over. Apolitical Talk Show will be right back after this.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Elgin Police Department gearing up for an accreditation review by the Illinois Law Enforcement Accreditation Program happening on February 5th and 6th. As part of the evaluation, trained peer assessors from across Illinois will conduct a thorough examination of the department's operations. An accident in South Elgin has cost a man his life after his SUV collided with a traffic signal pole at the intersection of Stearns Road and South McLean Boulevard. The accident involving a 2014 Hyundai Santa Fe occurred around 5:20 p.m. on Tuesday, with the driver reportedly speeding at the time of the crash. The accident remains under investigation. In Elgin, Jose F. Molina Acevedo, 45, has been sentenced to 12 years in prison after pleading guilty to predatory criminal sexual assault of a child. This marks him as the 6th resident of Elgin since March of 2024 to be convicted of similar crimes. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, rain likely before 9 p.m., then rain likely and patchy fog. Cloudy with a low around 39. Tomorrow, patchy fog and showers and thunderstorms before 9 a.m., then rain and patchy fog between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Mostly cloudy with a high near 41. Currently, it is 44 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. That's WRMN 1410 AM and the amazing, fantabulous WRMN1410.com. Go there for some more information about the station, the address of Studio 14. I'll tell you, it's Douglas, 14 Douglas. Come on down. Look at us. Tap on the glass. Well, no, not tap too hard. We get skittish. But come see us. Look down into the studio, see all of the pretty lights that we've put up, all of the different things that are there to dress up our downtown studio in the Fox River Valley. Just happens to be in downtown Elgin. Studio 14 is the place to be. Thanks a lot for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. Over on the ones and twos in that same studio I just mentioned, that is Ben Demonium Boquist. Thank you, sir, for being here. I want to appreciate.
I'm muted here.
Hey, there you are.
Well, I said absolutely. Looking forward to both tomorrow's episode and the live remote on Saturday at Old Republic.
Yeah, David Tease is coming in tomorrow. I confirmed with him, I think yesterday at some point. Confirmed with him, he's coming over, and then Cecilia will be on with us too. And then I think we've still got a mystery seat left over. I'm confirming everybody for that side, but I really appreciated last Friday when we were talking with Dean. I think that was a cool back and forth.
That was a fun one.
I think what I'm going to start doing is bringing him over, maybe not on the panel necessarily, because I'll tell you, he's got that great show right before us on Fridays, and he does such a great job. He's like Meatloaf when he like just leaves it all out there on the stage and just like this is it. This is the show. So it's a good time. That is Dino's Night Out. Starts at 2, goes all the way to 4. Why the night out at 2 so early? It's so that you can plan, ding dong. Like why? Why should I be telling you what's happening at 8 o'clock at night when the things are happening at the 8 o'clock at night? Come on. Plan ahead. Listen to Dino's Night Out Fridays at 2 to 4. So we are talking with the Dutchman. I appreciate you being here, sir. Always great insight. I love the conversation when you jump into things. And so just for me to recap over here is you, when you were, I guess, let's say my age or in your 30s or 40s or trying to start the foundations of raising a family, you said, look, I don't need the credit cards. I don't need the debt. Just hard work and determination is going to get me through it, even if it's going to take me a little bit longer to get there. Is that what you're, to kind of recap a little bit, sir?
Yes, sir. And
awesome. Yeah.
I started in my late teens. So I'm going, I started working actually with my dad. He had his own business when I was still in high school. And I had a high school program. It was 4-4. The fourth class was actually work experience with my dad.
Okay.
So my dad taught me a lot of what I know. My dad was very smart. I mean, he's like me. He's a hands-on guy. He never had a big job that was, paying very much. It took him years to get to where he wanted to go. Unfortunately, he passed away a while ago. But anyway,
I'm sorry to hear that.
I take my experience from my dad, but it isn't just my dad. It's just watching everybody else fall apart while I'm sitting here going, how many crises have we had since, then? How many times have I seen people? I'll just say this: as an ex-contractor, as somebody who used to do a lot of work on people's houses.
Mm-hmm.
When the building boom happened the last time, before the last bust, there were a lot of people wanted to get their dream homes right now. I mean, right now. So they bought into a $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 house, not thinking about the property taxes. All right. And so what happened? And within a year or two later, they'd foreclose and move out. Okay, so here's my problem. If I know everybody nowadays wants to get everything now. It's like you go to a Costco or Walmart or wherever you go. You see a big TV. You see that, you want to get that 7-foot or 70-inch screen TV, right? So you have money to burn, so to speak, as far as a credit card. Go out and spend the thing. Then from the TV, it goes to the stereo system, hooks up to it, to everything else. So 1,000 goes to a 2,000 and so forth. But you forget you have to pay the bills. And that's a common occurrence. I forget the statistics, but it was a high percentage of people out there doing that. Okay, so I'm not knocking people so much as I am. In today's day and age, everybody that's younger than me, should be smart with their money. I know it costs a lot more money to go to school than it did when I did. There are ways to do it without spending a lot of money, but people were afraid of it. The trades,
You're talking about
and I'm
military?
selling myself on the trades because I'm one of them. I made a good living off of trades. Yes, it took me some time to do it. Yes, I worked for some smart people. I also worked for some idiots too. So just like everybody else,
you can learn from both.
I busted my butt and I got the right people and I did what I had to go do. So
sure, no, I absolutely agree with you. Work ethic. And I understand that. I do understand where you're sitting with the work ethic, but let's look at it to just add a rebuttal for everything. I appreciate your work ethic and I appreciate you working as early as you did too. But those opportunities were afforded to you. Child labor laws won't let anybody under a certain age work for anybody, regardless if they own the company or not.
I was older than 16.
Oh, okay. Well,
okay,
so you've got that.
So
I mean, I had one.
17 and 18. What?
Okay. So the other side of it too is I want to address the housing side more than I want to address the economic side. Now, the economics of 1960, or which I assume is around that side, or are you talking more about 70s?
Well, I want to say teenager. I graduated in 75. So.
Oh, okay. So you're talking more about the 1975 side. So the economics are a little bit different on that one, not by too much, but inflation had started a little bit higher for it. So the other side, back in the 1970s, you could get away with an $8,000, $9,000 median income at that time, which the median average, because I think in 1960s it was around like 68 to 70,000 was I'm sorry, 7,000 was the median income for the year, and that was one person who did that.
Right.
Adjusted for inflation, that comes out to around, I would say, 65,000 a year. From 1960 to now, it's almost like an extra 100 jump. If you jump through for inflation, it's just times it by 100 and it's in the inflation. So to kind of do the math the other direction, by all means, all of these numbers are ballparks. I would need a literal inflation calculator to figure all of this out live on the air. So please stay with me.
Don't go science on me, man.
I'm not going to science with you. But here's the point: is let's say $60,000 a year right now, which the median household income right now is 70 something. But in 1960, 1970, that was about it. That was one person. The median household now is 70 something with two people. That's two people making money to make that 70,000.
Yeah, I know.
That's not. I know. So household income, one person making $65,000, $70,000 a year for in the 1960s, 1970s, one person working. Now there are two people that need to make that same amount of income per household. So I think by the math of that, we work twice as hard as you did.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Okay,
sure.
So here's the point.
Things were harder. You didn't have computers.
That's true. You did have computers, but when I had to pay $200 and share my calculator with somebody in my geology class, or my math class. That's what I'm saying. There was personal phones, personal computers running around.
Sure, but also the cost of living
was
was different. So the top three that have grown since the 1970s are housing, food, and education. The literal three things that, well, two of them that you need to survive anyway, and one you need to grow. So even though household income has essentially stayed the same in regards of inflation, plus or minus $10,000, $15,000 on either side, it now takes two people to make the same amount of money as it did in 1960, 1970, and the cost of living has gone up. So tell me where that is people being lazy.
I didn't say they were lazy.
Oh, no, lazy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth. Of that people in the 1960s worked harder than they do now.
No, I think
believe what the claim
everybody's
was.
the same. The problem is the inflation. I was talking to a friend of mine about this earlier. We go, okay, so how do you get housing down? How do you get pay raises up?
You make more.
And it's tough. It's tough. Well, I mean, honestly, okay, and I don't want to knock people in this industry, but here's what I'll say, and I'm trying not to make enemies, but if you're a burger flipper at McDonald's, you can't tell me you want to make that your life stream to work at McDonald's the rest of your life, unless you want to be a manager or something or own a franchise. That's a different
Why does my life stream have to? Hold on. I just want to pause for a second. Why does my live stream have to come with a W-2? Why can't my live stream travel the world? Why can't my live stream be an educator or be educated? Why does my live stream have to be my job? My job has to be my live stream? That's terrible.
Hey, I was fighting fires for $10 an hour, my friend.
Yeah, sure. But was it your live stream to fight fires? Was it your live stream to fight fires?
Back then, no, that was chump change. If I went out to
what's your live stream?
That would be my
live. Do what you're doing right now.
My live stream is what I'm doing right now.
I'm glad you achieved that. I'm glad that you're here with the woodworking. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail you.
Actually, my live stream is to help you guys sell your and help you guys do the program.
I appreciate
put my input in it, be part of the show, and the other drink. I'm serious because I feel strongly that the average young person doesn't know. Instead of tearing everything down, leave it and teach people about it, the rights and wrongs, about what's wrong with it and what's right with it, because that's the problem. And when it comes to like financial problems, same thing. Instead of telling somebody they make too much money, I want some of it. Work with them with it.
Okay. No, I understand it. Well, you work with them, and that's what a union is. And a lot of the people that have the money are anti-union.
I was in a union, and it's still the same thing. You still have issues.
Absolutely. Well, you're going to have issues in anything, brother.
There's exactly.
But here's my question: without a union, how do I get the attention of the person at top? Am I just allowed to just, dear Elon Musk, I am a single person in your company talking directly to you and trying to talk to you about your better angels. Signed, Dennis Sonar Green. Oh, come on. That's what a union's for, is a seat at the table. I say, you know what, Dutch, you, me, and 1,500 of our friends are going to write a letter.
Do it. I can't help you because it's like, okay, you got me going. You got me so screwed up right now.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Hands off on that one. I didn't mean to walk you in circles.
All I can do is live my life and kind of share part of it with you guys. And I thank you. I owe you guys a great gratitude too. Anyway.
Debt of gratitude, but I appreciate either way.
For mentioning my, the Dutchman's Woodshop, because I love giving back. I love teaching people about wood, not just about turning wood, about the tree species of our country and the environment. That's my big thing. I don't think enough people get it off. I mean, they always talk about the Fox River and stuff, and you know, I just love it. But I also know there's reality sets in. You can only do so much. And the thing that hurts me is when I hear the left going after the right now, instead of working with people or working with each other, and that goes for the politics mainly in Washington. It's not about voting for somebody. It's about working with them. I mean, I wish you were running for an office because you make a lot of sense. You know, you and Ben know a lot of stuff. I wish you guys get a senator and congressman in there and see what happens.
See. We'll see where we're going.
I'd love to hear from I'd love to hear from a congressman and senator of our state and say, okay, what can we do in the fresh ideas? David's a good example. Fresh ideas out there. Don't go the same route of the 1940s crowd, because that's the problem.
I absolutely agree with you.
Love you. What's that?
I absolutely agree with you. Hey, I love you too, buddy. Thanks for being on. Really appreciate that.
Right. God bless America and WRMN. And tell the girls thanks. This morning I was texting them, and they have a great show too. So
They sure do. They sure do. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. Great show comes on right before us. Thank you, Dutchman, for being here on the show. You too can call in 847-931-1410. We've got David T's on the line. Go ahead, DT. What's happening, buddy?
How you guys doing? First of all, is that you and the Dutchman are right. Okay. First of all, is that I've been working since I was 14 years old, and my dad would send me to Arkansas. And I would spend time with my grandfather, who I loved. I love my grandfather. He had a business. I worked for him down there because I like doing it. But as you guys were just touching on, and I did lose my father, he did teach me the trade of plumbing. I lost him 7 years ago. But, you know, let's just say one thing here. As you guys were just talking, back in the day, kids grew up working at McDonald's or, you know, a grocery store like I did at 16 at Gromer's and all that stuff. But nowadays, it's like you were touching bases, two people have to work. And a lot of these jobs that are out there now are two-income families at low pay. Now, unions, I was in a union, out of a union, in a union, and all that stuff. And they do good things. But you got to remember, when they get a pay raise, you have to go to the members and how are we going to disperse the money? And a lot of it goes to pension, insurance, and you get so little on your check. That being said,
absolutely. But you get pension and insurance. I would love pension and insurance.
I get that.
I'll give you some of my check for that. I mean, what am I going to do in the free market anyway? I'm going to give some of my check to the free market. So I get it. Go on, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt.
But my house is 1945, and I'm sure when the house was built was like maybe $20,000 when it was built, and now it's when I bought it, $99,000 back in the 90s. And now look at the prices of houses. My house is probably valued at $180,000, maybe $200,000 now. This is the problem, because in the 80s, everything, everything early. I'm sorry. Let me take it back. Yeah, in the 80s, early 80s, everything started skyrocketing because there was no work. Interest rates were 19%. I watched my dad work at Byron Nuclear Plant 6 days a week, 10 hours a day, drive all the way out there because there was no work here. Interest rates were at 19%, 17%.
And they stopped making. This was the other thing that's happened too, David, is they've stopped making starter homes. They stopped making the little ones, the ones that is just a 2-1 where you can grow into, you start your family. What they did was they converted all the 2-1s into apartments.
Right.
So that you couldn't build equity. You can't build anything up. You're literally just paying somebody else's mortgage. Well, if all of the startup homes become investment opportunities, right? That's what they are now, is investments. Well, now I need to buy my own house. Well, I've got enough money to buy my own house, and I'm not going to buy a little dinky one. I want somebody to build me a real one. And with the price of materials, the return on investment is better for a larger home, as well as building a home renting it first for the first 5 to 10 years, and then selling that home, you essentially make twice as much money off of the one home you built.
But you're dealing with a guy who built houses. My father we had a plumbing company. We still have it today. Like I said, he's not okay. I have it today. But we also had another company that we built houses, okay? And I'm going to tell you this right now. A 1945, a 1920, or even a 1960 home is built more sturdier, more stronger than the houses that are built today. Because I watched the material going in there. I watched how cheesy it is and all that stuff. But, the material was, cheaper back in the 40s.
Genetically modified trees as well as the other side of it. They grow trees rapidly now instead of having the dense, deep 2x4s. If you look at them now, they're real big, thick, watery type of things. But what do you think about my point that I had with the Dutchman about if you look at maybe wages or anything else kind of stagnating, or in the 60s, the medium household income was around 60,000 adjusted for inflation. Now the median household income is somewhere above 70. What do you think about my point about how it takes two people to make barely over $10,000 more than what it take one person to make in 1960?
Well, what it tells me is that wages don't go up. Corporations and businesses don't want to lose profits, and it's sad. But from the 60s to today, we're only talking $10,000, and now you have to have two people working to do the job. So the guy that was making $60,000, $70,000 back in the 60s,
adjusted for inflation, they were more than likely making close to like 7,000 or 8,000 for the year, but adjusted for inflation. Yeah. But that's what I mean is how the wages are stagnant on that side. Why is it the burger flippers problem when they say, look, I'm getting paid less than what the part-timer was doing in the 1970s. I'm getting paid less now than what a burger flipper was getting paid in 1970. At least give me that.
Well, when I started my job at Gromer's at 16 years old, where I actually got a paycheck, I mean, I was like minimum wage. I think it was like, what, $6.50, $7 an hour, if that, $5 an hour. And now, today, it's $15, $17. My son got a
No. That's based off of the state. Federal-wise is $7.25.
No, he got a job at Wendy's making $17 an hour flipping burgers, dude, in high school. In high school.
No, but that's Wendy's policy. That's not a minimum wage deal. Minimum wage has not gone up since 2009, which sets the floor of everything. So I get it. $17 an hour is essentially minimum wage when minimum wage was first introduced into the United States. If you adjust it for inflation, $17 an hour is minimum wage of what what was proposed for the original weight. Hey, you're coming in on Friday, right? You're going to be here?
Yeah, I'm going to be there. We'll talk more about this tomorrow. Hey, buddy.
Oh man, I can't wait. It's going to be fun.
Take care.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Tease. Hey, you need to be here tomorrow for Free Speech Friday. If you like the free speech that we get down on for the regular days, it is hyper-turboed, super fun time, apolitical talk show, Free Speech Friday tomorrow. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being a part of the show. Hey, thanks, Ben. I really appreciate your time, buddy.
Yes.
That's it. WRMN1410.com is the place to go to catch up on old episodes, new episodes, the schedule, the stream, all of the things are there. Hamburger Man.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown.